Adam Cooperstein in my neck of the woods, Coral Gables. He's in Deering Bay, and I know that's a beautiful marina there with beautiful boats. How are they faring, Adam?
Well, you wouldn't know it right now, Jackie. It's pitch dark out here, and I'm not sure if it's the power outages that you guys just referenced or it's just people are sleeping because it's late, but you can see a little bit behind me. Actually, I'll step out of the way so we can get that camera light on the boats over here. It's holding up okay so far. It's early, obviously, but the boats are all fine. Everything's in good condition. If you can see the dock, the water is up a little bit, but still not above dock level. So some of the surge you see here, of course, with the water from Biscayne Bay and other storms, we're not there yet. Not there yet. I just wanted to check in on it because I know this area sometimes gets pretty bad. But we haven't seen anybody. Nobody's out here. Bunch of downed trees like we showed you earlier on Old Cutler Road. A lot of lightning flashes in the distance. The sky's been incredible. Just lights up all blue because of all the darkness around here. But as far as boats, they're all fine right now. They're all fine. They're all in good condition. A lot of people have them tied down, and we're going to hope to see if they stay that way. I know the owners certainly hope so too. But as far as the other stories that I've seen, there's a little bit of flooding in this area as we get, I was just over down at Black Point Marina, and there was a street down there, about a foot of water. It's right next to the bay, and so that street was completely flooded next to Black Point Marina and Black Point Park. But over here, so far, things are holding up at Deering Bay Marina. Jackie, Juwan, back to you guys.
Adam, how far south are you headed?
Well, I already went farther south and then decided to come back here because of the flooding, and I'm listening to you guys, and I hear Ryan and talking about tornadoes, and we're talking about those gusts, and so we decided we don't want to get trapped in a place where all of a sudden it's not safe for us to get out and continue reporting. So that's when we decided to head back up north a little bit on Old Cutler, and we got here on the way as we go back a little bit farther north. So yeah, I was kind of interested in checking out Homestead, but again, like Ryan just said, we haven't even felt the big winds yet. So the houses I've seen are all fine. It's just there's debris all over the streets. It's not really a good time to drive, of course. It's not safe to drive. A lot of the palm fronds and the branches are on the ground. Yeah, it's like a video game. Driving through the streets right now is like was that Frogger? It feels like a game of Frogger right now.
Mm-hmm. That's a blast from the past.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
All right, Coop. Okay, well, be safe out there, man. Okay, we're going to check in now with NBC6 reporter Keith Jones. He is live in Homestead, and you may remember that a little bit earlier, we keep on talking about those tornadoes. Well, there was apparently a tornado warning down around that Homestead area. So, Keith, what type of damage are you seeing out there?
Well, minimal damage, honestly. This is a 7-Eleven here right on US 1, and trees uprooted. Actually, it's a pretty healthy tree. You can tell over here, right, look by the parking block. Just pulled it right out of the ground, toppled over, split up here. We've seen damage like this, pretty much all over Homestead, Florida City area. It's powerful enough to snap this right off. I'd say it's about 4 inches in diameter. I'll show you this. This has also started as getting a ton of rain now, and the winds are clearly picking up. We had some wind gusts here, about 30, 35 miles per hour. I don't know that my wind meter's actually working because I just said it was a sustained of about 14 miles per hour. And I mean, I'm going to show you this as well. Look down the street. Some street flooding has now begun here. You can see it's more than ponding. It's actually kind of flooding towards the center of the street. You can see that as far as you go down. What's really interesting here is we've seen this, I don't know, what do you think, half a dozen times, a dozen times? We've seen the sky light up. It's not lightning. We figured out it's transformers. They're either blowing or if it's something's happening with the electricity here. We'll get this kind of explosion, and it's right on the horizon. It's not up in the sky. And then all the lights will go out for all the businesses here, and then it'll come back on. We see this happening all the time. We drove east where we see these flashes happening. We can't find anything. We can't find transformers, blown transformers, but it's happening quite periodically here. I'd say, in between 6 and 12 times we've seen this. The lights are always coming back on. That's great news. But nevertheless, we're seeing these. This is interesting too. We're hearing and seeing these little explosions, and we hear that that electric buzz, if you will. Did you hear this? Can you hear the whistle? Honestly, it sounds like a freight train's horn. I don't think you can hear it over this.
Yeah, we can hear
plastic
it.
bag.
We can hear that.
You can hear it.
Yes,
Yeah.
we can.
It's that's how strong the wind is, blowing through the fence and through whatever this device is over here. I believe it's for the traffic signal, but it's whipping right through there just enough that you can hear this little roar.
Wow, that's
impressive.
scary. Yeah, that is impressive and scary because there's still a tornado watch across parts of Miami as well as in Broward County. So that is scary, Keith.
Yeah, the winds are definitely picking up here, and we've seen the watches as well. Down in Florida City, I'd say there's probably a little bit more damage. At least we saw that structure damage last time we hit. We showed you the railings at the top of that restaurant that had come down. The sign was starting to rip off. This was a scary thing. We were not far from here in Homestead. We were at a camp park, an RV park or a camper park. It's frightening to think about this. There were actually a couple of people that were actually staying there. We talked about mobile homes and the dangers of those types of parks, those types of neighborhoods, how easily they can be torn apart. Well, these are literal campers and RVs. They're high-profile vehicles and lodgings. And you can imagine what some really strong winds can do to those.
Okay, Keith
right.
Jones, live in Homestead. Thanks so much. We'll check in with you a little later on.
Yeah,
Thanks.
be careful out there, Keith. All right.
Now we're going to go to Chris Fisher. He's in Miami-Dade, and he found some flooding. We saw in downtown Miami, Stephanie Bertini found some flooding right there across from the Intercontinental Hotel. He found some more. Let's take a look.
We're in Northwest Miami-Dade on Northwest 192nd Street. And as you can see, these floodwaters are already substantial, going the length of the road. And also going the length of the road are homes where these waters are going underneath their fences and are starting to lead up to the homes. Chief Meteorologist John Morales has said we haven't even seen the height of the rainwater from Hurricane Irma as we start to get yet another band in. But just to give you a showing of what this floodwater looks like and the depth of it at this point, we're looking at 6 inches. We've already caught one break with the hurricane trending toward the west. These homeowners are hoping to catch another break and see a little more less rain tonight. Reporting from Northwest Miami-Dade, Chris Fisher, NBC6 News.
All right. Thank you for that, Chris. A look at some of that flooding that is happening that we've been talking about. That's only the beginning. It really is. Okay, we're going to check in now again with meteorologist Ryan Phillips. He's expected to do a phoner here coming up.
Yeah, that's right. We're actually going to go down to Key West, to the National Weather Service office there, to the meteorologist in charge. That's Matt Moreland. You may have recalled that you saw him on the air last night saying of the 23 storms that he has covered and been responsible for forecasting, this one he was worried the most about. Matt, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, we hear you just fine. All right, well, so we're on the air now, and Matt, it's been a tough few days. First, you had to evacuate the Keys. You had to essentially settle things at your office to get folks packed in for the long haul, and now we're in it. And with Irma on the approach, the 11 o'clock advisory out, I imagine even though we're looking at a Category 3 storm instead of a Category 4 or 5, you guys are just as amped up and aware, getting ready for Irma to approach by tomorrow morning.
Yeah, so right now we're seeing, even here at the office, we've got wind gusts close to 70 miles an hour. We've seen a couple spots in the Keys near hurricane force, and we think that that next band that's moving in probably has quite a few hurricane force wind gusts in it. So we think really we're going to go into the hurricane force winds in the next couple hours.
Yeah, and I imagine that wind field, as it's on the approach, you're just going to start to feel it here through the middle and lower Keys especially. Matt, storm surge is such a big issue with Irma, with a storm this size. If we focus on Key West for a minute, even though I know the storm surge forecast is 5 to 10 feet across the Keys, but just give me an idea. I mean, that Key West is your town. You're responsible for all of the Keys, but Key West is your place. And talk about 10 feet of storm surge in Key West and what that will do.
Yeah, so we're very concerned, just Key West specifically, especially about the east side of the island, which we like to call the Newtown area. We do expect to see very significant flooding in that part of Key West. And the water is slowly coming up now, and what happens with storm surge is as the eye approaches, you see a rapid rise in water the last couple of hours before the eye gets there, and we do expect to see that later tonight.
Are you concerned that the eye of Irma will move across Key West? I mean,
very, very concerned.
Very
I do
concerned.
think it's going to pass somewhere between Key West and Big Pine Key right now. But we're definitely very worried that it could just come right over Key West.
Right. And at this point, you know, I use the phrase "walk it in." I mean, between just radar alone, watching the eye twist towards you, I imagine, even though you are hunkered down in an amazing facility that you'll be safe in, it's got to be unnerving. I mean, as much as we're scientists and public servants, as a human being, it's tough to face a natural disaster like this.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's going to be that period from very late tonight through the morning on Sunday. That's going to be the really, really toughest part of the storm that we got to get through. And, we'll be hunkered down, and certainly anybody that is still left in the Keys, that's our recommendation. That we're going into the hunker down period. You want to kind of find that shelter within a shelter, that room in your home that you feel safest in.
Exactly. And folks really should not be thrown that this is a Category 3, not a Category 4, Category 5. Matt, stay with us here. A few more questions. I don't know, were you able to get out of the facility? If you've been down to Key West, the National Weather Service office is on White Street. There's a Dairy Queen next door. They launched the weather balloons there. It's quite a sight. It's an amazing facility. They're hunkered down. Did you go out at all? And if you did you see folks around town?
So this morning we did. So what we actually did we moved all of our employees' cars up to a couple of the garages in town. And we spent all morning doing that. We actually set a 2 o'clock shelter time. So everybody that was working the event had to be here by 2 o'clock. During that time this morning, we did see some folks around town on scooters, riding bikes. I did see some folks also doing some last-minute evacuating this morning, which was good. So I know a lot of folks left, but there were also a number that still stayed here, and hopefully they are sheltering tonight.
Well, let's certainly hope so. My credit to you, your entire staff, for what the next 12 to 24 hours will bring. You've been great. I should add that Matt actually, after the storm, is moving to San Diego, and that was planned, right? But I imagine your service to the Keys, you did not imagine it ending like this.
No, not at all.
Well, Matt, we wish you luck. We hope to hear from you. I know that you guys have a great social outreach, and we'll look to stay in touch with you as Irma approaches overnight.
That sounds good.
Okay, Matt, thanks. That's Matt Moreland, the meteorologist in charge at the National Weather Service office there in Key West. Juwan, Jackie, I have to tell you, I mean, these facilities that we have in Key West, the National Hurricane Center and the National Weather Service office in Miami, those are two operations that are in one facility. These are amazing facilities, much like ours here at WTVJ and Telemundo 51. They're great structures. They are hurricane ready. We have a certain wind threshold that we can take, but it doesn't matter how well constructed the building is. I mean, when you're dealing with hunkering down with the approach of a hurricane, I mean, that's a burden while continuing to do your public service. And most everyone has left the lower keys, but they're still there. So hats off to them.
That's what I was going to ask you, Ryan, because, I mean, they're under a mandatory evacuation zone. Even the Coast Guard evacuated from the area, and the fact that they are still there, boy, that's incredible. The facility must be hurricane-proof for them to be able to stay there.
I was down there 2 years ago and spent some time with them, and it truly is an amazing facility. They've got what they need to get through the next few days, or the next several days, in terms of having goods. But let's hope it's not that bad. But when the brunt of the storm hits the lower keys, they'll be safe. But there's a lot of unknown when the storm is over, what you go out to.
Right.
You know, in different facets. I don't want to compare all these storms, but that feeling when you emerge from a hurricane going through, everything looks different. From a Category 1 Katrina that made landfall in Hallandale Beach to a Category 5 Andrew that made landfall, things change while you're hunkering down for a storm, and they're ready. And again, it's been the same crew. I mean, I've been in touch with Matt and other staff members down there each day this week, and X amount of them, you know, had family that they had to push out of the keys and get ready, knowing that they were staying behind to do this job. So I don't want to make it very dramatic, but I think it's also very noteworthy what they're doing. In the event the equipment goes offline, we have no communication with them, the keys will still be served. The backup office to Key West for this event is actually the National Weather Service office in San Antonio. So there is a backup plan in the event that any of the technology or communications are lost too. So the keys will be served one way or the other. But hats off to them.
Oh, absolutely.
Long night ahead.
Absolutely.
Major kudos to them. Ryan, thanks.
Okay, you got it, guys.
All right, Ryan, thank you. Well, lots of rain and wind out there on this early Sunday morning.
Yeah, that's right. It's 12:32. It's already Sunday. NBC6 reporter Michael Spears is in Miami for us with some of the damage and flooding there.
So right now, we're standing on 30th Street in Edgewater, Miami. We've been giving you live reports throughout the night from a very secure place that is blocked by a building. And, excuse me for that, my hat almost flew off. We wanted to step out and step into this a little bit. We're not too far out. My photographer's obviously pretty steady right there, but wanted to step out and give you some perspective on how intense these wind gusts are. We've been here throughout the day here in Edgewater, Miami. Earlier this morning, obviously windy, but nothing compared to this and what we're seeing right now. We've been posting on social media some of these videos of the very strong wind gusts. These bands that have come in, and some folks have been in disbelief about it, but this wind is very strong, stronger at some times than others, but right now definitely a strong display, and this is just a little taste of Hurricane Irma. Of course, we're going to be here, we're going to be checking around for storm damage and keep you updated with live reports. Reporting in Miami, I'm Michael Spears, NBC6 News.
Boy, you could really hear the wind out there.
Oh, yeah. You can see just how strong it is out there. Okay, we're going to check in now back with NBC6 reporter Stephanie Bertini. She is live in downtown Miami with more on some of the flooding, and it looks worse than what you showed us before, Steph.
Yeah, it's worse. The water is rising here. We're about maybe a 5-minute drive from where Michael Spears was just live, and you could see here this water is rising on Biscayne Boulevard right by Southeast 1st Street, downtown Miami, not far from the Intercontinental, not far from Bayfront Park, not far from Bayside, although these areas not populated at all tonight, obviously, given the situation. The only people we've seen out here are some first responders and media and the employees and residents who are at the Intercontinental Hotel. Other than that, that's all we've really seen. We're right here beside a metro stop here, the Metro Rail. Just going to give you some perspective in terms of the water. When we came to you live last from this location, you saw the water rising here on the roadway. You could see that it's kind of moving, the wind's picking up and the water rising. So definitely the flooding increased. We talked about before how this is actually a new construction project, a new road project on this stretch of road here, kind of helping route the traffic into the Intercontinental Hotel. It's fairly new. So not sure if this project is helping contribute to the flooding, if that's what's going on here, but definitely an unusual situation on this stretch of downtown Miami. The wind's coming in and out, so they're heavy and then they're okay, and then they're heavy and then they're okay. The rain, same kind of thing. The rain is intense and then the rain lightens up. But I can tell you, we've been out here throughout the course of the night, and at this point, we're cold, we're wet. We can definitely feel the repercussion of the elements here tonight.
Stephanie, have you seen any cars at all drive there in downtown?
Jackie, not really, and that's obviously good news. I mean, you have a couple people, I think it was a little earlier, we did see a couple people here and there, but overall, not really. It seems that people really are heeding to the warnings, and that's obviously good news. Definitely not safe. Earlier, when I was talking to Captain Ignatius Carroll from the Miami Fire Rescue Department, he said, you know, this is exactly why the curfews are in place. You don't want people driving around. You don't want people walking around because the elements are so unpredictable when you're dealing with a storm of this size, this magnitude. The unknown is the scary factor, right? I mean, think about it. You're driving along, something comes out of nowhere, a piece of anything smashes into your windshield. Just think of all the problems that could happen, and that's exactly why people are urged to stay indoors. And again, that wind factor, at times we felt that wind so strong that it could literally shake a vehicle. So that's another thing to keep in mind. It's just really not safe.
And Stephanie, I'm not trying to put you in harm's way now, but earlier you did walk and you showed just how high that water was in relation with your boots. So is it now covering your boots?
Let me take you through it. Let's go. Let's show them. Yeah, earlier I walked through it. It's a little bit higher, depending where we go. And if you can zoom in on my feet here, let's see how high we can go here. So these are ankle boots that I'm wearing. They're not knee boots, but you could see that at this point, yeah, the water's pretty high up. Pretty high up, wow. Almost over my boots at this point here, a little far out. And look at the way the water's moving, Jawan and Jackie. Can you see that? Can you see the ripples in the water?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I mean, it looks like a lake almost.
It does. There's almost a current.
Kind of surreal to see. It's crazy to think that, you know, we're in the middle of, you know, where we drive on a daily basis, heavy populated area, Miami's downtown core, and this is the kind of thing that we're looking at. And if this is any indication of how things are going to go, I think we can expect worse. I think that's pretty safe to say.
Yeah, so I will totally agree with you on that, Stephanie, and I just want you to be safe, but I was just trying to get a better idea of just how deep that water is right there. Definitely worse than before.
Pretty deep, yeah,
yes.
for sure.
Good job
Stephanie.
out there, Steph.
Go inside.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. You know, we were talking earlier about the economy and Florida's economy and the impact on the economy by Hurricane Irma. And we're going to see it on so many different levels.
Absolutely.
You know, because we've seen all of the communities like South Beach, like downtown Miami, the Brickell area, Coral Gables, all of these restaurants that have closed for at least 1 or 2 days. All of the businesses are going to be without power until who knows when. And I read something very interesting about Disney World because, of course, it's closing its doors. And this will be only the 6th time in the history of Disney World. You're talking about close to 50 years of its existence, only 6 times. And they're expected to close Sunday, today, and Monday at least. If they can restore everything and everything's in place, they will open up their doors again on Tuesday. So can you imagine the economic ramifications of closing a place like Disney World, all of their parks, all of their restaurants, entertainment venues? The hotels will continue to operate on a limited basis, you know, with many of the amenities, but the parks will be closed.
Amazing, because Disney, when you hear about Disney closing, it's just something that doesn't happen.
No.
How often do you hear about Disney closing? So no, that
6 times. 6 times.
6 times. That says a lot. That says a lot right there. It says a lot about the recovery and everything else that we're going to have to go through here across the Sunshine State, let alone South Florida, and with so many people that have evacuated as well as businesses out there. Okay, we're going to check in now with NBC6 reporter Ari Otzer. He is live in Northeast Miami-Dade with another tree down. Ari?
Yeah, Juwan, the epidemic of downed trees continues. We're in Northeast Dade, not far from Golden Beach. We're just a couple of blocks south of Ives Dairy Road on Northeast 24th Avenue. Take a look behind me. This one is a huge, majestic mahogany tree. You can see how it was split in two by some force of nature spawned by Irma, whether it was a tornado or some kind of huge gust of wind, I don't know. But it's obviously, it took a lot of force to do this. It's completely blocking, as you can see, Northeast 24th Avenue. And this one's kind of personal. I have to tell you why, because you know, for 3 years, dropping my son off every day, I'd come right down this street to drop him off at Highland Oaks Middle School. I used to pass this mahogany tree, and as someone who admires trees, I used to think, it's a beautiful tree over there. And now the thing is split in two. You can see that deep red wood over there where it's split, telltale sign of a mahogany. And again, just like the sea grape tree we showed you earlier at Golden Beach blocking A1A, mahoganies are native Florida hardwood trees, or tropical hardwood trees. They are built by nature to withstand a lot of force, hurricanes, things like that come along with the weather patterns we get here. Whatever this was strong enough to take down this mahogany and split it in two. So it's a big loss probably for whoever lives here. I'm sure whoever lived here loved this tree, but the tree itself will recover. It's just going to be a lot smaller. It's going to be half the size it was, but it should be fine once they clear all this out. We haven't seen any work crews out here yet to clear this out, but Northeast 24th Avenue is impassable. If you live in this neighborhood, as I do, not far from here, don't come down 24th Avenue tomorrow if you're out and about, if you're trying to go somewhere. It is blocked until they remove this tree, obviously. So we've been seeing this going on all over town. And as I said earlier, you know, this is just a fringe of this hurricane. When Wilma came through, we all saw trees like this, hundreds of them down all over South Florida. If we were to get the brunt of this storm, we would see this times 10, 20, 30,000 trees down on every block in South Florida. So we're not getting that. We're getting these here and there trees down. We can deal with this. It's a lot better than getting the full brunt of this storm, right? Back to you guys in the studio.
You know, when you look at the size of those trees, those mahoganies, as you mentioned, they're really majestic. And it must have been such a powerful wind gust for that to just split in two like that, Ari.
Or something else.
Or something else.
I'm thinking maybe it was a tornado. You know, we saw those tornadoes spawned earlier. Maybe it was a tornado that did this. Maybe it was a tornado that knocked down that sea grape tree on A1A in Golden Beach. You know, something other than just, 25, 30 mile an hour winds, which is what we were recording all day. It had to be something stronger than that to do this kind of damage. Maybe lightning, for all we know. I mean, maybe lightning could do that. I don't know. But clearly something with a great deal of power came here and knocked down this tree.
Yeah, that's
wow.
absolutely
Yeah, pretty incredible video there. All right, thank you for that live report, man.
Thank you, Ari. Miami Beach officials are saying power lines are down, trees are down, transformers have blown, and obviously we haven't seen the worst of this.
No.
And as Ari mentioned, these are just some of the outer effects of Hurricane Irma, and this is what we're getting.
Yeah.
So the Key West, I mean, I can't even fathom.
We keep on seeing the Keys because we know it's coming there to the Keys, and we've warned people that have decided to ride out the storm there in the Keys on what to expect. We know that I guess semi-good news, if you want to look at that, is that it's now a Cat 3 possibly that may hit the Keys, and that's according to meteorologist John Morales. But let's check in now with meteorologist Angie Lastman. Let's see how this Irma is doing and its intensity and everything else as of right now. Angie.
Yeah, guys, we're continuing to get these advisories in every hour now. Of course, we're close to making landfall in the Keys. Here's what we have in store. Not a lot of changes as far as the statistics. We have pressure up just 1 millibar, but other than that, location is really the thing that we're going to be watching for on those advisories as we go into the next couple of hours. You can see, like Jawan said, John Morales told you when the 11 p.m. advisory came out, Category 3 hurricane. You'll notice 125 miles per hour. That is a little bit of a change from where we're currently at. with 120 mile per hour winds sustained in Hurricane Irma. You can see it's moving over those warm waters. Not a lot to knock it down as far as category strength at this point. So category 3, of course, better news than what we originally at one point thought category 5, category 4. So it continues to trek northward. It is going to see that break in a subtropical ridge. So we start to see it move north, something that we had been waiting for into those overnight hours. Really, it hung out around Cuba for much longer than expected, hours longer than expected. This time last night, we were seeing it close to that area, and it didn't move a whole lot at that time. You can see also the current movement of it, just 6 miles per hour. That presents a little bit of a problem for us as we head into the next 24 hours, mainly because while it is a category 3 and while we aren't in the cone, we're still going to see the effects sticking around a little while longer. A slower movement means a slower moving storm, and of course that means those impacts will be affecting us and of course the West Coast as we head into Sunday. So here's the current timeline of it. You know, we've been talking all about people that have stayed in the Keys. They are going to see that direct impact right now. It looks like Sunday 8 a.m. that category 3 Hurricane Irma right overhead of them, circulating there. Around that center of circulation, much more precipitable water. We are going to see heavy amounts of rain from this, especially on the West Coast. Some areas dealing with possibly an inch of rain per hour. So over a 6-hour period, 6 inches of rain, something that could possibly lead to some flash flooding out there. We've seen strong wording from the Weather Service. We've seen strong wording about the tornadoes with this. Of course, as it continues to move up, we're going to be in that right front vicinity. We already saw 9 tornado warnings. You heard John Morales say in his 26 years of working here, never has he seen so many in such a short period of time. That was in a 2-hour span. We did see that tornado watch extend. Now it lasts for another 12 hours. It was set to expire at midnight. That's 47 minutes ago. Now we're going to see it last all the way until tomorrow at noon. So something that we watch very closely, especially as Irma is on the approach towards the Keys. You'll notice, I know, again, lots of us focusing on exactly where that cone is. That doesn't mean that we aren't going to be feeling those effects. So I think interior areas, we will watch for much stronger wind speeds. I'm going to show you that here in just a second. Notice West Coast, we could see a direct landfall here just up north. You can see Sunday 8 p.m. 120 mile per hour winds. Now, the good thing is once Irma continues moving into those Gulf waters, while they're warm waters, we actually start to see that shear, which is upper level winds. It tries to keep that intensification down in hurricanes, and that's exactly what we're going to watch for it to increase over the next 24 hours as it moves up that West Coast. And you can see the difference between Sunday at 8 p.m. 120 mile per hour winds, which of course puts it at a category 3 hurricane, while category 1 with 90 mile per hour winds as it goes up into the Big Bend area of the Florida Peninsula by Monday at 8 a.m. So some good news, of course, for folks in this area, as we'll see it diminish, at least if it stays on this track. But of course, much difficult times to come for folks in the southwestern portions of the peninsula, as well as us. We are not in the clear. We still have much to talk about, and we are going to be dealing with that overnight tonight, of course, with the direct impact of the Keys. And as we go into, the next couple of days, we will watch this wind field be affecting us. So tropical storm force winds is in the yellow. You can see in the orange, that's where we're going to be dealing with the hurricane force wind field gusts. Now, sustained hurricane force winds, that's where the red is. Watch what happens as we push this timeline forward. This is, 12:30. So right now, basically, still off the coast of Cuba, headed towards Key West. Of course, Key West going to be dealing with those very strong winds. Now, it has been a category 3, so we did see those back off a little bit from the peak gusts that we could possibly see of 170 some odd miles per hour earlier today to now close to that 150 mile per hour range, which I'll show you point by point what we're expecting peak gusts and all of that here in just a second. But you'll notice hurricane force gusts affecting us into tomorrow morning. So a lot of folks have been asking me, when can I leave my shelter? When is it okay for me to head into work, out of work? you'll notice at 6 a.m. we could be talking about those hurricane force gusts. Not a great idea to be driving on the road. Not a great idea to be driving on the road when it's tropical storm force gusts, or sustained winds rather. In the yellow, you can see as we take another step through time, it approaches the southwestern portions of the Florida Peninsula. That's Sunday afternoon. This is an extended period that we will have the winds elevated, not the hurricane force sustained for us. That'll be on the west coast, but still hurricane force gusts will be seen through really the long haul of Sunday as we continue through Sunday afternoon. Fort Myers dealing with potential landfall close to you guys with that category 3. Now, of course, it depends on where it goes here as we deviate a little bit to the east, to the west. For us, not looking at a direct impact, Miami-Dade and Broward, of course, the Keys, definitely watching for that. And even as we go into Monday, you can see tropical storm force winds not going anywhere fast. This is Monday overnight. As we do take it through those early morning hours, we'll start to still get some relief. Broward, you'll still be in that for maybe this till about 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. You can see by 9 o'clock we're starting to get some relief from that. But Hurricane Irma is far from done. It'll continue to move up the peninsula, affecting folks with storm surge, potentially life-threatening storm surge all along that west coast of Florida, up to 15 feet in many areas, as well as bringing heavy amounts of rain, the possibility of tornadoes, and even into the southeastern United States, parts of Georgia, Alabama, all the way to North Carolina, South Carolina. We will be seeing plenty of rain for them in the coming days. So here's a quick check of those wind gusts. This is something that I know a lot of you have been talking to us about on social media. You can hear it. I know some of you have tried to go to sleep and you wrote to me and said, you know, it sounds really bad out there. What's going on? Well, here's the current check. Here's our latest peak wind gusts. You can see at a Marathon, 71 miles per hour. Key West, just a little bit less, but still those winds really whipping 68 miles per hour. And these numbers, let me remind you, only increasing here as we go through the overnight hours and into tomorrow. You can see from Fort Lauderdale, Miami, it's really not just an isolated event with these winds pushing into the 60, even 70 mile per hour range. So here's where our current wind speeds sit as of right now. 44 miles per hour for Oakland Park. You can see 55 for Opa-locka, 53 for Miami, a little bit less up towards Broward, but still very gusty for folks in Pompano Beach, 32 miles per hour. Now, as we take a step through time, you can see that map went a little fast. Let's restart that. We watch it. Notice 55, 70. We get up to those 90 mile per hour ranges as we head into tomorrow. So Sunday, really strong winds on tap, and we will be watching for those to start to diminish. Now, as far as the rainfall goes, we've been talking about storm surge. We again saw that storm surge drop, the warning at least, drop off for Broward. Now, none of the storm surge that we've been telling you about. I know you've been hearing about feet upon feet of storm surge. That doesn't take into accumulation for the rainfall forecast. And so here's what we watch, anywhere from 10 to 15 inches of rain. I told you some spots are going to be seeing heavy amounts of rainfall, those very rapid rainfall rates as we go into the overnight hours. Much heavier rain to come than what you've already seen. If you think you've seen heavy rain, we have heavy rain bands on their way. We still have that tornado watch, and we still have very gusty winds that will be moving in. So much to stay connected on. I want to show you the storm surge warning map. You can see I took it off for Broward. We did see that expire, parts of Palm Beach County as well. What does that mean? That doesn't mean we're not going to see any storm surge there. We still could see 1 to 3 feet of storm surge in that area. Of course, something to be expected for folks that live on the coast. They should keep that in mind, but that doesn't warrant a storm surge warning. So keep that in mind. Again, sometimes the wording confuses people, especially with things like this where a storm surge warning is dropped. That doesn't necessarily mean you won't have any of that inundation from those ocean waters as Hurricane Irma pushes our way. You can see elsewhere through Miami, we still have that storm surge 4 to 6 feet. And this is what I was talking about as far as the surge 10 to 15 feet on the west coast. This is an area we're really going to have to watch. I know a lot of folks from the Miami-Dade area, from Broward, I'm sure from Monroe, headed to the west coast when it looked like the track was going to be a little bit more easterly. So people in Tampa, people in Orlando, things we're going to have to keep an eye on as Hurricane Irma continues to move that way. You can see right now, here's what it looks like. eye is looking fairly healthy as it moves over those warmer waters. We will watch for maybe an eye wall replacement cycle here in the next 12-ish hours. We have some time, a couple of hours until we watch for Key West to be affected. You can see these heavy bands of rain moving into Key West. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some hurricane force winds embedded in there. I'm sure folks right now through the middle and lower Keys dealing with that along with the heavy rainfall, and we have just started this. So I want to take you through a couple of places. We do have that storm surge warning and hurricane warning for Key West. Here is the breakdown of what we can expect. Those hurricane winds, they've arrived. We're watching for that. I showed you on that satellite imagery. They have already arrived, and you can expect those sustained winds through the day tomorrow to be 127 miles per hour. Peak gusts, much more than that, 154 miles per hour. When you look at it compared to what we were expecting, it does look a little bit better. Of course, while Cuba was dealing with very difficult conditions overnight and through the day today, that helped us out. So you can see those peak wind gusts still a massive 154 miles per hour, so still life-threatening conditions in the Keys over the next 24 hours, but it does look a little bit better, and that is why we have that Category 3 as of right now. 13 to 15 inches of rain possible, and just, again, some life-threatening storm surge. Right now, 5 to 10 feet expected for Key West, where we will be looking at a possible landfall here fairly soon. Now let's move over to Marathon. Similar conditions. Those hurricane force winds already arrived. You can see sustained at 100 miles per hour. The peak gusts pushing closer to 120 miles per hour. So again, anywhere through the Keys, we are seeing heavy amounts of rain possible. Look at that, 17 to 19 inches of rain possible, causing flooding. We have flash flood possibility for some folks on the West Coast. We have the flooding for many others as well. So 5 to 10 inches of storm surge will be out there as well for folks there. If we look through Key Largo, notice again, sustained hurricane winds, not expected. Still, as we go through Sunday, 65 to 75 mile per hour winds. We are going to be watching for those winds to stick with us through Sunday, and you can see the peak gusts, of course, much stronger than that, pushing up to that 90 mile per hour range. Storm surge, again, an issue for folks there. With that 13 to 15 inches of rain possible, added on to the 5 to 10 feet of storm surge for the coastal areas, it's going to be some tough conditions that they have to get through the Keys at this time. Now, taking a peek at Miami-Dade County, here's where things have been changing fairly rapidly. You'll notice the sustained 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. We're not expecting the sustained hurricane winds. We will, however, see hurricane wind gusts. So you can see that's where our peak gusts sit, 75 to 85 miles per hour. Anything over 74 miles per hour is considered hurricane force winds. These are going to be gusts, not sustained, but still something to keep in mind. And that lasts through tomorrow. And talk about this rain, 14 to 16 inches of rain possible. I know folks have seen we had some rainy events over the past couple of months, and that left flooding through much of Miami Beach. I know along Alton Road, we often see that when we have heavy amounts of rain being dumped on that area. And talk about over a foot of rain possible here as we go into the next couple of days. And again, 4 to 6 feet of storm surge. We will, however, see Broward not dealing with that storm surge anywhere above 3 feet at this time. That's what's expected. Again, similar conditions, hurricane winds, not expected, but those peak gusts could be anywhere from 70 to 80 miles per hour. So keep that in mind. Of course, Ryan and I are going to keep you guys updated. We're going to take in some more information here as we hit that 1 o'clock hour. For now, I'm going to send it back over to you, Jackie and Juwan.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks so much. Okay,
Yeah.
you know me. I have to talk about the University of Miami.
Of
the
course.
Hurricanes and 2 games. They had to reschedule 2 games, and the dreaded FSU game.
The big
That was supposed to
game.
be played next weekend, and that is now on October 7th, the Canes versus FSU. And then the one against Georgia Tech, that has been rescheduled for October 14th. So 2 October games for the University of Miami as a result of Hurricane Irma. They had to be rescheduled.
Yeah, and you know, it's a good thing.
Understandably so, of course.
Understandably
Right.
so, because of so much going on, and then we don't know about cleanup, you know, and just how bad it's going to be and everything else, and the impact it's going to have on everything else. Well, let's check back in with NBC6 reporter Dan Kraut in Northeast Miami-Dade, where a seawall there is getting hit hard.
Take a look at the waves from Biscayne Bay just crashing against the shore here in northeast Miami-Dade. These boats are really getting thrashed, and you can see those waves crashing against the seawall. A lot of boats here just getting torn up from these waters. There's actually one boat that's far off in the marina that's not safe to go to right now, but I snapped a picture of it just a few minutes ago. Take a look at it right now on your screen. It's almost fully submerged in water. We are right off of Quayside in northeast Miami-Dade, where these boats are really taking a beating. And they also just left Shores Condominium right down the street in Miami Shores. That's where a number of police officers there at a condo complex inspecting the seawall, which they think a portion of it cracked recently, and a lot of water is seeping into those condos. Again, that's Shores Condominium in Miami Shores. That's the situation now in northeast Miami-Dade. We'll send it back to you.
Oh, man, that is so tough when you see that with the boats taking a pounding like that. You know, there's so many boat owners out there that do their best to try to secure their boats because of this, and some of them just don't make it.
I hate to see it sink. By the way, a state of emergency has been declared for all of Florida's 67 counties.
Wow.
Every single one of them. You're talking about this storm has affected the whole state of Florida. Has affected or will affect in one way, shape, or another the whole state of Florida.
Which makes sense. 6.5 million people. 6.5 million people asked to evacuate the state.
Yeah. That's a lot of people. Laura Rodriguez, she's driving north on the turnpike. Boy, you're a trooper, Laura. How's it going there? How are the roads?
I think I'm on the road cam duty today. Right now, the roads are clear. I'm going to flip the camera over so you can take a look. So right now, a ghost town everywhere. Started off, as you all know, if you've been watching the coverage in Southwest Miami-Dade at the shelter. And now we're actually headed north to the station to pay you a visit. We need to refuel. We've been on the road all day, so obviously fuel is a concern. And if anybody out there is curious, there is no gas. At least the gas stations that we drove by were all wrapped up. So we haven't been able to get gas, but we do have gas, I'm told, at the station, so that's very important. Right now we're about to hop on I-75 in the Southwest Dade area. We did drive around from about 90th Avenue all the way up to 137th Avenue. Saw several trees down, but nothing really major. It did get windy there for a time. Right now it's pretty much sprinkling, but the weather has been, the rain has been coming down hard at some points and not that hard at others. So earlier we were at that shelter on 109th Avenue and Coral Way. That shelter is filled to capacity. There are others in the area that are available though, and they were on lockdown for a time actually, specifically when those tornado warnings were issued. And at that moment it was very interesting to see how dozens of people started running into the shelter. They parked their cars and got down with their pets. It was a pet-friendly shelter. I assume because they got the warnings on their phone. I just saw at least 10 people run inside that hadn't been in the shelter. And even though it was filled to capacity, luckily they were allowed in, which was very kind. That shelter has more than 2,000 people there, but everything was very orderly. And the Red Cross volunteers there even tell me they gave up their own beds for people at the shelter, which I thought was truly incredible. And we've seen many acts of kindness throughout the day. I do need to give a shout out to the Miami-Dade Police Department. There were 3 officers outside, and I was at the shelter for many hours, and an officer actually brought cafecito. If you follow me on social media, you know how much I love my cafecito, and that really brought a smile to my face. And I'm very grateful to them. First responders, of course, are also working around the clock as well to make sure that we're safe, and having conversations with them. Of course, they'll be working after the storm as well to assist in anything that the community might need. So thank you to our first responders, thank you to the firefighters, police officers, officials, city officials that are also working around the clock to make this happen. And I do also want to note that earlier I was on Telemundo 51, our sister station, and a viewer wrote to me telling me that they cannot get in touch with their relatives in Cuba, so they're very, very concerned. I believe you've been showing some images out of Cuba, but relatives here in Miami are telling me that they can't get a hold of them, so obviously that's very concerning.
Yeah, it certainly is. And And we've seen some of the pictures, some videos coming out of Cuba, and it's pretty bad.
It's bad. It's really bad in Cuba, and they took a real big hit. And I don't know if they were expecting to take that big of a hit. Even meteorologist John Morales was talking about how it stayed with Cuba longer than expected. He wasn't expecting that. That's why he thought it was going to be a Cat 4 or 5 coming into the Keys. It ended up actually slowing down Irma. But unfortunately, they really took a big hit.
And you know that the infrastructure in Cuba is precarious. I mean, and so an event like this takes place, and you're talking about phone lines, any type of communication with the island has to go down, and you don't know when that's going to be restored again. I mean, because obviously power is going to be down as well, and it's going to be a while to, at least in that region. And I don't know if the family members were part of, were living in the north end side of the island, those islands, Varadero, all of that area there, Caibarien, they were hit hard by Hurricane Irma. So,
and we don't have any reports of deaths, as of this time, but we can tell you, according to the Associated Press, and I think you saw this as well, is that it says that it toppled houses, flooded coastal cities, and destroyed crops along Cuba's northern coast. That lets you know the devastation that it did to Cuba. And the eye didn't even go completely over certain cities of Cuba. So it shows you just how the intensity of Irma, which we're feeling right now.
Yeah, we are. Well, we've been going over the numbers for the power outages here in South Florida, and nearly one, and this puts it in perspective, because we could tell you this many thousand, but nearly 1 out of every 10 homes in Miami-Dade and Broward counties right now have lost power.
Yeah, that gives you an idea of just how strong these winds are.
Yeah, that really puts things in perspective. And so many of us have generators in their homes. And I wanted to reiterate this because it's very important. And I've gotten a lot of emails and a lot of tweets about this, that generators should always be used outside of the home. Carbon monoxide poisoning can occur when a generator is not working or vented properly. So very important. Never bring it in. It doesn't matter how bad it is outside. It has to stay outdoors.
Absolutely. And you have to keep it far enough away from your home so you don't continue to breathe in those fumes. Okay, we're going to check in now with Stephanie Bertini. She is live in Bayfront Park, and with some more incredible video I see out there. Steph?
Joanne, we're monitoring what I believe is the beginning of some flooding here. You can see just a little pool of water starting to form here along the piece of concrete that divides you from the bay. If you're walking along the Baywalk, Bayfront Park, a lot of you might be familiar with it. I'm going to go down, but I just want to kind of show you that the water isn't so deep so far. I'm sure that in a couple hours I won't be able to step down like this. So it's about to my ankles now. Of course, I'm sinking in, though, because I am standing on grass here. But this is the bay, and you can see the water just spilling over, crashing onto the rocks. If we give you a wider shot here, our photographer, Ed Noel, going to kind of give you a pan. Ed, can you show them the area and kind of show them what we're looking at? Just surreal. The water ferocious on the bay here, downtown Miami. Usually a beautiful picture for people that come to Bayfront, whether it's to jog, whether it's to take part in some festivals. The city puts on a lot of stuff here. Today, though, nobody would want to be out here. And we're covering this because we want to show you just how dangerous it is. And these rising waters, this is just the beginning of it, because as the rain continues to come down and as the wind continues to pick up, I predict that this is going to get higher and higher and eventually spill on to the concrete I'm standing on right now. We're going to walk you down just a little farther down to the pier here, and you can kind of get a closer look at what we're seeing. I want to bring you up close to this so you can kind of see just how vicious the water is. Definitely drives home that point of just how dangerous Mother Nature can be in these storm situations. We're going to bring you right up close here, and we're going to show you, because this is safe enough to show you, that water is just coming over the concrete there. You can see it spilling over at times. And again, as the wind picks up, the water picks up, and some of it is just gathering here for now, as I pointed out, where the grass is. But eventually, I think if it continues this way, we're going to see those levels rising and rising.
And you're right. That's definitely what's going to happen. And I'm sure it's going to continue this way because this is just the beginning of what we're seeing right now. Stephanie, you've been showing us these images throughout the night and from the flooding that was going on down right across the street from the Intercontinental to what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, and it looks like the more we're kind of watching and looking around us, the more things we're finding, and it's really just unraveling before our eyes as the weather system continues to flow. And basically, when we're not on the air, I mean, what I'm doing is I'm listening to the weather team. I've been listening to John Morales, now Angie Lastman on the air. I'm listening to the updates that you, Jawan, and Jackie are giving us about power outages and the different numbers we're getting in. So I'm taking that information in, and then just to give our viewers some insight or an inside look, then here, you know, when you're covering it in the field, what you have are your eyes and ears. And so that's what I'm trying to bring to you, what we can kind of bring you immediately. And there's a lot to look at, as you can see. And I'll tell you, whatever you see through the television, it doesn't do it justice, because when you see it up close and you kind of really can experience just how ferocious Mother Nature can be, it's definitely a different dynamic.
Stephanie, we see the view right behind you, and we see some of the lights on. We just reported that 1 out of 10 homes in Miami-Dade and Broward counties are without power. Can you give us the other perspective on the other side from downtown Miami? Are the lights on as well where you're at, from your perspective?
Okay. So what I'm seeing, Jackie, is we do have lights on. If we do a pan here, just to show them, they want to see the lights that are on, whether they're on or not. We do see lights. The buildings in downtown Miami, which are kind of behind the camera, there's some trees here, so we're going to try to give you a view. We do see lights. We do not see power outages here. Zooming in now to the Intercontinental, which is right beside Bayfront Park, you can see lights on there. So for now, the power is on in this section of downtown. But again, the situation is volatile, and from neighbor to neighborhood, it's changing, right? So you might have lights off in one section, then lights on in the other section. So I don't know what's happening outside what I can see. What I know in this area, downtown core of Miami, Intercontinental, Bayfront Park, Bayside, for now it seems that yes, the lights are on. Power is on here.
Okay, thanks for that perspective. Thank you so much.
Wow, a lot going on out there and across South Florida as we continue to follow Hurricane Irma, which continues to thrash our area.
We're going to move on north to Lauderdale by the Sea. Chris Hush is there live. Can you tell us about the conditions there?
Right, I don't know if you can hear, but we can certainly feel it. The wind here is absolutely incredible. I measured with my gauge, my wind gauge on my iPhone just a moment ago, and we had a gust near 40 miles per hour. It surely feels more than that. In the rain situation right now, that's not actually, that doesn't seem to be a factor. But if I turn in that direction, these little pellets that are coming down, I mean, they hurt. It hurts a lot. And if I turn, it wants to pick me up and go. I don't know if you can see this, Jeff, but the wind is pushing a lot of the water down here. The beach is only about a block away in that direction, but it's pushing the water down the street. That's A1A over there and Palm Avenue. So you can get a sense of where we are. We've been driving around the area. We've been driving around the area all night here, and we've been for Lauderdale. We've been in other directions as well. And when it comes to damage, we actually haven't seen that much damage in the area. The winds are really strong, but we haven't seen damage. We did see one large tree that had fallen down. Luckily, there were no injuries, and it didn't affect power. We were talking about power outages. In this area, everyone still has power here, even though the winds are as strong as they are. You can see here the bushes, they're blowing in the wind. We do know that we've seen a lot of really strong police presence here. Actually, an officer not too long ago came and checked on us, asked us if we needed anything, and we've seen the patrols up and down here, the A1A, and all around the area. I don't know if you know this, but we have a lot of crews from across the country here helping NBC6. We are from Chicago, the Windy City, and with that said, it's safe to say we've seen some wind during our time. This doesn't even compare when it comes to the gusts at times. But here at Lauderdale by the Sea, no one's out. It is a ghost town, which is good. People are staying inside. The power is on. and it seems that everything is okay for now, but these wind gusts that come through as the bands from Irma come through, I mean, they are just incredible. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Oh, yeah, they are incredible.
I have walked through those buildings in the Windy City, and it can get very windy there at times.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So saying that from him, that means it's very windy out there.
Yeah, when you're dealing with Hurricane Irma and her tropical force and hurricane force winds and her wind gust, definitely no match for sure. So we, again, continue to follow Hurricane Irma as it continues to make its impact here on South Florida. We're still in the early stages of Hurricane Irma, and you heard from the 11 p.m. advisory that Hurricane Irma is at 120 miles per hour at a Cat 3, which actually slowed down from what we were seeing at first, which, as John said, we had a little good news, but a little bad news. The good news being that the fact that it may be a Cat 3 when it strikes the Keys, when it strikes Key West.
Every single county in the state of Florida is under a state of emergency. And even though this system and the storm track has shifted, as John was saying, the windshield wiper was back and forth, and boy, was it a roller coaster ride for us here in South Florida. I mean, I feel for the people in the Keys, obviously, and then from the west coast of Florida as well. But for us, because we have been following this for days, it seems like days on end now. And it was really a roller coaster ride for us. And the cone of concern, we were in the cone of concern for days. And then all of a sudden, it just continued on that trend towards the west. And we were waiting for that turn towards the north, and it didn't happen until after it passed us. And
we're seeing a little bit of the damage from Hurricane Irma right now. But can you imagine? You said it. You said, imagine if this was a direct hit.
Right.
And right now we are dealing with down trees, down power lines. We're seeing flooding, damaged hotels. All of this right now is what we are seeing. We've seen in an apartment complex a tree on top of a car. I mean, this is at night that we're seeing this. We haven't even seen what it looks like in the daylight. So imagine as the hours go on through, what it's going to look like in the morning. So many of you are listening to us right now, either on the radio or you're watching us on the NBC6 News and Weather app, or you do have power. You're one of the lucky ones, one of the one out of how many? 10. 1 out of 10. That may have power, because everybody else is without power right now. So if you do, you understand that this is no joke. This is a serious, serious storm. We will have some storm damage as a result of Irma. Thank goodness, not as much as we were expecting. Had this Category 4 at the time, which was forecast to hit us, been a direct hit here in South Florida. Michael Spears is live in Edgewater, and you've been there. You've seen throughout the night for several hours now. How can you describe how the conditions have changed from when we first went to you there until now?
Well, let me put it like this, Jackie. We had our live truck parked not too far where we're standing at right now, and for hours it was fine. It was extremely windy outside, at times gusting. We posted these videos on social media, but within the last hour, and I'm not exaggerating here, when we would sit in the truck, it would start to shake, and we knew at that point that we had to move it. So in other words, it has picked up quite a bit. I do want to show you down 29th Terrace in the city of Miami. We sort of caught a break from the rain, and the whole street here is flooded. It is flooded up the street, and we'll try to give you a little vantage point with this video here. Check out this new video. It's what we're pointing you towards. You'll see not only in the video the street flooded on 29th Terrace in Midtown Miami, but at parts you will see some of the storm damage, the trees that have just been blown over. These are recently planted trees. We understand that this neighborhood, a lot of the buildings are new, but they are ripped up out of, we do not have the video. So I'm going to point you back this way live. We'll get that to you soon. But yeah, we're seeing storm damage, some of these trees ripped up. And Blake, we're going to point over this way to show them. We don't have the video yet. So some of the storm damage and the flooding this way. And as he was showing you down here, you can really see some of the windy conditions. About an hour ago, we also stood out there. Right now we're relatively blocked by the building itself, and thankfully so, even though I told you we were rocking in the truck. But we stepped out of sort of from behind the building. That's been helping us, give you steady live reports throughout the night. And I had to lean into the wind. I didn't really describe it in full detail when I last reported it, but I wanted to show it more. But describing it more, I really had to lean into the wind. It is strong, and it is picked up, and if that's any indication, we've been standing here. And what's fascinating and eerie at the same time is, while you're out here, obviously we want to be safe, but you hear these noises. They're very guttural, visceral. I don't know how to describe it, but like metal, scratching metal. And you hear these random noises. You look off and you see green flashes, and you understand in these moments why there is a curfew in effect for the city of Miami right now where we're reporting, and also why this is in evacuation zone C, why it was ordered to be evacuated, because at times this is, gusting to the point where it's not even safe to walk out for some folks. Thankfully, we are protected by this building, and that's why we're standing right here. But gives you an idea of what we've been dealing with. Woke up this morning, we were reporting late, woke up around 10. Hey, I'm night owl sometimes, but I could hear it. But it was nothing like this. We could stand out on the balcony fine. But this, again, when you walk around the corner from around this building, you have to lean in. I wanted to go up to the storm wall, the seawall. We had video earlier of some of the choppy Biscayne water spilling over the seawall, and I put that on social media as well, and I believe it's on the NBC6 News and Weather app. I wanted to go back and have another look and see how it's looking now, but I knew I could fight the wind that way, but coming back, I might end up in those floodwaters. So to answer your question, Jackie, it has picked up tremendously. Not only from our experience just sitting in the live truck, but looking out at the waters whip across these flooded streets now here in Edgewater, Miami. Back to you.
Yeah, we could actually see it. Okay, thank you so much. It's interesting that Michael said about the curfew, because Miami's curfew started at 7 p.m., with Miami Beach at 8, and Miami Beach at 8 p.m., and yet there isn't a county-wide curfew. Miami-Dade County didn't enforce a curfew. Only some of the cities.
Yes, and Miami-Dade County Mayor Carlos Jimenez, he did put out a tweet saying that he had no intentions of doing that, putting out a county-wide curfew, but he did leave it up to the mayors across the city to go and do that. We're going to check back in with Adam Cooperstein. He is live in Coconut Grove with how things are looking there. Adam, where you at exactly?
Well, I'm right next to Bayside Park, McFarland Road, and here's what happened. It's kind of funny. We were driving down the street, just trying to check out what's going on, if there was damage and flooding, and all of a sudden I said, wait a second, that's not supposed to be a lake. That's a park. Look at this park right here. I'll step in these rain boots and test them out and show you what I'm talking about. So obviously, just on the edge of it, we're talking about, what, 6 inches of flooding in here. And I went a little deeper earlier. I've got a mic cable. I can't go too far. But it gets a lot deeper in the middle of this thing. And if you spin this way, Eddie, show them the giraffe over there. The giraffe is in the water right now. A little sculpture out here. Sculpture part of this park. There's some other exercise equipment that's now all in the water. This is where people come and, walk their dogs. I saw the dog walking area, but obviously this park right now, so close to the bay, and Dinner Key Marina right over there, everyone knows where that is probably if you've been in the Grove. Not too far, just on the other side here, completely flooded out right now. The wind and the rain at the moment, not too bad. In fact, yeah, I mean, it's just barely coming down, but certainly this is something you're going to expect to see in an area that's low-lying and so close to the water, and it's not really that surprising. So at some point we're going to go check out Dinner Key Marina as well and see what's happening on the other side there. But I wanted to show you all this because we come here every year for the Coconut Grove Arts Festival, and so a lot of people know this area, and NBC6, this is something that we see a lot. And this park is a lake. Back to you.
Adam, too bad you can't go have dinner there at Glass and Vine, one of my favorite restaurants in Coconut Grove.
I'm sure Adam would prefer that assignment right now if he could.
I'm sure he would. Okay, let's check in with Ryan Phillips now with the latest on Hurricane Irma.
Okay, guys, thank you. Here. What we've been watching, I got a few updates here that we're putting together. We're going to start first with the winds here in South Florida, which are, well, steadily on the increase. These are the current wind speeds taken at the top of the hour. Sustained winds right around 30 miles per hour, but again, throw in some gusts and the winds ramping up. And again, the perception has been it's been a breezy to windy evening, now early morning. The winds will only continue to increase. The gusts will get stronger. Let's widen out here and just see what our gusts look like. Gust of 47 in Pompano, gust of 45 in Miami. Wind gusts at the National Weather Service office just went up to about 75 miles per hour just in the last few minutes. So, you know, a 52-mile-an-hour wind gust really gets your attention. You're seeing that in West Kingdom. Here's what we've got. Some interesting things going on to talk about. Broad picture now. Tornado watch, that's in effect for another, well, 11 hours. It's going to take us until midday, 10 and a half hours, until 12 noon. So the threat for some isolated tornadoes continues, and we'll keep an eye on that. Nothing developing right now. We'll come back and touch that, but I want to focus now because we're now in the home stretch of watching Irma approach the lower Keys. And again, high confidence forecast for where the storm is going, and it's just a matter of being able to have the ability to use Doppler radar to key in on what its precise location is and where it's heading. But here's what's going on as we switch over to the Key West National Weather Service radar. Watch the reds here, guys, wrapping all the way around. And we think that we're just seeing the completion of that eye wall replacement cycle. So there is some possibility. There is some possibility that Irma will be strengthening over the course of the next 6 to 8, maybe 9 hours on the approach to the lower Keys. Again, forward speed seems to be picking up just a touch. The wobbles that you're seeing, that's totally normal. So don't get caught up in that jittery movement here to the east and to the west. But if this wraps in and if the eye starts to shrink just a touch, which by measurement we're probably looking at a 22 to 24 mile diameter eye, if that's going to contract, and we've got a system that has the opportunity for some intensification on the way to the lower Keys. That's not my call. That's my analysis. I just think that there is some potential for some intensification now that we've moved Irma away from Cuba. We've got very warm sea surface temperatures here. There's no question about that. And having completed or nearly completed an eye wall replacement cycle, as this eye will continue to move off to the north and contract a little bit, we may be ramping this storm up as it lifts off to the north and to the west. Not the scenario, not the situation we want for the lower Keys, but it may in fact be the reality. That's the trend. We can't tell that just in a half hour of data or just studying this for 45 minutes. We need to watch that trend through the overnight hours, but certainly a real possibility. About 55 miles now to the south-southeast of Key West. You better believe now with this wind field pulling in the winds from this point forward. Well, you think the wind's strong right now in Key West. And if anyone is in the Keys, anywhere from Key Largo to Key West, you're still watching. You're there, unfortunately, and you're still watching us. Tweet us, Ryan NBC6, just to NBC6, Angie NBC6. Send us a tweet. Let us know what's going on down there, because the wind field will certainly contract here. We're going to start to get in to the meat of this system through the overnight hours for the lower and middle Keys. All right, jumping back in to the two-county area and switching over now to First Alert Live Doppler. And with Doppler 6000, boy, did we ever have an event earlier this evening. We've had a nice low. Yes, we've had more rain, and yes, we've still seen wind gusts, but we have not had one of those lines set up that brought in multiple tornado warnings. In fact, we have not had one tornado warning now for 5 hours, which is a step in the right direction. But that does not mean we are without adverse weather. Let's move in and just take a quick look at what's going on. This is the kind of stuff we have to watch out for. Heavier band, heavier cluster. Watching that all cycle in. And then watching this, we're going to watch this emerge, this band coming out of the lower Keys, sweeping through Key Largo now into southern Miami-Dade County. Some of these things begin to develop as they're starting to move towards us, as was the case with the line off to our north already, jutting far north of Palm Beach County. But these are the trends that we watch through the overnight hours. So we have some light to moderate rain sweeping through the area. Broward County, a little bit of a lull, even though the winds have been increasing here. You're not seeing much in the way of heavy precipitation. But boy, down into Miami, Little Havana, and also down to Miami Springs, we're seeing some more activity. Quick stop here in the Broward, where again, coastal Broward, even though there's not a lot of return here on the radar, just a light, kind of a nuisance rain, but it's wind driven, so it doesn't feel all that nice, but it's not a heavy cluster of rain. But we are finding that here, marching through west central Miami-Dade and then moving down into Coral Gables, Pinecrest. Well, let's get in a little bit closer there and take a look. Up and down the Turnpike, and then moving in again, Pinecrest up to the Gables, up into Coconut Grove. Some really heavy showers, and this is where we find those really gusty winds. But the thing is, they stick around 5, 10, 12 minutes, and probably not even that long, and then they just shoot off to the north and to the west. So fast-moving showers with gusty winds, but here's where we're finding the real punch tonight across the upper, middle, and lower Keys as Irma starts to draw closer to the lower Keys. All right, I wanted to talk about this because as we set this into motion, this is one model. This does not determine the ultimate outcome of Irma, Irma's position, Irma's intensity, Irma's relation to us. This is one model painting. Remember, we're all about ensemble modeling and using multiple models to kind of paint the picture of what's going to happen. The reason I'm using this is because I want to illustrate through all these color contours of the rainfall intensity that even though we've had some passing downpours, we've had some increasing winds, it's still going to get worse. And one problem that we're going to have will be the rainfall. And as we get into the overnight and early morning hours, more and more rain shooting up through South Florida, and of course especially through the Keys, we're going to start to see those accumulations. This takes us into 5:30 in the morning. Now we're at 8:30. Again, heavier rains spreading out, and with the heavier rains, as I've been trying to illustrate each time we talk about First Alert Doppler 6000, we bring in those gusty winds. So wind and rain and wind gusts all together. So we're looking at the potential for 6 to 10 inches of rain with Irma and getting the onset of the rain. I mean, we haven't even really touched that. We're going to see more concentrated rain move up by daybreak across the area. So worry not, even though we think this is a fairly high confidence forecast. Of course, this is the European model, which has performed very well. I'm not worried about where the center of circulation is. That's not what this conversation is. This conversation's about the threat for heavy downpours that will continue throughout the day on Sunday in tandem with gusty winds. So we know we've got a major hurricane already set to impact the Keys. This dangerous surge is still in place. I'll take this moment to remind you that the storm surge warning for Broward County has been dropped, but we still could see more storm surge problems across Miami-Dade to the tune of maybe 3 to 5 feet, in particular and across southern Miami-Dade County and right there along Biscayne Bay. That will start to really manifest itself overnight tonight into tomorrow morning and midday. But the emphasis here is just for the rain. With the rainfall adding up, the problem areas, I mean, even Stephanie Bertini starting to illustrate some of the accumulation. She was by the Intercon, right, in downtown Miami? Yeah. And so you get the rain accumulating, and then in tandem with that, you get the wind just blowing it down the street. But as more of these bands come together, if that rain is not draining out, then, you know, we'll start to have some standing water problems. So the rain, a problem for all. Irma, of course, you know, we are hoping for the best for the lower Keys, but this is just going to be an hour-by-hour call towards daybreak and towards midday. But boy, just a dangerous surge down in the lower Keys, expected 5 to 10 feet, with wind gusts from the current modeling pushing 155 to 160 miles per hour. So we are hoping for the best for them. But we've got wind, rain, and surge expected for the lower Keys in a concentrated area where the center of circulation goes. But for everyone else, the rain will only continue to increase and our winds will only continue to increase, as Angie Lastman had just laid out for you just about 20 minutes ago. So guys, we don't want to talk about one parameter that's less important than the others, but here in Broward County and Miami-Dade, wind and rain very much on the table, surge becoming a little bit less of an issue.
One of those scientific questions
Sure.
about the eye wall replacement cycle, which is finishing up, right? Or it's concluding. how many of those does a hurricane go through?
Okay, Jackie, you've been in South Florida. This is your life.
Right.
So you've been broadcasting for so long, and you've gone through so many storms.
Mm-hmm.
And we've talked through the years about how our track forecasts have improved.
Right.
The intensity forecasts are getting better. But one thing, John's line, tropical meteorology is hard, and it is. Mm-hmm. One thing that we need to begin to try to understand, we know how the cycles work, but the frequency of them, so how many has the system had? We would have to go back and just really, with a logbook, mm-hmm. to see. But that's how a hurricane kind of rebuilds itself and keeps going. How many has it had? Multiple.
So is that like the engine?
Yeah,
of
it's
the hurricane?
it's the engine. Maybe we'll draw the analogy of an athlete that trains all day and then needs to get a full meal, lots of protein, good sleep at night, mm-hmm. and then get back up the next morning and train. So there has to be that time where it's kind of running out of steam and it recharges, and again that outer eye wall becomes dominant, the inner eye wall dissipates, and the outer takes back over. So there's just those cycles of intensification and then slight weakening. I'll throw this in there. I forgot I put this in here, Jackie. This is good. So we think that we've come through that, and so now we're going to go into a period where there's potential intensification. And part of the signal that we're seeing, I thought I had that in there. I guess I don't. I'm sorry. The hurricane hunters found a pressure that was 2 millibars less than what we saw in the 11 p.m. advisory from 9:33 to 9:31. Potentially a signal. Of strengthening. So again, we're in the home stretch right now, and I don't really want to focus too much on that again. But I think that if we start to see that trend, we'll see the adjustment for the 2 a.m. advisory and the 5 a.m. advisory from the Hurricane Center. But satellite presentation, it looks like there is some feasibility to the storm getting stronger as it moves a little bit closer to the lower Keys.
Okay, we definitely don't want to hear that.
Right.
So the 2 o'clock intermediate advisory and the 5 a.m. Advisory are going to be critical for the
Very critical
Keys.
and big ones right there.
Yeah.
Well, I looked at FPNL, got some new numbers on the power outages. Not good. And I think you already know that. You've mm-hmm. called it. Looking at the power outages across Miami-Dade, now we're at 142,280 across Miami-Dade. In Broward County, 61,780. And in Palm Beach, 28,960. Now, to give you an idea, earlier, I think we started off at 80,000. It was a little bit lower than that in Miami-Dade when these things started coming through, these bands and knocking everything down. But now, yes, 142,000 across Miami-Dade, 61,000 Broward. And as you said, just put it all in perspective.
Right.
1 out of 10 with power.
Mm-hmm.
1 out of 10.
Yeah, that's a lot. And when you think about it, I mean, we're in this building here. How many power surges have we been through since we've been here on the set for, it's going to be 12 hours,
yes,
11 and a half hours. We've gone through several power surges. Yeah. So, and this is a pretty big building, so you can just imagine 1 out of 10. I think we're going to go now to Claudia Docampo. She's in Plantation now. Claudia, oh, hi. So tell us what's going on there. Describe what's going on.
Sure. We have an update now from the EOC here in Broward, and basically they're telling us that in the town of Davie, they are expecting there to be contaminated water from a sewage pump that is not working. That is water pump station 24. They anticipate an overflow of that pump starting at 7 this morning until about 9, and so that freestanding water in that area may be contaminated. And of course, the staff there will respond as it's safe to do so, and we're going to get another update here to see how that's developing, what else anybody needs to do. Now, the other update is in the city of Hallandale Beach. They have announced a precautionary boiled water alert, and that's for residents living in the area of DeSoto Park South. And those buildings there, it's limited to, I'm going to read off the list of the addresses there they've given us. It's 501 Three Island Boulevard, 601, 701, 801, and 851 Three Island Boulevard. That's where there was a water main break because there was a loss of pressure during an emergency repair of that area there, and so that is 3 Island Boulevard and Parkview Drive. So all water that's used for drinking, cooking, making ice, brushing your teeth, or washing any dishes, all that water, any water you're using, has to be boiled for your own safety. And you have to let the water boil for a while, make sure that, it's okay. But we're going to get another update as it comes to us. But for now, that's what we're hearing now. So again, the town of Davie, there is a possible contaminated water, standing water, because of a sewage problem there. And then the city of Hallandale Beach, a boil water notice for certain areas. And later on, we can probably put up a graphic. That way, we can repeat that for folks.
Okay, Claudia De Campo in Plantation, thanks again for that report.
Some good information to get out there, because a lot of people, of course, you maybe ran out of water, and you're like, oh, it's safe to drink the water. So it's important that we know about this. Again, in Davie, you heard about it. We're going to continue to stay on top of that. Hopefully they'll work on that issue and get it fixed here soon, as well as in Hallandale Beach.
Okay, now we're going to move to Hollywood Beach. David Culver is there with a report.
Tonight, we are feeling the strongest effects from Hurricane Irma here on the eastern part of South Florida. We are along Hollywood Beach, and as of right now, the one good thing is that this beach still has power, with the winds gusting upwards of 45, 50 miles an hour, and this is only going to intensify as we go through the night and into tomorrow. In fact, the worst of this is not expected until noon Sunday. I can tell you most of the folks here are heeding the warnings. They are staying off the roads. In fact, as we were doing a little bit of driving farther inland, we noticed the only vehicles on the road were police vehicles. Now, let me give you an idea of some of the strength of the wind that we're seeing right now. You can see as we look up at some of the palm trees, they are pretty much just all pointing in that westward direction. We're feeling the winds pushing very, very strongly towards the west. As far as the curfew here, been in effect since 4 o'clock, and people seeming to oblige by it, staying off the road, staying off the beach, of course, and trying to keep sheltered in place until Irma passes. That's the latest here from Broward County. I'm David Culver. We'll send it back to you.
Okay, David.
All right, some good stuff there.
And we've been talking about the amount of people that have had to evacuate as a result of Hurricane Irma. 6.5 million people under mandatory evacuations in the state of Florida. And so many shelters have opened up to house all of those people.
Yeah.
But, I always like to give those positive stories, because Congresswoman Ileana Ross-Layton, and she tweeted this out. She goes, evacuating with nowhere to stay, Airbnb is offering free temporary housing to those affected by Hurricane Irma.
Wow.
Isn't that great?
That is great. We talked about giving, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
We talked about coming together as neighbors. We talked about the nurses. Governor Rick Scott, he called on volunteers, and we need nurses for helping those with special needs in these shelters. And we got a lot of volunteers.
2,500 came and volunteered their time.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you're talking about this is the time when those of us that are going through this, we come together. We've been getting so many emails and tweets about, how are you guys doing it? You're on the air. Thank you so much. And this is what we do.
It is.
know, it's our job to inform you, to help you prepare, to get you through this difficult time, and this is what we live for. I mean, if we can make a difference and an impact in our community, then we feel that we've done.
This is rewarding. Right? I mean, I get so much out of this and informing you out there, the public, on keeping you safe. You know, there's nothing like being able to touch someone's life and try to inform and help you where there's a down power line or a down tree or an area to avoid, or to stay inside and seek shelter. And that's what we've been trying to do. That's what we've been trying to do when it comes to the Keys. And you've heard us just talk and go on about the Keys, but it's because we want to help save lives out there. We don't want to do these stories where someone lost their life because they made the wrong decision and they weren't informed properly. Right. So that's something I've received so many tweets of many people just praising our station and us for what we're doing. But and then those that put their lives at risk out there, the real heroes like the police officers, the first responders. There was a BSO deputy that jumped in the water earlier today to save an animal, to save a dog. And these pets are like our children to some of us. They mean so much to so many of us. So no, thank you all out there for watching us and staying with us. Maybe you're listening at home on the radio right now with one of our media partners out there, but thank you so much. We are here with you, and we may take a little break, but when we do, believe me, we are going to ride out this storm with you. That's what it's all about.
We're going to go now live to Florida City. Julia Bagg is there. And Julia, we've been reporting Florida City is the last stop before the Keys. What are you finding there? What kind of conditions?
Jackie and Juwan, things really just kicked up. Strong winds just in the last few minutes. We were outside. We needed to get into our car because it was just a dangerous situation. So let me show you what we're seeing here, and want to point out something in particular. Besides the debris that you see here, you have some RVs parked over here, which looks to me a little bit like we've seen them shaking just a bit here. So where we are near US 1. We're just kind of on a parallel side street as we've been just driving around and checking what these winds have been doing. Very dark here. Jackie and Juwan, just in the last few minutes, we saw some big flashes, power surges, and then power go out. We had already a power outage for several hours at the hotel we're staying at, which is really more of a shelter. We're in a two-story building. All the windows are shuttered, and there are people with us there in that shelter who don't live in sturdy houses. So let me go ahead and show you some more. What we're concerned about is we see this RV park here, and unclear if everyone made it out. It doesn't appear that it was completely evacuated. I know it's very dark, difficult to see. I'm going to pass this. Wow, you see those flashes, guys? Not all of that is lightning. Some of those, the electricity flashes, sometimes you see those green flashes from the power lines here. So right now, just a dangerous situation with winds getting even stronger here. And we're going to go ahead and put our flashlight out here, see if that can help. You see that one RV right there. Not clear if perhaps that's maybe already gotten some damage there. I don't quite see, but I see some trees there that may have been some limbs that are blowing there. I don't see anything that's fallen over on that at the moment, but you can understand. Look at this boat here with the top, that bimini top. Not sure what status that was in before, but this is an area we're going to keep an eye on because these are vehicles that are no match for serious winds that are here behind this fence that we're looking at for you right here. Also want to point something else out. Nobody is around on these streets, and with good reason, of course. That's because they know the seriousness of Irma, even though we're not expecting a direct strike here in Florida City. They remember very well from 25 years ago what Andrew did. Here's a parking garage right here. In fact, that's actually, I believe, one of the car dealerships that we're traveling behind. Guys, it's so dark. There's some light still on this street, but it's even hard to tell where you're heading. So right here, so we're driving southbound on Chrome Avenue. If you can tell, there are some trailers right here that my photographer's asked me to try to point out to you. This is a farmer's market. Cafe is right in here as well. The one restaurant that's been open, quite dark though, so I know you can't really see that. But anyway, we are keeping our eyes open for more damage because we're certainly expecting it. Because, as I said, when we were just outside just a short while ago, we had to take shelter in the car because it's so dark and the winds were so fierce. Sometimes you're not even going to be able to see what could be coming at you, and that makes it difficult. So, whoa, you guys see that? Did you spot that green flash? That's what we've been seeing over and over again, I know, elsewhere across South Florida. And here is the restaurant we were talking about. This is the one place that's actually been open for the past couple of days, but not anymore. And then, hard to see. Let me see if I can wow. There are trailers in here, and this roof sounds like, I don't know if you can hear that roaring right now, but that is something that is just already taking a beating from the wind. This is an area where we think could certainly be hit strongly because of all everything, the equipment that's here, this roof, and this is something we're going to be checking for you because if there is some damage, this is probably where it's going to be because we hear that wind howling. Let me spin around here and show you this side as well. So that's the situation right now, Jackie and Jawan, with these very strong winds that from time to time we're able to get back out and take a look at, but just in the last few minutes it was difficult to stand. Jackie and Jawan, we're glad. We're trying to be as safe as possible, and we're glad that we don't see anybody else out on the streets.
Yeah, amen to that.
Yeah, have you, on your drive down, did you see any cars on the highway at all?
Well, Jackie, we have just been in, since we've been here the past couple of nights, that we have not, so far this morning, we haven't been on the turnpike, but we have not seen any cars at all on US 1 anywhere else. In fact, you know, when we talked to you about 24 hours ago, we saw lots of police officers, highway patrol, haven't seen any officers so far yet. We know that, I talked to the Florida City Police Chief yesterday, and troopers had reiterated to me how they are going to take care of their first responders. They're not going to put them out in situations that are dangerous. So it looks like they're following through on what they said, Jackie. Jawan.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, good job out there, Julia. We want you guys to be careful as you continue to drive along the road. I see some lights coming your way too, so it looks like
a light.
It looks like it. It looked like some lights out there. So anyway, be careful out there, Julia. We're going to check back in with you a little bit later.
Thanks.
Thank you.
You know, remember when we were talking about the economic impact from Hurricane Irma?
Yes.
Miami News Now is reporting that more than $1 billion in lost sales is expected.
Wow.
By Florida businesses. You know, it really makes me feel bad, especially for the small businesses that are struggling. You know, something like a day, 2, 3, 4 days. The impact that could have on those businesses. Yeah. Could ultimately have them close down. So that's very sad, and I hope that that these businesses can open up soon, that power is restored soon. But you know, when we say 1 out of 10 in South Florida is without power, it's going to take a while for all of that to be restored.
It will, and if you may recall with Wilma, I mean, we were without power for some time. Some people a week, if not even longer than that. But FPNL, you know, they've made some changes, and we've heard about that today. And the cavalry is here, but they're waiting for the storm to pass over before they send the crews. Absolutely, because of those strong winds out there. So we're going to check back in with meteorologist Angie Lastman. She joins us now with more on Hurricane Irma. Angie.
Yeah, thanks, guys. We continue to see those winds ramping up. I want to give you a couple updates as far as where those winds currently sit. This, looking out towards Biscayne Bay, we've had reports of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, possibly up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That hasn't been verified, but we continue to take in that information. You can see the camera, of course, jumping there, and we've been watching those wind gusts increasing. So I want to show you so far in the Keys. That's where we've seen those highest wind gusts. Right now, you'll notice an 80-mile-per-hour wind gust. We're starting to get into that situation where the hurricane force winds, as those rain bands and as the eye of Irma continues to get closer to the Keys, starts to ramp up the winds. 76-mile-per-hour wind gusts from Key West. Notice everybody over those hurricane force winds from Vaca Key to Fort Jefferson. We continue to see those winds increasing, and this is not where they will stay. They will increase here as we go into the next couple of hours and ramp up, and we'll be talking about parts of the Keys, especially when Hurricane Irma, the eye, starts to make its way onshore and landfalling in the Keys. Winds up to 150 miles per hour will be possible. Right now on the mainland, you can see Broward, Miami-Dade. This is the area that's dealing with those rain bands pushing on shore. We will get you a look at that first alert Doppler 6000 coming up in a little bit, but you'll notice wind gusts, these are wind gusts, 48 miles per hour for Kendall down towards Turkey Point. We're talking 60 mile per hour wind gusts, 40 for downtown Miami, Opelika at 43. Still very strong as we go up to Oakland Park, Pompano Beach. Just about everybody dealing with the heavy rain and those wind gusts, and the potential for the tornadoes not stopping just yet. I want to take you through the next couple of hours as far as where those winds go. You can see as we fast forward to Sunday morning, this is what I'm telling you. Look at this, 127 mile per hour winds for Key West for Marathon as we go into tomorrow morning. So the worst still to come. We're watching it, of course. Hurricane Irma still offshore, but we continue to see her moving northwest right now at a fairly slow speed of 6 miles per hour. We wait for that 2 a.m. advisory to come out. It'll give us an update on her wind speeds and, of course, the movement. In the meantime, notice, take another step through time, going through the 10, 11, 12 o'clock hour, 95 mile per hour winds for folks in Pembroke Pines, Opelika, Kendall, and along the coast. Now, if we look to the west side, Naples, 123 mile per hour wind gusts. So even though we've showed you numerous times, and I feel like a broken record when I'm saying this, even though the track shifted and now the west coast is more in the line of sight for landfalling and for that official track to move through their area and the cone, of course, and we're out of it, we're not out of those strong winds. Those hurricane force winds will be possible, and you can see this model taking that into consideration with those 95 mile per hour wind gusts through your Sunday. As we go through your Sunday evening, you can see they start to die out. Still talking about tropical storm force winds, looking much better for the Keys as we head to Sunday 8 p.m. Middle 50s still. I think plenty of damage is going to happen, and those winds will stay high for the Keys, but after we start to see that continuing to move north and things getting worse as we go northward for the mainland, that's when we're going to see those wind gusts extended. And then you can see 3 a.m. on Monday, still some very blustery conditions, 46 miles per hour, similar for the Keys, still in those upper 30s. This on a normal day, it would catch you off guard. You would think it was windy. You would think it was breezy. So just because we're talking about possibility of 150 mile per hour wind gusts doesn't mean that as we head into Monday overnight, it's not still going to be breezy. We still will have some problems with the power outages and things like that. So for now, we're going to wait. In the next 5 minutes, we should get that. Sorry about that. We have, of course, the power outages happening for us too. We will be watching for that 2 a.m. advisory to come back any minute now. We're anxious, of course, Ryan and I and the rest of the weather team, to see what happens as far as the movement. We told you earlier the 6 mile per hour movement has been a little bit iffy for some folks, because that does mean that it's going to sit over us for longer. We await for it to make its landfall on the Keys. So lots more information to come. We'll check back in with you guys in just a little bit. Jackie, Jamon, I'll send it back over to you.
Okay.
All
Angie,
right.
Thanks. Yeah, we're hoping with this intermediate advisory that that it has not increased in its intensity.
Yeah, that's a big thing. And we're just hoping that maybe it's a little off track, you know, or jogs a little bit. You and I were talking about that before because of that eye that's headed towards Key West. And we're just hoping that maybe what happened with Puerto Rico, instead of getting a direct hit, maybe it moves or jogs a little bit. But man, it is headed straight for Key West.
Yeah.
And man, we just hope that it is not as strong or increases intensity as we were discussing before.
We saw some of the destruction that it left behind in the Caribbean. You know, the Turks and Caicos is just devastated. St. Martin, devastated. Of course, when I believe that when it had made impact with those islands, it was a Category 5, I believe. And when you look at the pictures in the video, devastating. And then it went on to skirt with Cuba, the north coast of Cuba. That was as a Category 4.
Yeah.
And thankfully for that, I mean, not for Cuba, obviously, but because it stayed so long interacting with Cuba, it became a Category 3. And it lost some of its intensity. And there was some thinking by John Morales and the rest of our meteorologists, Angie Lassman and Ryan and Adam, that perhaps it would gain once again in its intensity. And it hasn't as of yet. As of the 11 p.m. advisory, it hadn't maintained the Category 3 status, which we're hoping that it keeps it. I think now the intermediate advisory, I don't think we'll see a difference in intensity, but the big one is going to be at 5 a.m.
The 5 a.m. advisory for sure. And you know, we are starting to feel those winds. I mean, or we have now for the past few hours. Let's check back in with Keith Jones from Florida City.
Hi guys, here in Florida City it continues to be pretty blustery. We've clocked some winds better than 30 miles per hour. Those were the gusts actually, sustained right around 22. But check this out, it's now raining sideways. We always see this with these types of storms, which makes it interesting. These winds are certainly powerful enough to do this, knock over trees. This one is actually blocking part of 344th Street. But look how impressive this is. You can see how large the root system is. Just pulled it right out of the ground. And now you got cars coming over here. They may or may not know. That's actually a police car. They do know that this tree is down. The reason why I know that this is down, they told me about it. Not only that, they say this mall over here, they've had to respond to that for burglary alarms. They believe it was just an alarm, but they think that those who are a little more disingenuous are starting to play with them because they've gotten calls about Walmart being looted. They ran over there real quickly in these strong winds, mind you, risking their own lives, went over there and found it to be completely locked up. They did have, there goes another strong one. Police did respond to a burglary call, by the way, that was over by their police station. And by the time they got there, the person who was breaking into the place was actually gone. The wind's strong enough, folks, that I've lost my hat twice. That's why I had to turn it around backwards. And we mentioned the last time that we were with you about these explosions we were seeing in the sky, how they were kind of lighting up. Well, we actually caught one on camera. It's a transformer, which is kind of what we thought. The transformer blew, it sparked, and it just lights up the sky. And it's we know it's not lightning because it's not lighting up the sky like you would see lightning. It's actually lighting up the horizon, and that's what we were able to catch there for you. Every time this has happened, though, the lights have gone back on, so that is a great thing for the folks here in Florida City. So once again, things really picking up here. Rain sideways. We're getting some pretty good gusts. Let's go back to you.
Now, you may remember, Jackie, when we checked in with Keith earlier, it was more or less the wind gusts. Now he's getting slammed with the rain and the wind out there, and it goes to show with those squalls out there.
Okay, we have the 2 a.m. intermediate advisory. Ryan Phillips is here with it. Ryan.
Okay, I think we'll need to bring this camera up here, camera 5. Guys, we've got Irma as a Category 4 now. And so that process of intensification, some slightly lower pressures, kicking in the 2 a.m. advisory now, winds at 130 miles per hour. So this bumps it up from a Category 3 at 11 o'clock to now a Category 4. Moving northwest, boy, ever so slow at 6 miles per hour. Let's see, 310 degrees. And a minimum central pressure at 931. So there are no changes to the watches, warnings, any of that. I mean, it's just a matter of bringing Irma into the Florida Keys. But what's unfolding is what we're concerned may happen, and it's already happening. There's some intensification occurring, but the question is, will more occur as the eye contracts and the eye wall replacement cycle is pulling through. And here's a satellite presentation. Again, this is our new GOES 16 satellite. This is infrared imagery that we can use 24 hours a day, and it's color enhanced. It's a fairly balanced hurricane, as we know. But boy, the core of the destructive winds here launched in. But we're seeing, and we can see it better in the radar presentation, but I just wanted to show you this because, you know, we've got the size of this storm. Just a brief power hit. We're still on the air. There we go. What we've got, though, is a system that if it's going to tighten up and get a little bit stronger, that wind field, that eye, which we fear is just heading right for the lower Keys, and it seems inevitable. It's just, where is that eye wall going to strike? Again, here's the valuable information coming from the hurricane hunters. Again, the pressure, okay, mind you, the pressure came in at 931, but there we go. The last surface pressure drop, the drop SON, measured 926 millibars, so another 5 millibars below that went out in the advisory. Again, this mission continues, and that's their third pass through. Flight level winds, it's hard to match this up, but I guess the flight level winds are at 142. The advisory left it at 130. The bottom line is that we have falling pressures. And then how that materializes in the wind field, again, it takes some time for that relationship to catch up to materialize just how strong the system is. But falling pressures and a better organized system in terms of its radar presentation and its satellite presentation, that's moving in the direction that we weren't looking for. So the tracking intensity here, again, this is, in a sense, old news, if you will. This came out at 11 o'clock. What we're still looking at here at 2 a.m. on Sunday is for the next 5 to 6 hours for Irma to lift off to the north and to the west. This was the 11 o'clock advisory. Okay, so we've populated the initial start here as a Category 4, Category 3 up here. But that's when we were doing the starting point as a Category 3. So it's certainly feasible this Category 4 will carry into the lower Keys. So there will be some updates and some tweaks at the 5 o'clock advisory. But again, this is moving in the direction that we were not looking for. So it's, you know, this is very serious. This is very serious. Let me see quickly as Eric and Shelley are getting ready. You know, this is where the reconnaissance aircraft data is just so valuable. We can see, and I don't have it loaded up right now, we can see the eye perfectly on the Key West radar. Our satellite data is great, but to be able to, go ahead if you could, Angie. We can see it great on radar and we see it great on satellite, but we're putting a plane out into the storm to physically measure that pressure, even 50 miles away from Key West, getting valuable data that changes the outlook and maybe the outcome of the storm on its final approach into the lower Keys. Thank you, Angie. This is exactly what we're looking at. And again, this is just boy, this is just a tough eye wall here. Again, a Category 4 hurricane. And again, some of the latest measurements had the eye between about 22 and 24 miles. If we see that continuing to contract, this thing's just spinning up. And the weather's already been really nasty here through the lower and middle Keys. And as more of these bands cycle in, we're going to get more reports of wind gusts up to 70, 80, 90 miles per hour, I'm sure. So we're just walking this system now towards the lower Keys, and I got to say, after a little bit of interruption with the core of the storm as it interacted with Cuba for a longer period of time than we anticipated, now it's reemerging, getting into that very warm water which we knew was laying ahead of it. Now we're seeing it materialize that we have a stronger hurricane kind of on its inbound leg to the lower Keys. So let me say, on that note, good morning to Shelley and Eric at 206. Guys, good to see you. We're doing the big 2 a.m. anchor swap out. And, you know, guys, this is very important. These little things make a big difference. And we still have, even though on the radar we look off, you know, we're just talking 50, 55 miles to the south. We're not going to achieve that, you know, we could drive that in 50 minutes. But it'll take this storm, you know, 5 hours, 6 hours to get there. So there's still some time for further strengthening an organization. So we're going to be watching this very carefully. So, guys, I'll throw it back to you. Yeah, Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, you know what, Ryan, it's hard. When we first walked up here, we were talking with Jackie and Joanne while we were doing the switch very quickly here, and it's such a perception type of thing, because you see that little spinning icon, and when it changes to a 3 to a 4, and it's approaching the Florida Keys, and so it's a mental thing, and the way that you look at it, and the way that you start to connect with the storm even farther than you already have over the last 3 days. Sure. You know, it really becomes sort of a mental game at that point.
And I think you articulated that very well, and what's been kind of my fear and the public perception of being ready for Irma and for what Irma's implications may mean. And I'll tell you, you know, there's a big difference between a 3 and a 4. And a 3 that is steady, with perhaps steady strengthening, heading to the lower Keys, you know, that has implications. So, so this is the trend. This is the trend. And we'll just, you know, the hurricane recon will keep coming, but we're just watching this carefully on Doppler radar, and you know, this is a vigorous storm.
Wow. All right, Ryan, thanks.
Ryan, thank you for that. All right, we want to head over to Dan Krauth, one of the many reporters that we have scattered across South Florida. And again, we are just joining you at 2:07 in the morning, so we appreciate you being with us. Hey, Dan, you're in Miami Beach. How are things looking there? Heavy flooding, I can imagine.
Shelly, good morning to you. Things are pretty nasty here on Miami Beach. A lot of strong wind gusts. And as you can see here, a lot of flooding. Believe it or not, I'm walking up 31st Street right near Collins. The street looks like a river. You can see how far it goes up here to my boots. And it's not just 31st Street. It's 32nd, it's 33rd, it's also 34th Street. And the water levels are rising. And I can tell you, it's also getting a pretty strong current as I'm walking against it. Right here is the Belimar Hotel, and Thomas here is the night manager. Let me step up on the curb here. Thomas, good morning.
Morning.
What's going through your mind as you see these waters rise and your hotel's right here?
Well, actually, I feel pretty calm now. I thought that it might have been a little worse, that it was going to come a little stronger. So I'm just staying in faith, you know, and I'm here to help and serve the people staying that didn't want to evacuate.
Do you have people here from other parts of the area that are staying here because they have nowhere else to go?
Yes, most of the people that are staying here because they have no other place to go. They're mainly poor people, and they're actually just waiting and sticking it out.
It looks like the water is getting pretty high. Are you getting flooding inside yet?
Well, we expect at least another 4 or 5 feet of water to come in. We have a flood problem in this area, and yeah, we're expecting it to get a lot worse. But like I said, by this time, we expected it to be a lot worse, and we're hoping for the best and expecting the worst, you know?
Well, this is just beginning. What have you done inside to protect the building?
Well, in the building, what we've done inside is we warned all the guests to please evacuate. We let them know ahead of time. 2 or 3 days ago, we let them know that they need to evacuate.
That this could happen.
That this could happen, and it could get ugly, and if they decide to stick it out, then they're basically on their own.
Right. Sandbags inside, or backup generator?
We have generator. We have a backup generator in case the power does go out. I don't think it's going to supply the whole hotel, but we'll be able to get some light going.
All right. Thank you so much. Good luck to you, Thomas.
Hey,
thank you for speaking with us this morning.
All right. Have a great night.
You can see here the water levels keep getting higher. It was not this way just a few hours ago. It's starting to get up to this parking meter. Bicycles are starting to get engulfed in water. And you can see here is one of the back doors to the building. This water doesn't have too far left to go before it starts creeping inside this hotel. And let's not just forget, as I take a step down here into the street that looks like a river, that I'm about 20 feet away from Collins Avenue. It's 2 o'clock in the morning on Sunday. And as these winds hit us here coming from the Atlantic, let's remember that this area is usually just packed with people coming or even just going to the bars on Collins Avenue. It is a Sunday night on Miami Beach. Quite a different scenario this morning. Different conditions. This place is a ghost town. Thomas is the only person I've seen in the last hour, which is a good thing. People are huddled up inside, waiting to see what happens. And they're also afraid to see what happens once they wake up tomorrow morning. Of course, we will be here to let you know what's going on. Reporting live in Miami Beach, Dan Krauth, NBC6 News.
Dan, thank you for that. And we appreciate Thomas for his perspective and being out there and talking to us.
Yeah, and we knew from the very beginning that Miami Beach was going to be the hardest hit, especially when it comes to flooding.
That's right.
But certainly the flooding is not the only thing that we're watching. We want to get out to Ari Odzer in northeast Miami-Dade. Some trees have already fallen victim to the high winds and those bands that we're talking about. So let's get you out to Ari for a better look on that.
Well, we've seen a lot of this tonight. Trees knocked over, pummeled, torn apart by the fringes of Hurricane Irma. This is a mahogany tree, a native Florida tropical hardwood tree. These are designed by Mother Nature to handle the kinds of weather events that we have here in South Florida. Something extremely powerful from Irma cut it in half, and now it's blocking the entire side, both lanes of Northeast 24th Avenue, a couple of blocks south of Ives Dairy Road. Now, when you look at this scene, consider that this is a very tough tree, and it was probably knocked down by something other than just the regular gusts we've been getting all day. Perhaps a tornado came through here and touched down, perhaps some kind of microburst, but the normal 25 to 30 mile an hour winds that we've had all night here from Irma in the northeast part of Dade County are not enough to do this to this tree. And I have to tell you, I've seen this tree many times. I live not far from here. I used to drop my son off at Highland Oaks Middle School coming down this street all the time. I'd admire this tree. It's a huge, majestic mahogany tree, and now it's completely split in half. Not completely ruined, though. This tree will come back. It'll just be a lot smaller. Looks like it went on a crash diet and lost half of its weight here on Northeast 24th Avenue in the North Miami Beach area of Northeast Dade County. That's where we are. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right. All right, thank you. Crash diet, he describes the tree. Yeah.
You know, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
That's right. All right, want to give you an update here on the power outages already being reported here in Florida due to the storm. We are talking about more than 156,000 people are without power in Miami-Dade. You just saw it there. More than 74,000 people are in the dark in Broward, and more than 20,000 power outages in Palm Beach County, numbers that are incredibly different than what we had 24 hours ago,
yeah,
or even just a few hours ago.
And we're about to introduce you again to a very familiar face. He doesn't work at NBC6 anymore, but he is still within the NBC family. Adam Cooperstein, you are live in Coconut Grove right now at a marina to give us a better idea of what so far the effects of Irma have been, at least when it comes to these outer bands that have already whipped through, Adam.
We have him.
Hey, Eric. Hey, Shelley. Good to talk to you guys. I'm at Dinner Key Marina, Coconut Grove, a very well-known marina. And look at these boats swing in the wind right now. This stuff is moving around back here, and so the wind and the rain's really kicked up. Still, the water level and the storm surge, not too bad. If you look down below, I've got my good little rain boots on here, and you can see it's only a few inches of water that's up on the marina floor. But this is maybe the most interesting part of what's happening here at Dinner Key Marina. I'm going to stop talking for a second and just listen to this eerie whistling noise. Hopefully you guys can catch that and hear how it sounds. And there's, of course, more power surges. The sky lights up blue every time one of those transformers blows out and more people lose power. Over here, Pier 1, Pier 2, Dinner Key Marina. Very nice boats and yachts out here, and for now they're safe. And if you own one of these boats, I hope it stays that way. But this weather is certainly deteriorating, and the water coming up on, of course, another one of these low-lying areas where storm surge and flooding an issue, especially during Hurricane Irma. So I'll keep an eye on things over here, and we can check back in a little bit later. But I just wanted you to see and hear what it's like at Dinner Key Marina in Coconut Grove. Back to you guys.
Adam, it's interesting because just before you pointed out how loud it was, we were talking about, listen to the wind. Yeah. It's startling. It's scary. It's frightening.
Well, it took a couple of seconds for Adam to be able to hear us, and for him to be able to respond, but we could hear what was going on before he actually started speaking, and the howling of that wind. You know, that is something, and that's something that even folks that are sitting at home weathering out the storm, because as the wind whips around people's homes, that's what you hear coming through, you know, around the corners. That's what you hear.
Do we still have Adam, or no? No. Okay. All right, we'll talk to him in a little bit, but that's where we have Coconut Grove Arts Festival every year.
Right.
So.
And interested to know, too, at Dinner Key Marina, that he spoke about those boats, and over the past couple of days, we have watched thousands upon thousands of boats being taken out of the water. So I'm curious to know how many of those slips are open right now, because usually it's packed. Usually there aren't any slips, but it's also a very transient community. The people that own those boats don't live here all the time.
Just rocking there.
So, yeah. All right, so that was Adam Cooperstein in Coconut Grove, and we'll be back with him in a few minutes.
We want to get over to First Alert meteorologist Angie Lastman. Angie, that 2 o'clock advisory, Irma is stronger.
Yeah, that's exactly what we saw. We expected this. We did expect some intensification. We've been telling you for days these waters, they're warm, anywhere from 85 to 90 degrees for those sea surface temperatures. So not hard for Irma, who's fairly well organized at this stage of the game and has been for days upon days and has broken many records for strength and all of those different aspects. We did see her strengthen, 130-mile-per-hour winds at this point. You can see not much change as far as the movement, but the pressure falling and, of course, the winds increasing, an indication of intensification. And we still have a little time where she continues to be over those warm waters. And honestly, as it moves over the Keys, not much land interaction there. So folks that are well up north and maybe on the back end of that track along southwestern Florida, the Florida Peninsula, continuing to keep an eye on this. While we do still see it, the National Hurricane Center checking it in as a Category 3. I wouldn't hold on to this. I would actually think that we'll probably see anywhere between an upper Category 3 storm to a Category 4. You can see 125-mile-per-hour winds by the time we hit 8 a.m. That's in just 6 hours. So really getting down to the wire by the time the Keys start to see that landfall, taking aim right at those lower Keys. So anywhere from Big Pine Key to Key West, folks there going to see that increase of winds. And you heard Adam Cooperstein, you've heard all of our reporters out in the field. You saw Keith holding onto his hat, and we are talking about winds far from 125 miles per hour. So I know that we had live cams of people at the southernmost point in Key West taking photos earlier today. Not a time that you're going to want to be outside. I hope no one is outside as of now, because we are seeing those outer rain bands continuing to work in. And as that eye wall gets closer, we'll really start to see things intensifying, and it is not going to be a good situation for folks there. You can see down the line still Category 3 hurricane. We wait for that next big update at 11 a.m. today, so we have a little bit of time. Actually 8 a.m. today, sorry, been on for a long time, so who knows what time it is. At 8 a.m. today, we'll see that next big update. You can see still Category 3. This really an area to watch. Tampa Bay going to have a big problem with that storm surge, as well as the southwestern parts of Florida. Notice it still stays a Category 1. We see some shear interacting with it, those upper level winds trying to knock down the intensification of that storm, while we still have the warm waters for the Gulf. So again, timing, we're really getting down to the wire. Here's a quick peek at it. You can see not far at all. I wish I had my measuring tool out there right now, but you'll notice that front edge of that eye wall continues to really, we're looking at some intensification. The eye looks really healthy, a little bit ragged, but still, I think as it continues to near Key West, all of these bands affecting them and those hurricane force winds in full force at this time. So keep in mind your first alert Doppler 6000 for folks in Miami-Dade and Broward. You can see the rain bands working in. Ryan and I have been telling you about this for hours now. We will continue to see those tropical storm force winds and even those hurricane force gusts for many people. I want to show you in just a moment where those gusts currently sit. We have reporters all the way down south in Florida City, Homestead, and they are reporting, of course, the heavy winds. We've already seen the storm surge be an issue, and here's where those heavy winds are for folks in the Keys. These numbers, I expect them to change quite rapidly here as we go into the next few hours. You can see Fort Jefferson, 75 mile per hour gusts, 80 mile per hour gusts right there. These of course are going to quickly increase, and you can see for folks everywhere else in Miami-Dade and Broward, not horrible right now, but definitely not good. So I want to show you as we go through the next couple of hours. Here's what our wind gusts look like. Take a note. Watch the Keys. 88 miles per hour for 3 a.m. Like I said, 94 for Marathon. And if we go through that timestamp, you can see 4:30, 5:30, 125 mile per hour winds for Marathon. Those, of course, could be gusting up to 150 mile per hour, especially as we see that intensification from Irma since that last update. And still lasting uncomfortable amounts of wind speed here as we go even into Monday afternoon. Especially we hold on to it a little bit longer with the track movement of that to our west and dealing with the slow movement of that storm. So quickly you can see the wind field something we're going to be watching for. These are the hurricane force winds. These are the hurricane force gusts. So not sustained. We still see the gusts plus 75 miles per hour. And then you can see the tropical storm force winds expanding well out from the center. So this is the big thing that misleads people. When you see the cone, you think you're in the clear. We are not. You can see, keep an eye on Miami if that's where you are. We'll soon move up, and you can keep an eye on Broward County if that's where you are. Specifically, folks that decided to stay in the Keys, keep an eye on this. You can see those hurricane force winds sustained, stay with you until afternoon hours tomorrow. 1:30 p.m. You're just starting to see those moving out of the area, but you're still in the hurricane force gusts. So not much better at that point. You're just seeing less of the hurricane force winds. And then as we continue to move it up the coast, you can see even Broward County Sunday late into the evening hours, we could be seeing those hurricane force gusts as well. Tropical storm force winds stay with just about everybody all the way into the afternoon hours on Monday. Look, Monday 5:30 a.m. we'll start to see those winding down. Broward's still probably seeing some of those as Hurricane Irma works its way up the coast. Wind, not just the big picture with, or not just the big deal with this. Of course, we have that rainfall forecast. The entire peninsula of Florida is going to expect 10 to 15 inches of rainfall forecasted. That's at any given point. What does that mean in terms of calculations for the entire event? Well, more than 10 trillion gallons of water. If that forecast comes to fruition, we would see that being dumped on the Florida Peninsula. That's not counting what's going to move over Atlanta, other portions of Georgia, Alabama, and up towards the Carolinas. To put it in perspective, that's a lot of water, and there's going to be serious problems as far as flooding. You see the flooding watches in effect now. But Harvey dropped 20 trillion gallons of water in southeast Texas in a matter of days. This 10 trillion, that's over a much bigger area than what we saw for Harvey. So two different kind of storms. I know a lot of people on social media were very frightened when we were talking about Hurricane Irma coming to South Florida and affecting folks in the Florida Peninsula because of what we just went through and what we watched the people of southeast Texas go through with Harvey. So two very different things, but puts it into perspective of what all of those threats can be with a hurricane. With Harvey, we're talking about a slow-moving storm that just sat over that area and dumped tons, trillions of gallons of water on that area. For us, still a slow-moving storm, but it doesn't get stuck. It does bring us other impacts as well, which we also saw with Harvey. So a lot to talk about, guys. We continue to be tracking those wind speeds. I'm going to get some of those updated. We're working with our partners at the National Weather Service, of course, National Hurricane Center, sending those over to us. And folks out in the field, I know they have weather stations, and we're getting those as well. So if you are someone that has a weather station, we want to hear from you, of course, safely. We don't want you to go outside with your wind, anemometer and all that kind of stuff. Just if you have a weather station, send it to us. Angie, NBC6, Ryan, NBC6, or just NBC6 on Facebook, Twitter, whatever you can find us on. We want to hear that information. So for now, Shelley, Eric, send it back over to you.
All right, Angie, thank you.
Angie, thanks. And, as we sit here and we look behind us and we continue to watch Irma swirling out there, and we watch that very well-formed eye, and it's difficult because it's moving so slowly, so we know what's coming to the Keys.
Right.
We know what's on the way, but it's still going to be 4, maybe 5 hours before we really actually makes landfall there and we see what's going to happen.
Right.
Because that's where the focus is right now. So, of course, as we continue to watch that, I know it's difficult and it seems like it's moving very slowly, but of course we're bringing you the most updated information we can as it approaches Key West.
Want to get over to Chris Hush. He is in Fort Lauderdale in Broward County. And by the way, Broward County, if you're just waking up with us, no longer under storm surge warning. So, Chris Hush, what are you seeing out there in Fort Lauderdale?
Hey, good morning to you, Shelley, and good morning to you, Eric. So we've been out here since about 7 o'clock last night. Take a look behind me. This is the A1A just north of Jacksonville Beach. We have some branches in the road here, and we were actually driving, and we got the call that we're doing a live shot, so we pulled over. It just so happened that we pulled over right here. This is blocking the A1A. I mean, these aren't large trees that are in the middle of the road, but they are still blocking both lanes of the A1A here. So we haven't seen any cars. In fact, I can tell you, in the past 2 hours, I can probably count on one hand how many cars, how many vehicles we've seen go up the A1A. I mean, this place is deserted. A lot of people got
out of here, of course. Also, depending on what block you are on will determine if you have power or not. As we've been going up and down the A1A, we were at Lauderdale by the Sea about an hour ago. That whole area had power, and then we were coming down here, and there was a whole community without any power whatsoever. You can see it's pretty dark here, so I don't believe these people have power, but if you look down, you can actually see, I don't know, Jeff, if you can look down the A1A, you can see this stoplight is working, but behind it there were some flashing lights. Now, some of them, they may be fixed flashing lights, but surely if you keep on going down, we've seen it for ourselves, there are lights that are completely out. So power is spotty in this area. You can't see it, it's still dark here, so you can't see the ocean, but the waves are just incredible over there. Just on the other side of the road, the waves are incredible. There's sand that is over the barrier. The sand is in the street. There's seaweed in the street. So that tells you how powerful these winds have been. Before we went on here, I checked my weather gauge, which is on my iPhone. There was a gust recorded there around 40 miles per hour. So those gusts are still coming here. I will say, when we were at Lauderdale by the Sea, it felt the wind felt more powerful over there. We may have been in a wind tunnel, but as we've gone down closer to Fort Lauderdale Beach, it seems that the wind just died down just a little bit. We still get those gusts here. The rain still coming down. It's going sideways. I don't know if you can see that, but again, there's no one out here, so that's the good news. They have police officers going up and down checking on people. They've checked on us, so everything is pretty. It's okay here for now. It'll be interesting to see what this all looks like when that sun starts coming up. We're not going to be able to see the sun, obviously, but when the light comes, it will be interesting to see what this all looks like. For now, we'll send it back to you, Shelley and Eric.
Chris Hush, thank you.
All right, let's take a look at this. You're looking at some pictures from one of our sky cams at Lauderdale by the Sea. Also in Broward County, you see one lone palm tree there, but it's kind of nice here because it's a black and white picture, so everything in the background is black. The tree obviously is lit up with the white, and it gives you a good idea of what that's like. We were just talking with Chris Hush, who is in Fort Lauderdale, and quite clearly Broward County Broward County is not going to get what we expected Broward County to get, so that's a good thing. But he mentioned a few minutes ago when he was in Lauderdale by the Sea that it was like being in a wind tunnel. And so I think that this live picture, or these pictures from our Skycam in Lauderdale by the Sea, definitely accentuate what Chris Hush was talking about in terms of the strength of the winds there.
If we can show you some video here from Adam Cooperstein where he is there in Coconut Grove, and certainly hear it if we can.
Yeah, well, we just talked to Adam a couple of minutes ago. There he is.
You can probably hear this from outside of your home, depending on where you are. It's eerie, that whistling noise, that howling noise that we were talking about, and Adam was talking about as well. Dinner Key Marina, we want to get back up to Adam because the wind's just starting to really pick up there. Adam?
Shelley, I just got that howling in stereo, thanks to you guys playing the video. Heard it on television in my ear, and you're hearing it again here. What I wanted to show you is I just used that wind tracker app, and I checked the wind speed. It's the strongest we've seen in the 12 or so hours. We've been all over Miami-Dade County, from Miami Beach all the way down to Cutler Bay and to almost near Homestead at one point. 53-mile-per-hour gusts, about 35-mile-per-hour steady winds out here. And you know, it doesn't seem like that much when you see how strong Hurricane Irma is, but again, these boats are rocking. The water's kicking up even a little bit more. The storm surge, still not too bad on the ground here. But wow, listen to it now. I think you can tell it is getting a lot stronger. And this is definitely the most wind, not the most rain, but the most wind we have seen so far tonight. You know, certainly not strong enough to move a human being. I'm steady, I'm fine. I wouldn't recommend you come out here, and we're geared up and we're ready to go. And if it gets too strong, obviously we'll go inside. But I'm happy to say nobody's really been out here. And they also must have just lost power in this area almost everywhere. The lights here at Pier 1, Pier 2 are still up, but I saw a little bit of light to the left of me, to the right of your screen, and it's now pitch dark over there. Yeah, take a look. It's pitch dark. That pier lost power. That's Pier 3. Boats are still okay, but palm trees are swinging. No more power over there. Nobody out here in Coconut Grove. I was in Miami Beach earlier. There's always a few people on Miami Beach, few crazies, but nobody on the roads, and certainly nobody walking around at this point. And I'll leave you with one more listen here to the howling noise at Dinner Key Marina, and then send it back to you, Shelley and Eric.
All right, Adam, I know that there's a little bit of delay in terms of what we're saying in the studio and what you can hear, but I'm curious to know, I've been to Dinner Key Marina before, and you'd be hard-pressed to find a slip that was empty, a boat slip that didn't have a boat in it. Yet at the same time, over the last couple of days, we have watched thousands of boats come out of the water in Broward and Miami-Dade, and especially in Key West. So can you give us an idea, how many people potentially, not a number, but are there any empty slips available? How many people were able to get down there and actually get those boats out of the water?
I was surprised actually that there weren't a lot of empty slips in this part of the pier. But as we were driving in, I told you about Pier 3, but they lost power, and further that way, a lot of empty slips. A lot of people got their boats out in that vicinity when you enter Dinner Key Marina. But as we got deeper, which is where we are here now, I mean, I don't know if we can move up a little bit, see if Eddie can move up. Thank you. And if you look down here, you know, all these slips are full right now. Boat. I mean, it's completely full, and they're all still swaying in the wind. But yeah, I'm also shocked by that. I'm with you, Eric. Normally this place is pretty busy. I thought a lot of people would have gotten their boats somewhere safer. Maybe they just didn't have a spot to take it. Maybe they're out of towners. I don't know the reason for it. But wow, this wind, again, every time I say it, it's the strongest. Look at those boats. Look at them moving around. And, you know, it's going to take a lot more than this to really do some damage, but there's stronger winds coming, as Angie mentioned, and look at the storm surge coming through. Wow, there it is. And it just keeps coming like that, and all of a sudden, you're going to see it reach even farther away from Dinner Key Marina. So there's the storm surge, still not above the dock, but it's getting there, and you know, slowly just kicking up a little bit. So I'll send it back to you guys, and we'll keep monitoring the situation here.
Storm surge, so powerful there. So thank you for that, Adam, for some perspective. And he's like, this is not even over the dock quite yet.
Yeah, and thankfully, you just mentioned this a couple of minutes ago, that storm surge is going to be very active in Miami. And area in Miami-Dade as a whole, and in Miami Beach especially, but thankfully Broward County, that's not something that they're going to be dealing with. That storm surge warning that we have been putting out there for the last couple of days, thankfully has been canceled, but only in Broward County. Only in Broward. It's still very much in play in Miami Beach.
Michael Spears has been in Biscayne Bay, and he was talking about how his truck was rocking at some point, and it was frightening to be in. And so I want to get over to Michael Spears so that he can give us another update on what he is seeing where he is.
Right now we're standing next to a seawall on 29th Street in Miami. We've been talking about just how choppy Biscayne Bay is throughout the night, and we ventured away from where we've been sort of hunkered down to show you exactly what we're talking about. These waves have even grown over the last 2 hours or so as we get splashed here, completely spilling over the seawall right here. Miami-Dade, great concern for storm surge. Has been under a storm surge warning, although the threat, according to our meteorologist at NBC6, has diminished for Broward. We're seeing just the water, and we have protection out there. Miami Beach is out in the distance. It's obviously too dark to show you right now, but that is a barrier island, and we still have all of this spraying over at us. So it gives you an idea of the intensity of the winds and how much they've been building throughout the day when you see some of the video of what it looked like just a few hours ago. Beyond the choppy surf, look at that, incredible. Beyond the choppy surf, the winds, they've come and gone in intensity, but it's been fairly consistent and constant over the last several hours. Definitely expect this to get worse into the night and early morning hours. Reporting in Miami, I'm Michael Spears. Back to you.
Michael, thank you.
All right, and quite clearly, yesterday afternoon, those models really started taking things to the west. They started pushing things to the west, and so that we knew that the west coast of Florida was going to come much more into play than we were on the east coast of Florida, which was a huge change. That was a huge change, and it sort of sent everybody, a lot of people, into a panic because
zigzagging back and forth
nobody knew really
state,
where to go.
right?
So a lot of people that left Broward and Miami-Dade thinking that they were going to go to Tampa, Fort Myers area, and sort of evade the worst of it. Well, it's turning out that that's not going to be the case. And so we want to get you out to Sarah Dolph. She is in Tampa with a better look at the preparations there for Irma, which the worst is yet to come.
Hurricane Irma lashes Cuba, the window is quickly closing for preparations and evacuations in Florida.
They told us the place wasn't safe enough for the incoming storm.
A projected new track puts Tampa, not Miami, directly in the storm's path, prompting a pivot in emergency planning.
I've never been through anything like this before.
Irma is first expected to hit the Florida Keys Sunday morning, but already the area is seeing the effects. Life-threatening storm surges as high as 15 feet are forecast in areas along the state's west coast, and nearly 7 million people, a third of the state's population, are under evacuation orders.
Just remember this, once the storm starts, law enforcement cannot save you.
Bumper-to-bumper traffic seen across the state as frightened residents attempted to heed that warning.
Nobody's giving any information. We need to get the word out. Hey, you guys are going to come in. We need to know.
Gas stations already running out of fuel and businesses boarded up in anticipation of a hurricane with catastrophic potential.
As crowded as those evacuation routes were earlier tonight, many of the major metro areas, essentially ghost towns, people opting to leave the area entirely or checking into one of some 300 shelters statewide. In Tampa, Sarah Dolph, NBC News.
All right.
Want to get to some video here, going back to Miami-Dade County here, Virginia Gardens, if we can, and take a listen here.
Oh, wow.
Deal with the water go down.
Whew. Transformers there. And so many of the reporters that we have talked to when we talk to them across the Tri-County area, that they're seeing those green flashes, those transformers blowing.
Yeah, so if you're in Miami-Dade and you're able to watch us maybe now on a mobile device because you lost power, that's probably why.
That's it. Yep.
That probably is a very good reason why, and probably we're going to see more of that as we get some of these stronger bands that are going to come through. But right now, we also want to get you over to meteorologist Ryan Phillips. Ryan, we were just talking a couple of minutes ago, and you were sort of giving us a little bit of a briefing since we came in and replaced Jackie and Juwan for the next 12 hours. You know, basically looking at that swirling eye down there. It looks so close when you look at it on the map. It looks
so much to go.
But still, we have maybe 4 to 5 hours before we actually see what the brunt of it is going to do, at least in the Florida Keys.
It's going to take some time, and this is kind of the painful process, if you will, of watching the storm on its approach when you know it's coming towards you, but you're hoping that it's going to go one way or the other away from you on a different side of you. But we can't avoid the system on the approach to the lower Keys. I just want to clear this up, that this forecast track is from the 11 p.m. advisory when it was forecast at the time. First of all, the observation and the call at 11 was for a major hurricane category 3, but since at the 2 a.m. advisory bumped up to a 4, so this obviously will need to be adjusted. Where will we go with that? A low end 4, a mid 4? It doesn't matter at this point. We've just got an intensifying hurricane, which was on the table as a possibility, but that is actually materializing. But the overall thought is still, and that remains unchanged, that Irma will lift off to the north-northwest here overnight and then skirt the Florida west coast. Now, could we see, a bend? We will see the center of circulation fall within this cone 67% of the time, so it's absolutely reasonable that the storm could make landfall somewhere here in the Collier County, Lee County, or Charlotte County. Bottom line, though, it's to our west, and it's lifting off to the north. We will see impacts in the Keys. We will see impacts across southwest Florida, but we'll have our own impacts to deal with in terms of wind and rain, and we're going to get into that in just a moment. But the intensity now will need to be adjusted here in the short term. Long term, we'll just see whatever interactions happen perhaps along the way. Bottom line, a very large hurricane sweeping the Florida west coast. There'll be multiple impacts no matter which location you may pick across the area. If it's Marco Island or Naples to Sanibel to Punta Gorda again, on up to Tampa Bay and into Cedar Key and the Big Bend of Florida. So let's move away from that and get into what's going on locally. Sustained winds, last reported at Tamiami at 46 miles per hour. So moving into that sustained tropical storm force wind. Now, the winds have been oscillating, but this is what we've expected. We expected the tropical storm force sustained winds to emerge here through southern Miami-Dade County. Julia Bagg, Keith Jones, they both gave us a taste of that. And now we're seeing more of that, and we're going to see this wind field again tighten up, and we will see the winds increase overnight. We'll just check in. These current wind gusts will continue to be updated. Last wind gust reported in Tamiami at 61. We've had wind gusts at about 40 to 45 in the two-county area. Now, this wind gust at 63 in Key West, well, we have far exceeded that, over 70 miles per hour last hour. And I don't know, Angie, if you're still on, she had a gust, she told me, from Big Coppic Key that I think was either 70, 75, or 80 miles per hour. She may not be plugged in, but the bottom line was, in the message here, is that the hurricane force winds are settling in. And the sustained winds will again ramp up. Big Coppic Key was sustained or gust?
Those were gusts.
Those were gusts to 80.
You have they'll take up that graphic here if we can get Max 2 on. It shows you all of them.
You're right.
From the Keys, all the highest ones that we've seen so far.
So Big Coppic Key at 80, and then Key West, I think this was at the National Weather Service office, correct? Yeah. And then out to Fort Jefferson at 75, and even Vecchia Key at 74. So we're moving, thanks Angie, we're moving in that direction here. And these are the gusts, but we're going to move then eventually into the sustained and then just ramp it up from there. And then we're just a matter of tracking the system right into the lower Keys. All right, it is 2:43. Let's take a break here from weather and get back to Eric and Shelley.
Ryan, thank you so much. We want to go back to Ari Odzer. We talked to him maybe just a few minutes after 2 o'clock. He was in northeast Miami-Dade talking about trees down. We're not talking just any tree. These are huge mahogany, tough trees that he said it looked like they were on a crash diet because suddenly they were nothing.
Well, and I think one of the interesting parts of what Ari told us was that these trees were so big that it wasn't possible for the wind gusts that we have had so far to actually bring the tree down.
Yeah.
So when he went and looked at it, he said it looked like it was split right down the center. And that's what caused it to weaken enough to the point where it would come down.
Yeah.
So let's get you out to Ari in northeast Dade. This is actually the farthest northeast section you can go and still be in Miami-Dade before you actually
get into Broward County. Golden Beach, to be exact.
Golden Beach. Let's take a look.
So we're in Golden Beach, the northernmost town in Miami-Dade County, right on the ocean. This is Highway A1A, right? These are the southbound lanes. But look what's over here in the northbound lanes. Completely blocked by a giant sea grape tree, which Irma has just knocked over. You can see the public works crews are out here right now, moving the tree out of the way, trying to get this thing clear. It won't take them long with equipment like that, but look at the size of this tree. And John Lang, you can see where it's splintered off over there. This is a native Florida tree. So usually they can withstand the normal kinds of storms that we get. This is something obviously abnormal, much stronger than the normal bursts of wind that comes through here in normal storms. Not sure if a tornado touched down here, not sure if it was some kind of microburst, because the highest level winds we've recorded on our portable wind meters have been in the 30s today here along the northeast Dade coast. That wouldn't have been enough to knock over a tree like this. So something else came through here that was a little more powerful and caused this kind of damage. You can see these guys are out here with their chainsaws and the front end loader trying to clear this out of the way. They've been very efficient. An Australian pine went down a few blocks south of here. They've already got that cleared out of the way, but those trees go down all the time. They're not native to Florida, and they have very shallow root systems, unlike sea grape trees. So to do this has to be powerful. It gives you an indication of how much power there is in a storm like Irma, even in these feeder bands that come banding around. Not the main part of the storm, obviously, we all know that. And if the main part of the storm had hit, we'd see this kind of damage all over the place. This would be the widespread scene in South Florida. Trees down everywhere if we got hit by a Category 3, 4, or even 5 storm, of course. So we have to be thankful again that we're not getting a lot more of this stuff all over our neighborhoods. I'm Ari Odzer. We're in Golden Beach, NBC6 News.
Great, thank you for that.
Yeah, well, and interesting as well. We're talking about potential lightning strikes and all that kind of stuff. Well, this hasn't quite gotten to this area yet, but this is what they're expected to be. This is Fort Myers, and this is...
That's downtown Miami. That looks like the American Airlines Arena, if I'm not mistaken. And Freedom Tower. We're going to try to get pictures here of Fort Myers.
The water that's on the lens right now is creating a pretty effect, isn't it? So we might as well point that out since we're stuck on this picture for a quick second. But of course, we got 15 different live pictures in the control room right now. What we're trying to bring you is some live pictures. We're trying to pull them up right now out of Fort Myers, because as that storm unfortunately passes, going to smack the Keys. The next major town anyway, besides Naples, as it continues to go up, is going to be Fort Myers. And so there are a lot of people there that are preparing. So we've got teams in Fort Myers, we've got more teams in Naples, and we've got more teams in the Tampa Bay area.
That's right.
So we'll be checking in with all of them momentarily.
Scattered across South Florida as well. So want to get over to Julia Bagg, who is in Florida City. Julia, what can you tell us about what's happening there?
Eric and Shelley, the wind just kind of blasting us now. I want to give you a look around here. We're just off of US 1, where you can see how things can easily become projectiles here. Debris. This is actually where people just before the storm were gathering, filling sandbags to protect against the storm surge threat. So far, though, we haven't seen a whole lot of flooding. We've seen some in certain parts of Florida City, but right now the story is the wind. Just look around, and actually, when you look over by the light here, you can see how it is coming in, the rain coming in even sideways here with those wind blasts. They just kick up all of a sudden, and then it's almost hard to stay in place, to stay standing, and then it'll pause for a moment, but it doesn't relent for very long. And so when you're looking around at what's here, the palm trees, this boat over here, you know, if things get much stronger, it doesn't look like that would be much of a match. And really, anything here can become a projectile. That's what makes things so dangerous. And at this hour of the night, when things are so dark in most places, you do see light here. But we've seen so many green flashes, guys. Power lines shorting out. And we suspect where we are staying, where we are sheltering, we saw lights flickering, and then we saw kind of a blackout. We had lost power. Whoa. I don't know if you guys saw that, but I just saw another big green flash. Wow. So we were dealing with some power outages earlier, and then we were able to get the power back on. And of course, you all have been updating us with just how many people across South Florida, how many thousands are in the dark. And thankfully for us, the power came back on. But guys, I think that now, that now that it's gone out, I don't think it's going to come back on in certain places. Here, though, you do still see the light, but man, these winds are so strong, Eric and Shelley, and we're just being very careful as we're out here. We have not seen anyone in the last hour driving US 1, so that's good news. I'll go ahead and send it back to you in the studio for right now.
All right, Julia Bagg, thank you so much. Broward County, 74,000. Where she is, Julia, Miami-Dade County, 156,260. That is the count. There are customers, FPL, and of course, 13,000 plus people are working to get the power back on. So if you are listening to us on the NBC6 News and Weather app, or perhaps on the radio, thank you for being with us. That's the update for you. So if you feel alone, you're not.
You're not. You're definitely not alone. And I think one of the good things when it comes to the power outages as well is that when we see these numbers and we get an update within an hour or an hour and a half, we see that number jump back down again.
Yeah.
And it fluctuates.
It is very quickly fluctuating.
Because obviously where the power goes out, then they restore it. It goes out someplace else, maybe to maybe a decent or the same number of people or close to it. So although the numbers are fluctuating, they are restoring power actively. Nobody is waiting a given period of time before those crews are out there from FPL getting it taken care of. So that's a very good thing. But we want to take you now to Miami first for a look at some rain video. If we have that, I believe that's next, correct? Yeah, and really what it is when you're looking at pieces of video like this is a combination. I said this is a rain video, but really it is a combination of wind and rain video, and I think it really drives home the point when you actually see it on an empty street like that with the street lights above it, because it sort of backlights it a little bit, or top lights it, I guess I should say, from a little bit, and it gives you a good idea of how that, and you see the flashes in the background there again, it gives you a good idea of how, as the rain continues to come down, that wind actually begins to push it sideways. And that, if you were out in it, that is what will literally blow cars over and flip them over. And once that wind gets up underneath that car, flips it over and will literally send it flying down the street, which is why so many people were trying to find a place to put their cars. They knew where they were going to go personally in terms of physical safety, but didn't know what to do with their cars, because this is something, this is what destroys vehicles. This is what flips them over and sends them down the street. All right, and a second piece of video here, Miami Beach. You know
that looks like paper flopping.
Yeah,
that's a stop sign.
Yeah, it looks like a what is it? A top, like when kids play with a top. It just spins, and mind you, those signs, they're obviously metal it's cemented into the ground, but those signs also have bolts at the top that are supposed to prevent them from doing that, and it's just it's completely
flapping in the wind, just
spinning
like
around
nothing.
all by itself. So it gives you a good idea of those wind speeds in Miami Beach.
And staying in Miami Beach, remember, that's why there was a curfew in place for people who decided to stay, because it was under evacuation order anyway, so there shouldn't be anyone in Miami Beach. However, those who stayed, that's why there was that 8 p.m. Curfew. And Dan Krauth has been in 31st and Collins saying that street, that intersection, looks like a river, and talking about how some of the water levels have gone up to about half to those parking meters, halfway to the door, halfway up the door. So I want to get over to Dan Krauth again in Miami-Dade, in Miami Beach, if we can. Dan?
Take a look at the waves from Biscayne Bay just crashing against the shore here in northeast Miami-Dade. These boats are really getting thrashed, and you can see those waves crashing against the seawall. A lot of boats here just getting torn up from these waters. There's actually one boat that's far off in the marina. It's not safe to go to right now, but I snapped a picture of it just a few minutes ago. Take a look at it right now on your screen. It's almost fully submerged in water. We are right off of Quayside in northeast Miami-Dade, where these boats are really taking a beating. And I also just left Shores Condominium right down the street in Miami Shores. That's where a number of police officers there at a condo complex inspecting the seawall, which they think a portion of it cracked recently, and a lot of water is seeping into those condos. Again, that's Shores Condominium in Miami Shores. That's the situation now in northeast Miami-Dade. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Dan, thank you. And we do also want to talk about those power outages, because that was expected to be something that was a huge concern and continues to be. The brunt of the storm isn't even here yet. So we've been talking a lot about FPL being able to restore power to people relatively quickly after it goes out. And that isn't because they necessarily have crews out in the middle of the storm working on it. It's because they were able to maybe reroute some of the folks that were out on a certain grid with FPL. They were able to reroute it through substations so that they can bring their power up that way. So it's not necessarily, it isn't crews out there up on the poles working on it in these kind of conditions. It's that they're rerouting things through the substations to bring people's power back up.
We continue checking in with our crews to bring you some perspective and to bring you some conditions. What are they feeling? The effects there. So we want to go to Brickell. Amanda Placencia, another area that was evacuated. So no one is there, but Amanda giving us perspective. Thank you for reporting there. And Amanda, what are you seeing?
Well, Eric and Shelley, the wind, that is what we're seeing. I've had to hold my hat down because I kept losing and holding the stance down because the wind is picking up, these conditions worsening. So I'm going to show you what we see here. This is Brickell Bay Drive, and those palm trees, you see them whipping, and of course down on the ground here, a little bit of flooding here on the street. If Joey can pan down, starting to get over here on the street. There's actually seaweed from the bay, actually seaweed right there in the middle of the street, and you can see some of those stop signs on the verge of falling, you know, the wavering winds of some of those street signs. We actually saw earlier a parking sign that was completely ripped off. It was on the floor, so we actually brought it in to this shelter. We're actually being safe over here. We're in front of the Jade, which is blocking some of the wind for us, but but still, you know, you have to hold that stance because these are the winds. And as you said, this is an evacuation zone. And if you were wondering why, well, this is why. And this is just, you know, the outer bands. So imagine if this was a Category 5 for what we were predicting earlier. So, you know, you don't want to be out here, as we've been telling you. That's why this was an evacuation zone. And, you know, yesterday, if I could bring you back over here, yesterday, you know, we were seeing those intermittent gusts. I was all over Southwest Miami-Dade yesterday, and you know, you'd feel the rain and the wind picking up, and then it would stop. Now the wind is consistent. Now we are near the bay, of course, but this is not something you want to be out in. So we're going to be keeping up in here in Brickell. This is 1331 Brickell Bay Drive. We'll keep telling you what we're seeing, and of course we are keeping safe in front of this shelter here in Jade. This is a condo, so we'll keep you posted. And I'm going to let my photog, he's moving a little, so we're going to get back inside. So I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
Please do. Thank you so much for your work, Amanda Placencia, there in Brickell. You know, when we talk to our crews, no matter where they are, that's the story. That's the similar tune, is that wind.
Yeah.
That wind.
Yeah, the wind, and in some places the rain as well. And you have to know that these crews are out there with cameras and they're out there with equipment. And so we're trying to bring you these live pictures as fast as we can. But they also have to, they have no control over the immediate elements that they're in either. You know, so they have to make sure that they're in a safe place too. But if you're just joining us now, if you're just waking up very early on this Sunday morning, you know that this is the day. Sunday was the day that we knew. We didn't know the intensity of exactly what was going to happen, but we knew the brunt of this storm was going to hit us on Sunday. So that is still yet to come. So we'll get you quickly updated here. The 2 a.m. advisory came out. The storm upped itself again, gained a little bit more speed. So we are now dealing with a Category 4 storm of wind, at about 130 mile-an-hour winds, at least at the worst point, at the strongest bands coming out of that. And that just came in the 2 a.m. advisory. And unfortunately, that Category 4 could potentially gain some steam as it continues to get very, very close to the Key Islands.
And our meteorologists knew that. They said this is going to intensify again as soon as it hits those warm waters. It's so well formed in this late stage of the game. We've been watching Irma for so long, and it's still so put together even now.
And just one more thing before we are sitting. It went from a Cat 3 to a Cat 4 with that 2 a.m. advisory, but we're just barely into that Cat 4 category with 130 mile-an-hour winds. But there is a very good likelihood and a very good possibility that we could jump those winds back up to about 150, 160 miles an hour, could gain about 30 more miles an hour as it continues to gain steam and move through those very, very warm waters between Cuba and the Florida Keys.
4 to 5 hours still away from the eye, being over Key West area. Okay, going back to Coconut Grove, that is where Adam Cooperstein and those howling winds that we've been talking about, that whistling noise that is just so eerie. And there it is again. That's when you know that we have Adam Cooperstein up, when you start hearing the howling before we see him.
Still howling, that's for sure, guys. The wind has picked up even more now. Here's a good close-up look at the boat rocking back and forth at Dinner Key Marina. And, you know, I told you earlier it was about 52, 53. It's getting a little higher now. Those are the gusts, about 56, 7 miles per hour. I can't imagine what it would feel like to be out here in the stuff you all were just talking about, in those Cat 4, Cat 3 storms when you're getting the hurricane force winds. So feeling fortunate we're not there at this point, but already you see the boats going like that. And then I'll take you on a little walk down the pier. It's a little dark over here because they lost power. But, you know, over here you start to see some of that flooding coming in. We slosh around in the boots. A lot of flooding on the ground over here. There's still a ton of boats. I told you, Eric and Shelley, before, I can't believe how many boats are still here. Not a lot of empty slips at Dinner Key Marina. And actually, if you keep going, we'll just show you. I mean, not only are there boats here, this one's got a little kayak or canoe tied to the back of it. A lot of stuff that could become a projectile when the winds, or if the winds pick up here in this part of Miami. So again, Coconut Grove right now, not a pleasant place to be standing outside. Luckily nobody is, but yeah, here's a look at this boat right here, kind of swaying around. Oh, I just stepped into, well, yeah, it gets a little deeper on this side over here. As you can see, the water is going above the seawall a little bit, and all these boats just kind of howling, swaying back and forth, and that howling noise is what you hear. It almost sounds, I don't know if you guys would agree, it almost sounds like a train in the distance. I've been out here for long enough now, I just keep hearing it, and it reminded me of like a train coming from a long distance away. That's what it sounds like to me, at least. What do you guys think?
I would agree. Yeah, certainly does.
Well, and you know what, Adam, I don't know if you can still hear us or not, but we're talking with some folks, including my family at home, and getting some text messages from them. Not to this degree, because obviously you're at a marina, so you have really high corners of those piers that wind whips around. But that same sound is the same thing that a lot of people actually left because when these hurricanes whip through, that sound, when you're inside a house and it comes whipping around a corner like that, it is so loud and is so high pitched in some areas, it's almost deafening. And it really does, it scares people.
Yeah, it's unsettling. Yeah, for sure. I totally understand that. And not only that, if you have no power or no AC, perhaps, it makes it even more uncomfortable. Although it's not warm, I'll tell you that. The wind is so strong. I was actually saying to our videographer, Eddie, I was like, kind of cold. I can't remember the last time I was cold in South Florida this time of year. But because of the strong winds and being wet, of course, even with our, protective jackets and whatnot, I was getting a little chilly out here. Pretty surprising. And again, these boats, I hope they survive. I hope they're okay. I remember coming out here, it was, 12 years ago, when I first started working at NBC6 after Hurricane Wilma, which is the one where so much of South Florida lost power, and didn't expect that to be the case, even parts of Broward County up in Aventura, Sunny Isles. And I remember being at this marina and seeing some damage. So, and that was, I think, a Cat 1 when it came through. It was more of a direct path through South Florida, but man, I hope that these things are okay and the property is not what people are most concerned about. We're talking about property and not human lives. That's the biggest consideration, of course, in something like this. But it's still a major inconvenience and a lot of money out here at this pier, that's for sure.
A lot of money to be lost. Adam Cooperstein, we'll talk to you again in a little bit.
Yeah, well, when we were talking with some folks we talked to a guy that was down there securing his boat at one of the marinas, and he said that the most important thing was to give the ropes that they were tying with just enough. You want to keep them tight enough that it holds the boat, but you also have to give it enough slack depending on the storm surge and the movement of the boat that it has somewhere to go. Otherwise, the rope doesn't do any good because it snaps.
Exactly.
And then your boat, your boat ends up in the Pacific Ocean instead of the Atlantic Ocean. You know what I mean? So that was the whole thing, was to make sure that you were tying it properly, or to make sure you were hiring somebody if you're not in town, because a lot of the people that own those boats, they don't live here. They come down and they use the boats, or maybe they have vacation homes.
Same with homes. Right, same with homes, the vacation homes. You would see some people heading down to Key West when everybody was trying to get out, because they were trying to go to their vacation homes to secure them, to secure their properties. And so that made for some interesting dynamic when you look at
well, they had
cameras.
to get down there and secure their property, and then they knew what kind of traffic that they were going to encounter trying to get out.
Yeah.
Because all the people that were in the process of evacuating, it took some people 15 hours to get out of there.
Yeah.
Because you know what traffic is in a normal situation coming in and out of the Keys. So given something like this, those folks, but luckily, it seems, we haven't heard from anybody. It seems that everybody that needed to get out of the Keys got out.
Let's hope so.
Yeah.
But Angie Lastman says, there's some people who are still there, and that's some video that we get from those viewers who, hey, we're going to ride this thing out anyways. Yeah. All right, First Alert meteorologist Angie Lastman. Angie, you said, we update Irma every hour. It's down to millibar, but what does that actually mean here?
You know what? I always, I try to explain it to everybody. If the pressure goes down, that means it's showing some strengthening, and that means usually the winds are going up. Now, with this particular update, we didn't see the winds increase at all, but it does show pressure decreasing, that we are seeing some intensification for it. So still a Category 4, not expecting any major changes with this latest advisory. Of course, when they're happening every hour, hourly, not a whole lot of changes, but we do watch for them every 3 hours and 6 hours to give us some of those big differences. Right now, again, those winds 130 miles per hour, that pressure down to 930 millibars. Shelley said it. That's a decrease from by 1 millibar from 931 millibars. So still that northwesterly movement, 6 miles per hour, something we're going to be watching for. Here's the latest thoughts. You can see as we go closer to 8 a.m., we're talking about mainly about 40 or so miles away right now off the coast of Key West. That means if it's moving 6 miles per hour, give or take some time here, of course, for any of those fluctuations that we see and, a little bit of unpredictability. Sunday, 8 a.m., just around the 7, 8, 9 o'clock hour, I think we'll be talking about folks in Key West dealing with very, very strong winds, Category 4 winds, most likely. You can see this latest track wasn't updated with these recent advisories that we had coming in. This is still coming from the 11 p.m. PM advisory from last night. So keep in mind, as we saw it intensify back to a Category 4, this track isn't showing that. I do think once we see that next update with our track, as we go closer to about 5 o'clock this morning, we'll see some better indications of Category 3 or 4. At this time, really doesn't matter either way. Category 3, 125 miles per hour, or Category 4, 130 miles per hour. Really same, for lack of a better way to describe it. We are going to talk about catastrophic damages from these winds, not to mention the power of that storm and the storm surge that it'll bring. Life-threatening is the best way that we can describe it. We've been describing it like that, and it's not just the Keys that are going to see that. As it moves up that coast, that western coast of Florida, the peninsula, really going to be bringing in all of that water, especially for this area. We're talking about up to 15 feet in some spots. That is from ground level, not when you add it into sea level. That's ground level. So your home, you add in 15 feet, and we're talking about creeping into the second floor of your home. You get up to 9 feet, 10 feet. That's the first floor. So keep that in mind. We do have those conditions on the west side of the state, and I've been saying it all along ever since we saw this track shift. If you know people that left Miami, left Broward, and headed to the west coast thinking that it was a sure thing that it was going to the east coast, hopefully they know. And if you think they don't know, you should call them now. I don't care that it's 3 o'clock in the morning. You should call them, let them know, because we will see life-threatening storm surge. And of course, you can see how intense Irma already is. Again, Category 3, maybe Category 4. We do have some wind shear that'll interact as it moves up the coast. Of course, that wind shear, those upper level winds that try to cap that intensification, harming its intensification here, really, as we see it go through the rest of its life cycle here through Monday. This is, again, Monday, early overnight hours tomorrow. So as it continues to move up to Big Bend, we will see it most likely decrease in intensification here as it does deal with that shear for a little while longer. Something that, mind you, Irma really hasn't had to deal with for her entire life cycle. Really no shear to inhibit its intensification, and really warm waters, and it continues to sit in those warm waters. So I'm really not surprised that once we saw it move off the Cuban coast and reemerge back over those waters fully, especially the eye reemerging back over those warm waters that are anywhere from 85 to 90 degrees for the sea surface temperatures. Not a surprise that we're starting to see it amp up a little bit more. Very unfortunate for our friends in Key West. Of course, at this point, 130, 125 mile per hour winds, either way damaging, but you would like to see it not intensifying just as it creeps up to folks there. And if you look at just how far away, just under 40 miles away for the edge of that eye, that front edge that's heading right towards Key West, I can't imagine what folks are going through there right now. We've already seen some of those spiral bands moving in and bringing them hurricane force wind gusts. We will expect those hurricane force sustained winds. That means the whole time, hurricane force winds, not gusting here and there. It maintains that speed. We will see that in the next hour or two, and we've already seen some of those gusts at this time. So I'll show you those in a second. I do want to show you Miami-Dade and Broward, because I know we have folks watching us from all over our viewing area, and you guys aren't in the clear. Just because Key West is getting that direct landfall, we are still dealing with rough conditions for here. You'll notice we have plenty of electricity out there on this band that's trying to work its way in, and notice the motion of it. We will be dealing with that for Broward. Right now, along 75, some moderate to heavy rainfall, and embedded in those squalls, we do see some gusty conditions right now. Not seeing any hurricane force wind gusts so far in Miami-Dade or Broward, but we are continuing to see those increasing. And as Irma gets closer, we will be watching that. Not to mention, around the core of Irma, plenty of rainfall, and even extending well out into those spiral bands, plenty more rainfall for us to tap into, and we will tap into that. This is far from over. I know it feels like this is really a marathon, but it is. We've been talking about this for days, and we have many more days that we'll be watching it as it skirts up that peninsula of Florida. For us, of course, we'll start to see things dialing back as we go into Monday. In the meantime, you'll notice plenty more to come, and you'll be hearing those winds whipping outside. Look at this. I just checked into this. The Key West precipitation, rainfall since midnight, that's only 3 hours. We're talking about 2 inches of rain. When I looked about 10 minutes ago, that was 1.5 inches. So you can see, like I said, the core of Irma, plenty of precipitable water to fall right over this area as it gets closer. The heavier rainfall, the heavier embedded rainfall definitely around that, and we will be watching for that number to increase quickly. Again, that has nothing to do with the storm surge, so really life-threatening conditions down there for portions of the Keys, and we will watch, the rest of us be watching for those kind of conditions as far as some heavy amounts of rainfall here as we go through the next couple of days. So keep in mind those wind gusts amping up. These are the current numbers, 83 miles per hour for Key West. That's out of the National Weather Service. We will watch these increase, and again, those hurricane-force sustained winds at their doorstep for the Keys in the next 1 to 2 hours. Shelley and Eric, back over to you.
All right, Angie, thank you. 10 minutes past the top of the hour now. We appreciate you sticking with us through our coverage of Hurricane Irma and what's to come. We've been all over Monroe, all over Dade. So let's take you up into Broward County. We've got Chris Hush reporting for us from Fort Lauderdale. We know that the wind and rain combination, Chris, is creating something to contend with for you out there.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, Eric and Shelley. I mean, it hurts. What a difference. I spoke to you guys, maybe 30 minutes ago? We're at Fort Lauderdale Beach, and as you can see, the wind is relentless. The rain has picked up a lot, so it looks like we're getting a band here. The rain is sideways, and it's hitting my face. Take a look down here. We're on the sidewalk, but this is all sand right here on the sidewalk. So the sand from the beach has made it all over here. You can take a look up at the palm trees as well. Give you a story of just how strong these winds are. I did check my phone. I have an app which measures the wind, and there were gusts there around 35, not quite 40 miles an hour, but it was like around 35, 36 miles an hour there. Just a little while ago, 30 minutes ago when I talked to you guys, I was saying how I thought, it felt like it had calmed down a little bit. Well, we moved just down a little bit here to Fort Lauderdale Beach, and it's it's really windy, and the rain has picked up. We don't see any trees down. We don't see any palms in the roadway like we did before. Earlier, or I should say last night when we were out here around 7 o'clock, there was a large tree down in the road not too far away from here, but we haven't seen too much in the way of that. So that's the good news. I talked about power outages before. There seems to be power here, but it is spotty in the area, of course. The big story right now here is just within the past, I'd say 15 minutes or so, those winds have picked up, and again the rain, and it's blowing. And I don't know when it's going to stop. It's just those bands that are coming in here. I mean, it's relentless, guys. Back to you.
Intense.
Just a matter of minutes that changed for him.
That changed pretty dramatically because we talked to him a couple minutes ago. He said, well, things are pretty calm here, kind of coming and going a little bit. But then talking with our meteorologist here, we know, and based upon this behind us and our radar that we've been watching, it coming into Broward County and coming into Fort Lauderdale more specifically, some pretty strong bands are approaching within the next 15 minutes, half hour, 45 minutes. So we'll be checking in with Chris Hush to give us a better idea of how strong those bands actually are. You can kind of tell when you look at the radar and then you see the red and you see the yellow come through, you know that means something more severe, but until you actually see it for yourself, it's hard to imagine just how intense and just how fast things can change from relative calm to quite a bit more chaotic.
In a matter of minutes. And what also I don't think people understand what 80-mile-per-hour winds look like. That was 35-mile-per-hour winds when he was in. 35-mile-per-hour winds. And 25 even. When we were talking to Melissa Dunn yesterday, it looked, something like we wouldn't want to be in.
Yeah, and 50-mile-an-hour winds are in and of themselves enough to blow you straight onto the ground if you're not holding on to something. So, we'll continue to follow that. But again, we've got some pretty strong bands now headed towards Broward County, more specifically to Fort Lauderdale. So we'll keep in touch with Chris Hush, and as soon as he starts seeing some more impacts there from those outer bands, we'll bring you out live to him again.
We have two teams in Florida City. We have Julia Bagg, who is there. We also have Keith Jones, who has been in Florida City and Miami-Dade. And Keith, can you hear us?
Hi, guys. Yeah, here in Florida City, it continues to be pretty blustery. We've clocked some winds better than 30 miles per hour. Those were the gusts, actually, sustained right around 22. But check this out, it's now raining sideways. We always see this with these types of storms, which makes it interesting. These winds are certainly powerful enough to do this, knock over trees. This one is actually blocking part of 344th Street. But look how impressive this is. You can see how large the root system is. Just pulled it right out of the ground. And now you got cars coming over here. They may or may not know. That's actually a police car. They do know that this tree is down. The reason why I know that this is down, they told me about it. Not only that, they say this mall over here, they've had to respond to that for burglary alarms. They believe it was just an alarm, but they think that those who are a little more disingenuous are starting to play with them because they've gotten calls about Walmart being looted. They ran over there real quickly in these strong winds, mind you, risking their own lives, went over there and found it to be completely locked up. They did have, there goes another strong one. Police did respond to a burglary call, by the way, that was over by their police station. And by the time they got there, the person who was breaking into the place was actually gone. The wind's strong enough, folks, that I've lost my hat twice. That's why I had to turn it around backwards. And we mentioned the last time that we were with you about these explosions we were seeing in the sky, how they were kind of lighting up. Well, we actually caught one on camera. It's a transformer, which is kind of what we thought. Transformer blew, it sparked, and it just lights up the sky. And it's we know it's not lightning because it's not lighting up the sky like you would see lightning. It's actually lighting up the horizon, and that's what we were able to catch there for you. Every time this has happened, though, the lights have gone back on, so that is a great thing for the folks here in Florida City. So once again, things really picking up here. Rain sideways. We're getting some pretty good gusts. Let's go back to you.
Keith Jones, Florida City.
All right, we want to also, we've got two crews, well, not just two crews, we've got multiple crews, I should say, in Broward County. One of them is Melissa Adon. She is live in Hollywood right now, just south of where we were just speaking to Chris Hush from. He was in Fort Lauderdale. And we do know this, Melissa, we've been talking with our team of meteorologists here in the studio, and within the next 15 minutes or so, you are expected, as I mentioned before, you are expected to get some of these pretty strong bands that are going to come whipping through, but it's difficult because then we look at pictures like you right there and we look behind you and we see very, very little happening, but that's going to change pretty rapidly in the next 15 to 20 minutes.
Well, Eric and Shelley, we just left from a house, and I'm very concerned for their well-being because their power line, they're in 66th Street, 66 and Johnson Street. The power line, part of the lines fell into their pool. We were just doing a report on that. You guys are going to hear about that coming up. I'm very concerned for their safety, especially if we have these now heavier bands coming in. This is where I was, though, 24 hours ago. Remember when it was 24 hours ago and there was a party down there? People were open. Well, obviously, everything is closed and bordered up. No one seems to be wanting to be out here. Clearly, it's raining, and we are starting to feel the rain picking up, but still, just within the last 24 hours, we see these downed trees that are in the area. We have seen that while we were driving around. We have seen, again, that power line that's like really stressing me out for this family. That's the Jimenez family in Hollywood. So we're looking at all of these conditions, and right now I'm starting to feel that gust coming already. So our plan is to kind of head back towards the Hollywood Beach where we were yesterday. We'll be monitoring especially the wind speed there because I'm sure it's already a double from what we were experiencing yesterday. Eric and Shelley.
Melissa, the Jimenez family, can you talk to us more about that? I mean, what are they saying?
Sure.
Power lines in their pool.
Yeah, we heard. We can't get past that.
Yes. No, me neither, guys. Me neither. That's why you're going to get to that report soon. But what they need, the problem is that they called Hollywood, they called 911. They're calling officials. However, officials need to figure out how they can get there, how they can safely get to them. And what happened is that there's the power pole, right? And then certain of the lines have fallen down, and then some are inside, circling into his pool. So he's an electrician, so he is very aware of the danger dangers of this. Then they have where their electricity is, there's already smoke coming out, and you can see a little bit of the flames. I mean, it smells like heavy smoke, and then inside their house, clearly they lost power. They don't have any power. There's about 3 families in there that they're all huddled together. They're all very concerned. They're hoping for help. You know, he's trying to do the best that he can, but he's not too sure what he can do about this situation.
Boy, well, you know what, Melissa, I think that the silver lining in that was what you just said, is the fact that he's an electrician, because I think that a lot of people, I shouldn't say a lot of people, maybe some people wouldn't know the inherent danger of a power line falling in your pool, because maybe you would think it was I don't know, but I guess if you can smell it, if you can have that electrical smell, then you know what you're dealing with, because you could potentially be dealing with electrified water. I mean, we see that happening sometimes at marinas when some of these underwater wiring, and it kills people. So I think the fact that he's an electrician hopefully will steer him and his family in the right direction to make sure that it's taken care of properly.
And hopefully we can put out a call to FPL. I'm sure the family has already, but if we can do that,
that's obviously
Melissa,
that's a whole other situation when you're dealing with something like that.
All right, we are going to head to Edgewater. That is northeast Miami-Dade County. So Michael Spears was in Biscayne Bay earlier, and now he is in Edgewater. Michael, you're so good about being able to describe what you are feeling, what you're seeing. And when we were looking at that storm surge earlier, heading your way, and then you were sitting in the truck, you were saying it's rocking. I mean, incredible.
Yeah, it smacked me. The storm surge smacked me. The winds, you try to escape it by hiding behind a building or in a secure area, but it rocks your car. We are definitely feeling Hurricane Irma. I want to show you right now, literally, as I've been on standby, we're seeing a band of heavy rain and wind roll in. It was not like this 10 minutes ago. Incredible. We've been seeing this throughout the night. We started our shift at 4 p.m. and we've seen moments of this. The first one around 3 p.m. in the afternoon, just heavy, intense, all of a sudden almost knocks you off your feet if you're in that. And the area we're in, you mentioned northeast city of Miami, up along Biscayne Bay. And so we're getting the winds coming off of Biscayne Bay, and with all the high-rise development in this area, it really funnels these winds and it makes it even more powerful punch. We've seen winds throughout the night and into the early morning hours, upwards of 50 miles per hour and greater at times, 55 according to my wind meter. So truly been incredible. We wanted to show you some of the storm surge that you mentioned in our previous live shot or hit with you, but it's so rainy right now and windy that we can't even do that, and we're fine with that. This allows you to see perfectly what we mean by the intense effects of Hurricane Irma, and we're in Miami-Dade County. We're not in the Florida Keys, so it's truly incredible. I want to show you some new video right now of some storm damage, and you'll see right off the bat in this video that it's not raining, and that's what I mean about these moments of very intense rain and then moments of relatively calm in here, and you'll see some of that storm damage. Overall in this neighborhood, in the Edgewater neighborhood of Miami, 30th and Biscayne, around 29th Street, we have not seen significant storm damage as far as the trees like some of the other areas where or Keith Jones have been reporting. We've seen a few trees, as you see there, but again, overall, not too bad. We have seen that storm surge pick up and crest and move over the seawall here, and it's been a slow progression. It really has been remarkable to report on this throughout the last several days. We've been on Miami Beach 2 days ago when it was just calm and humid, and yesterday when it started to pick up, or I guess 2 days now at this point, we've been reporting around the clock. 2 days ago when we just started to feel a breeze, and then to see this, it is incredible to watch this, and this is even the worst of what's expected. You want to imagine what kind of wind we're talking about here, and not only is it the kind of wind that rocks your car, not only is it the kind of wind that snaps trees, not only is it the kind of wind that produces multiple tornadoes on the ground and pushes the Biscayne Bay over the seawall, but this is the kind of wind, and we're going to bring you back out here live as I describe this live, because this is an incredible shot. This is the kind of wind that when I'm done reporting from this live shot, I sit in my car. We've moved it so it doesn't rock anymore. I sit in the car and I still feel the wind pulling on me even though I'm sitting absolutely still. It's similar to when you're at the beach and spend the day in the water and you get out and go home, and after having the waves brush and push you around for so long, you still feel that in your body after you leave hours later. That's the intensity of what we're talking about here. And obviously, it's only expected to get worse, but intensity, it's just the power of Mother Nature. So it's been absolutely incredible to watch this. And even as I talk, I just want to show one more time another gust of wind and rain, even as we're speaking right now. Incredible. Just gives you an idea just how powerful this is and what we've been experiencing not only here but other parts of South Florida. So what an incredible day. We've been talking about power outages. We watch as the numbers climb, tens of thousands into six-figure numbers of customers without power. Luckily, you can see not only the top light on my camera, but where we are now, and we have a little bit of shelter from this building, we've been able to keep the power here. And luckily, we've been honestly watching over our heads, because talked about this a little bit about an hour ago, but in these storms, in the moments where there is a little bit of break from these crazy winds that you're seeing right here, you do get the sounds of these very visceral and surreal sounds, like metal cutting metal, and you hear things drop from this kind of wind. Look at this. It's incredible, pushing in over the pool right there. You hear things drop, you see things shatter, and you see why that officials warn folks to be somewhere safe. Again, we are up against a building, so we're protected in a sense, but this area where we are in Edgewater, Miami, is in evacuation zone C. So the folks here were not evacuated first, but they were evacuated, and rightfully so. Right now, there is a curfew in the city of Miami. Went into effect at 7 p.m. It is expected to go away at 7 a.m., but it's for the safety of folks, for everyone out in the city, because this, if you are not protected, not inside, is not really too safe to be in. Eric, Shelley?
Yes.
Yeah, and interesting to hear, Michael, the way that he described it, because he's been out in that wind, pushing him around for a couple of days, and the way, when you get off a boat, you get off a cruise ship, and you still
sway.
You're still swaying a little bit for a couple of hours after you get off. So we'll be back with Michael in Miami Beach.
And Michael makes a good point. When you hear the things dropping or shattering, Julia Bagg said the same thing. Your average things that are out there become projectiles, that debris, so quickly, and you come out there thinking, I have a brief second, but then the conditions change so very rapidly.
Yeah.
All right, want to get over to Hollywood Beach. In fact, right next to us here, you see this on the screen. We have a look of downtown Miami, and at the very top, you see Hollywood Beach. This is our cameras here giving you some perspective. And what's about to happen in the next couple of minutes here, Hollywood Beach, you're going to get smacked by this here.
Yeah, well, the wonderful thing about First Alert Doppler 6000 is that it really enables us to time it out very specifically to when these bands will be hitting. And that's the whole idea, is to give a 6-minute advantage, so that we know 6 minutes sooner than anybody else when those most severe bands are going to hit, because within that little time frame, that is the time frame that you have to get yourself to a safe spot if you're not already.
Exactly.
So that's one of the wonderful advantages of Doppler 6000.
So John Caddis-Kleemack, he is there live in Hollywood Beach, and our meteorologist saying things are about to get really, really rough there.
If that's the case, we're starting to feel whatever that's about to be, because it's starting to come down pretty quick right now. We're right at the beach, New York Street, to be exact. I wanted to bring you over here, though, because I wanted to point out some of the damage that's already been done as a result of this. Obviously, the wind is incredible right now. The rain coming down incredibly fast and hard as well. There are trees that are messed up over here. I want to show you, but obviously we got the palm fronds that are on the ground. But over here, the wind's so strong, it snapped this tree at Surf Road. This is a little alleyway that's now blocked off because this tree is blocking that whole area. Obviously, the weight of the tree with the wind did not make for a good mix. And then further back this way, you guys were talking about hearing the noises, the sounds. Michael was explaining it. We heard noises too when we arrived, and what we realized is some of the shutters over here are starting to come off the buildings. That is not good news, because you know how heavy those are. Sharp edges, that could be very dangerous, but it appears that this one, for example, wasn't able to hold up. So if we're going to be having another smackdown here at Hollywood Beach, these folks, anybody who's still home tonight, who might be waiting and watching and listening to what's happening outside, they're going to be in for quite a ride tonight, guys.
All right, John, Caddis Klimak, thank you for that live in Hollywood Beach. We'll touch base with you again in a few minutes.
He is in one of those spots that we've mentioned. We continue to mention this
right behind us.
About First Floor Doppler 6000 and when those strong bands are going to arrive where John is in Hollywood Beach and where we have other reporters up in Fort Lauderdale. So that being the case, let's get you over to meteorologist Ryan Phillips with an update on where those bands are sitting as they're approaching now Broward County, Ryan.
That's right. We're going to get that. John's from Los Angeles, right?
Yeah,
yes.
he is.
Yeah, I mean, well, Eric's a California guy, and you know Shelley. It doesn't rain like that out there. But he's faring very well.
We don't have this over there.
No.
This is a different
world.
We're
glad to have him on our team. He's doing a great job. All of the reporters from our other stations helping out. Guys, I just wanted to catch you up as we're watching this carefully. And we're going to be doing this all night long. But again, radar imagery here from Key West, just looking off to the south. Roughly half, if not just more than halfway between now, Cuba and the lower Keys. Irma on the move. I've got the 3-hour loop set, taking us from about 12:30 to 3:30. And boy, this is just an intense eye wall here, picking up on radar. And these bands, again, cycling in. We easily have hurricane force gusts up to 80, and if not a little bit over 80 miles per hour. Right now, the eye measuring somewhere between 22 and about 23.5 miles across. This is a dangerous approach here. And as you're seeing those flashes, by the way, as the arm goes through, that's just telling us that the reflectivity values are awfully high. They're over 45 dBz. Let's take you into First Alert Doppler 6000. Again, I want to give you an idea while we're removing ourselves from that center of circulation. We've set the radius of our radar at 125 miles. Normally, we could see out 300 miles if we want to. But in order to get a better detection as to what's going on here in South Florida, we decrease the range in which the radar is looking, and therefore we've increased the sensitivity and how the Doppler is listening for what's out there. Let's get in here. And eastern Broward County, northeastern Miami-Dade. I just tweeted this out. And now we're finding that blanket of steady rain, and with that will come the wind gusts. So I imagine as our producers figure out where we're going next, we check in with any reporter here underneath these reflectivity values that are into the yellow and into the orange. We're going to end up finding, some really nasty conditions. I just want to, Ryan, we'll get to that in just a minute. Davey, sunrise here. Your approach times, Davey, at about 3:38, and sunrise about 3:43. These storms are moving quick, gusty winds, heavy rains. Okay, we're going to go out live now. I think to Hollywood Beach. This is Chris Hush. Chris, you with us there? What do you got?
Hey, Ryan, yes, and we're actually at Fort Lauderdale Beach. And you were speaking about wind gusts. Well, 15 minutes ago, when I was talking to Shelley and Eric, I told you that we had wind gusts around 36 miles an hour. Well, I checked my gauge again, 45 miles an hour. Just before we went on live, I checked, and we had a gust of 45 miles an hour. Sustained were around 35 miles an hour. And if you can turn the camera to our headlights just to give you a better idea of how this rain is falling, sideways all over the place. I mean, the wind has picked up incredibly here. Absolutely incredible. If you can look down the street, Jeff, I don't know if you can see that. We do have some palms that have fallen. Look at this rain. Look at the rain. I hope you guys can see that. I mean, and it hurts. It's pelting us. There's even sand in the street. And before, when we were doing our live shot about 15 minutes ago, we were actually closer to the beach. We moved a little bit away. This is A1A, by the way. There is sand in the middle of A1A. So it was picked up from the beach and thrown here. The rain is just coming down relentless. So we were talking about the bands that come in, and this is what happens. We see these strong bands, you know, maybe an hour ago, I'll say, it was not coming down like this at all. It was a completely different story. In fact, I thought I could dry off maybe a little bit just because it was more of a wind situation, not rain. But the rain is coming down here. The wind is coming down. And we were also talking about how, you know, we're all in town to help NBC6. We're all from all over the country. We're from Chicago. We're from the Windy City. So we're used to the wind, right? Nothing like this, though. Maybe with a little bit of snow, but not the rain. This is the situation here at Fort Lauderdale Beach. I'm Chris Hush. Back to you in the studio unless you have any questions for me.
No, Chris, I'm just wondering, I didn't catch your location. I know you're in Fort Lauderdale Beach. Do you know any of your cross streets or your approximate location? Are you a step back there from A1A on the side streets?
You know what? I can tell you this. A1A, I'm at the Fort Lauderdale Beach parking lot. See the sign right there? I don't have a cross street for you. I wish I could see one. I don't.
No.
But this is the Fort Lauderdale Beach Park.
Okay, good stuff. We got a great idea where you are. And obviously, no one's around. Chris, thank you very much. Speaking of the wind and the Windy City, Chris from NBC5 in Chicago helping us out. Any time now as we go through the overnight hours and you're seeing all of our reporters live in the field and the photographers cut away and you see the raindrops riding through. It's interesting because, you know, the wind obviously is just in constant motion, and those raindrops kind of act as a tracer to give you an idea of how ferocious the wind is. And fog is another great example. The moisture droplets kind of follow the air movement. And in our case, in a tropical situation, those big raindrops follow the air movement. So you get a good idea of just how fast the wind is blowing by seeing all the rain move across your screen there. Taking it back in on First Alert Doppler 6000, again underneath these areas in orange and yellow, that's where we're seeing the really gusty winds. So if you're just watching Chris's report from Fort Lauderdale Beach and you're out in Melrose Park or you're down in Dania Beach, you too are seeing the exact same conditions here. So these gusty winds coming in with the heavy rains. And again, we're getting into a more consolidated, widespread blanket rain as we anticipated. So here's where we start to watch the rain totals. Angie last one just showed you a quick 2¼ inches or so in Key West in the last 2.5 hours. We're not quite at that rate, but we're going to start seeing the accumulation start to add up here. Again, Broward County, look at how much of Broward County is now encompassed in this moderate to heavy rainfall, again with the sustained winds running over 30 miles per hour. So it's pretty raw out there right now, extending across the county line into Miami Gardens, moving down towards Miami Lakes here just to the north of the Palmetto. One more stop though across Broward County. I mean, this is just cooking. This is about a 45-minute loop, just watching the showers skirt in right off the Atlantic waters. In a nice batch, too, but look at what's out there. More of this will come. So here's where we start to run into the situation where we're getting very rapid rainfall rates. That's moving on, but then we're replacing it with more rain coming in off the Atlantic waters. And again, a little bit of thunder and lightning out there. It's a very unstable environment, unstable atmosphere. Remember, we have a tornado watch that carries until noon. Now, we don't have, and nor have we had any tornado warnings through the overnight hours. We went through that big event between about 5 and 8 p.m. where we had 9 warnings. Nothing since, but I'll add that the environment is certainly conducive for tornadoes. And just because we've had a lull in the action doesn't mean they're not possible. They're certainly possible as these showers continue to ride on shore. Miami Beach, you've got a lighter rain, but still you're on the front end with the wind coming right in over the water. Conditions are very brisk there. We're seeing a little bit of a break down to Coral Gables and moving west towards Westchester. But we've continued to watch this evolution of showers cycling in, and gradually, ever so slightly, the winds have been picking up. Hurricane warning continues. The storm surge warning continues in Miami-Dade County. We're not expecting sustained winds of hurricane strength, but we are looking for gusts that will creep up tomorrow, or later today, I should say, with peak gusts between 75 and 85 miles per hour. So with that, 14 to 16 inches of rain. So, guys, we're just, starting to get into more of these parameters that we're watching. We're getting the winds picking up. We're going to see the winds gusty later on, and we're starting to see more rain, and more of that will be coming through the rest of the overnight and on into the early morning hours.
Just the beginning, Ryan. Thank you for that. I want to give people an update here of these power outages. If you are listening to us on the radio, or if you have our NBC6 News and Weather app, we certainly know that you're frustrated because you don't have any power, but You are not alone here. 164,590 people in Miami-Dade are right there with you. In Broward County, 74,000 people plus. We're talking about 74,870 to be exact there in Broward County. Palm Beach County, nearly 22,000. And in Monroe County, more than 44,000 customers have no power. And let's hope that there's not 44,000 people in Monroe County at all,
right?
Because they should not be they should not be there.
You shouldn't be there, right? But that's not new. That's not new news either.
Yeah.
So very likely, Shelley mentioned close to 165,000 people with no power in Miami-Dade County. So safe to assume that at least some of those folks at least that didn't decide to leave Miami Beach,
right? Because it was under evacuation.
Under evacuation. It's safest to say that they are without power right now. So let's get you out to Miami Beach with Dan Krauth with a better idea of what's happening there. Hi, Dan.
Hi, Eric. Hi, Shelley. I've moved since the last time I spoke with you. I'm now on 30th Street. And as you can see around me, more of the same, more flooding. Although the rain seemed to die down a bit, it's more of the wind gust that seems to be the problem right now. The wind's definitely picked up. This right here is what used to be a sandbag to protect one of the businesses nearby. We just took a drive down Collins Avenue, which is about 1 block away from me. We went all up and down the strip, and I have to tell you, Collins Avenue itself looks pretty good. All the businesses have power. Most of the trees are standing. We saw one large tree down near the beach on Collins Avenue and 2 street signs that seem to have been blown away from the wind. But Collins Avenue is looking pretty good. I only saw a total of 3 people out on the beach over the last few hours. 2 men who were doing some last-minute sandbagging on Lincoln Road to one of the businesses there, and also the hotel owner, the hotel manager from a few blocks away, who's worried right now about this water seeping into a hotel. It's on a street just like this. There are a lot of people staying in that hotel that took refuge here, had no place else to go, and now the flood water is seeping into that hotel as we speak. They're trying to use pumps to get the water out. They're doing extra sandbags, and they have their backup generator ready just in case people here lose power. But for the most part, it looks like everyone does have power here on the beach. Yes, Steve, if you can pan up, you can see these palm trees swaying in the wind. And but luckily, not a lot of debris flying around out here. The major problem here seems to be flooding on the side streets just west of Collins Avenue, on the north end of Collins Avenue. We're now going to take our news vehicle over to the mainland, cross over the bridge, and fuel up because it's going to be a long night and a long storm ahead.
Yeah, Dan, thank you for that. Thank you for all of your work. And he says, you know, the real big problem here is that flooding, which if you live in Miami Beach and you know just king tides, what they can do. So this is what officials have been warning about for so long.
Yeah.
Is that flooding?
Yeah, and Collins Avenue is such a compacted area in terms of those businesses and shops and restaurants and all of that, and residences as well. But everything is very, very close together. So it's good to see, for now anyway, that Collins Avenue is intact for the most part when it comes to flooding. Let's hope it stays that way.
That sandbag, did you see that sandbag that he showed empty?
Yeah.
That was used to protect a business from the flooding.
Right.
Okay. Dan Krauth, we'll talk to you as soon as they're going to fuel up, get back over, and so we'll talk to him in a little bit.
All right, NBC6 reporter Andrea Cruz is in Normandy Isle, that's in Miami Beach, with what turned out to be a very windy area with lots of downed trees, giving us a better look also at Biscayne Bay with some waves crashing against the dock there and creeping up very close to the seawall and, in fact, up over the seawall. Here's Andrea Cruz.
Conditions are quickly deteriorating. This is in Normandy Isle right now, right in the middle of Miami Beach, which of course has been evacuated. I want to point out to you this large branch right here. This is the kind of damage that we have been seeing during the last couple of hours. This is a very common sight right now. Actually, on our drive down from Miramar, we came down on I-95. I feel safe to tell you that never in my life have I seen I-95 completely empty, not one car on the road. So that was the good news at this time. People are heeding those warnings. They are staying off the roads. And now let's walk down this little park right here. This is right off of Bay Drive in Normandy Isle. And you can see there's branches, there's leaves flying everywhere. Coconuts, which is a concern right now because a coconut flying at a very high speed would definitely cause some damage either to the homes, hopefully not to a
person. So as we get closer here to the water, the good news right now for homeowners in Miami Beach is that, as you can see, the ground is still pretty dry. We have not seen too much storm surge coming onto the ground here. However, this is the cause of concern right now. You're taking a look here at Biscayne Bay. This is part of Biscayne Bay that follows along Alton Road. And I want to show you this dock right over there. You can see how the water's already creeping up onto the platform. I have actually come to this park before. I can tell you normally you would see probably the top 2 or 3 feet of those poles right below the platform. Right now you can't see any of that, and you can see the waves crashing against the platform. Now take a look here at the seawall. So far we could see the water is staying about 2 or 3 feet below the seawall. However, this is definitely not the worst of it. In fact, we know that high tide will happen today sometime in the morning, between 11 in the morning and noon. So that will be a cause of concern, trying to make sure that the storm surge doesn't cause too much damage along Miami Beach. We are going to continue driving around this area, trying to give you a good idea of what's going on here. We know Miami Beach was evacuated, so a lot of homeowners right now must be wondering what is happening with their homes, what is happening with their neighborhoods. So we're going to try to keep continuing to give you a good look so that you know what to expect once you return to your home. In Miami Beach, I'm Andrea Cruz. Back to the studio.
All right, so Andrea Cruz there in Miami Beach, and that's also where we were just speaking to Dan Krauth about 4 minutes ago as well, and seeing a similar situation there in terms of lots of rain, but the flooding, not so bad quite yet. We are expecting that storm surge to be pretty sizable when we push forward maybe in the next 6 to 8 hours, but so far things are looking, obviously it's getting a little dicey, but things not too bad in Miami Beach, not yet.
Want to go to stay in Miami-Dade. I want to go to Florida City. That is where Julia Bagg. We also had Keith Jones there a short time ago. Julia, you're driving around now. What are you seeing?
This doesn't have power. That has power.
I want to go ahead and show you right away here, Shelley, just how dark it is. More green flashes since we last spoke, more power going out. You'll recognize where we are. We're just on US 1. This is the start of the turnpike. That would be the entrance right there, a little bit of debris in front of us. So there certainly is at least power ahead of us to the north, but just look how dark. You can see, and behind us, we're leaving that area with no power. It's a dangerous time right now with, obviously you see those lights out. Some stoplights are out as well, but the good news is we're hardly seeing anybody at all on the roads. We're being very careful about this. Winds have been quite fierce. Here's a place where some people have been taking shelter. We know a lot of these hotels here evacuated, but some hotel owners did decide to just open up their places to their employees or just people who needed a spot to stay if they didn't have a secure home. So we're slowing down. We're kind of dodging some of this debris in the street here. That's been the story so far, because I showed you earlier how this can be a susceptible area to flooding, but really the story for us has been the wind. And of course we've seen that elsewhere across South Florida. Wow, just looking at those tree branches there just kind of rocking back and forth pretty violently. We've been outside. You saw us outside last time, but sometimes the wind gets so strong we have to get back into the car just to take refuge. So let me pause for a second. We can spin around here and just show you. Wow, I just feel it. You might not be able to hear me. What's that? Okay. Wow, I'm not sure if somebody is there. It appears there's a bicycle. Somebody perhaps taking shelter there. My goodness. Not a safe place. And you can see there's something coming down from just what we've been experiencing so far here this morning. So I think it's hard to even keep things up. Okay, we're going to send it back to you guys in the studio. Eric and Shelley.
Okay. Julia, we're going to cut you off. I'm sorry, because we do have a tornado warning that we want to get to and tell folks about. Ryan?
Okay, guys, this is for, and we need Chris, if he's out in the field, out in Fort Lauderdale Beach. We've just been watching this on First Alert Doppler, and this is exactly the type of situation that unfolded earlier this evening. So this covers a broad area from Fort Lauderdale on out to Plantation. 595 is your southernmost edge point here, extending off to the north. What we've got is some strong rotation just offshore, and what do we have here, Andrew? Thank you. Let's see. So this extends. So this is until 4:15. So about a half hour. And it's radar indicated rotation. So here's our normal reflectivity that we would see. All the noise that we're watching is tucked away right here in this cell. So we'll go forward and we'll measure kind of what's going on in the wind environment. And again, the green indicates the wind that's moving towards the radar, and the red is what's moving away. So we've got all these little eddies in the atmosphere. And again, any of this activity as it's moving towards the beaches here, where we get a little bit of the stronger signals. It's rather noisy right now, but again, we get the general idea that there's a twisting motion here in the atmosphere. And so a tornado warning will continue. And let me just back that up again, just to give you a better idea. Here across eastern Broward County. And this actually extends all the way up into southeastern Palm Beach County. Melissa, where is Melissa right now? Hollywood. Melissa's in Hollywood? Okay, so she's just south of this. Melissa, let's see what you got out there in the field. A tornado warning just to your north. Boy, you're getting it.
Yeah, Ryan, I actually, on my phones, they all went off with that tornado warning right now. I mean, we're blocked by the car, so I'm not even giving you justice. Let me step out to show you what the actual wind is like right now. But I mean, we've been getting all of these gusts consistently, so my photographer Linda and I will just run and duck by the car. But essentially, this is what it's looking like. We're along A1A. I mean, we're on A1A. It's not like I'm on the coast right now. And so these are the trees that have been falling. The branches obviously all around A1A here in Arizona Street, and this wind has obviously clearly been picking up incredibly so much. I mean, we're just drenched and the rain's going in all kinds of direction. When I was using the wind meter, I don't know if this is waterproof, but it is up to 25 mile per hour gust. That was the highest that I've been able to record right now. And yeah, we see it coming in right now with the gusts right here. I think it's the best way you can see it is with that light from the light pole there. You can see the rain just coming down so much right now. But yeah, Ryan, that's exactly what it's looking like. Yep, we're feeling it for sure.
You can really see those sheets of water just coming down. All right, Melissa, thank you. Reporting live there. So let's look up the road here. Again, this, at least for the time being, encompasses southern Palm Beach County into northern and northeastern Broward County. And there was probably a chorus of phones that just went off with this warning. But my concern for the time being is right here across eastern Broward County. Because, again, the atmosphere, we've got all these showers coming onshore here. Let me fast forward in the first alert Doppler 6000. And I'll just tell you, this whole environment is very turbulent. So we run the risk of these tight little spin-ups that'll move onshore. And that's where we have to exercise caution. In a tornado warning, what do? We go to an interior room of our house, away from the windows, put as much between you and the outer walls of your home. And you may look at this and say, Ryan, gosh, this is no different than what we've been looking at all night. But again, it's what's embedded in these showers. And again, it's the twisting motion in the atmosphere here. If you recall 20 minutes ago, this was all green. But now we're finding all the red. So we're finding, again, that twisting motion in the atmosphere. So we've got gusty winds and, again, brief tornadoes. Again, as radar indicated, brief tornadoes spinning up here. We call all these couplets here. And, again, I know it's a rather noisy signal, but all the components, guys, are there for the threat for isolated tornadoes to start popping up, again, embedded in this whole shield of rain ramping in from the Atlantic. Again, eastern Broward County up into southeastern Palm Beach County, it's 3:51. This tornado warning in effect until 4:15.
All right, Ryan, thank you, and we will continue to follow that tornado warning. Obviously, this is not the first one, and it won't be the last as we push through our coverage here. But again, I just want to reiterate that about 3:45, we went into this tornado warning. We were on the air immediately with meteorologist Ryan Phillips. Broward County to Plantation is what this is spanning. 595 is the southernmost portion of that tornado warning. So, of course, we'll continue to follow what happens next and how long that tornado warning stays intact, and as soon as, of course, that is the risk is lessened, we'll continue to let you know. So,
Eric, I'll stay with you here.
Oh, okay, terrific, Ryan. I didn't realize you were there. I apologize.
No. This is good. Again, it's just a signal. It's like there's first alert Doppler. Again, this, Eric, is velocity data, so we're measuring the winds in the atmosphere.
Right.
And again, we look for kind of a uniform pattern.
Right.
And the winds are coming in off the Atlantic. So where we have the red and green together there on the right-hand side of your screen.
Okay.
So we're not pinpointing right now necessarily one specific area. Potentially, again, we're just watching this broad area here. Again, this is all cycling onshore. This is all moving up into northeastern Broward County. So anywhere from Fort Lauderdale to Oakland Park to Lighthouse Point, Pompano Beach, Deerfield Beach, you got to take this seriously. Again, just very brief spin-ups have certainly a lot of potential for damage.
Ryan, I think this is a good time, not for a lengthy explanation here, but the main difference between a watch and a warning dealing with these tornadoes is that one indicates that that you recognize some type of circulation, correct?
Yeah, exactly. In this instance, it's radar indicated. Sometimes warnings are issued with a visual confirmation, but right now in the dark of night, we're using all of our tools to detect all these little eddies in the atmosphere, and that's what we're ending up with. And it's in one whole batch of shower activity moving onshore. So the environment's right for something to materialize, and we're putting the warning out now.
Okay, and so obviously Ryan made good mention, and this is important, Ryan, that we do have within that area that you've just circled there.
Yeah, we've got multiple areas.
Well, and not just that, but not just multiple areas, but multiple relatively the population density.
Well, yeah, there's no question. I mean,
absolutely.
If we just broad brush it from 441 east, anywhere north of 445.
Yeah.
Again, we're not talking about your traditional really wide tornado. We're talking about these small vortices. Anybody that was here in 2005 for Hurricane Katrina in Southwest Dade, we had multiple spin-ups that came in. Now, granted, that was around the eye wall, but it's the same principle. These are all very brief, short-lived, but intense. And that's what we're looking for, and that's the mode that we're in tonight, and that's what we're warning on.
Chris Hush, who was in Fort Lauderdale Beach, just wrote me saying, and it just got worse. Because when we saw him a short time ago, you saw the conditions that he was in.
Yes.
And he just said, well, it just got even worse than that.
Yeah. So we're watching this specific area moving onshore. Guys, we'll keep this, and actually here, there's some development here. This will be up into the Coconut Creek Margate area. Again, we're going to watch this very carefully. Again, this entire area moving onshore. So it's volatile. It's going to be very brief, but we're going to keep the warning up for the National Weather Service until 4:15. Let me go get a look at this, guys. We'll carry it on here.
All right.
Just giving perspective, because I'm in the inland area as well, and there were some neighbors who were thinking, okay, it's going to be more of a coastal event. They don't really necessarily have to worry about it. When you have a tornado warning, this is just a reminder why you could not let up your guard. You could not let up, even if you thought, because you're in Miramar, you're in Pembroke Pines, that you were probably better off, but that's not the case at all. And so I did have, again, some neighbors who were, I think we're going to be okay where we are. We're not in Fort Lauderdale Beach. We're not, in these evacuation areas at, Miami Beach or something like that.
Because we have this thing that's rotating counterclockwise, right? So it's coming from the coast and going directly inland. And so when you're dealing with the area that Ryan just had circled, going into Plantation, sort of headed towards, in Deerfield and Pompano and headed toward Coral Springs, you're dealing with a really heavily populated area. We had a tornado warning yesterday that was down just outside of Homestead, but the big thing with that was, okay, it's been issued, but it wasn't in a very heavily populated area. So obviously we'll watch that. So if you're in Broward County, sort of in that area, Plantation, Coral Springs, Davie, Sunrise, be aware that now will be a good time to take cover, because that tornado warning, albeit very likely short-lived, is still intact for now.
4:15. Okay, we want to go to Dinner Key Marina. That is in the Coconut Grove area. Laura Rodriguez is there. Laura, Coconut Grove, some parts did not have power, so tell us what you're seeing there.
So right now I am seeing power. Some of these lights went out, but now they just came back, and I actually have received text messages from several people in the area who tell me they lost power for a few minutes and then it was restored, and I just saw it here with my own eyes. But here I'm seeing more of a wind event, not flooding at all. If you can pan to my feet, I mean, it appears it hasn't rained that much here. I've driven all around Miami-Dade County, also went to Broward County, and I have seen more wind than rain up to this point. And a proof of this wind event is this palm tree over here, knocked down completely. Luckily, there was not a boat on the other end. That's the first thing when I got here on scene, and I saw this tree completely uprooted. I took a look out here on the water because there are boats out here, and luckily it did not fall on anything, just on a floating dock. So luckily whoever's boat is in this area and they moved it, good idea, because it could have gone for your boat. Robert, if you can pan to the left, you can see these boats moving back and forth in the water. People did opt to leave their vessels in the water. Obviously, though, this palm tree proof that it can be an issue. This dock here, I'm just seeing for the first time right now, there seems to be some kind of an issue with the floating dock. So moving your vessels, whoever did that, whoever heeded the warnings, was definitely a good idea. And Shelly, I do think you made a great point, saying people who live inland, who thought everything was just going to be fine. And I know John and Ryan have been repeating time and time again that, you know, you aren't in the clear, essentially. And earlier, I've been working already almost 12 hours. I was working while those multiple tornado warnings were coming out, and a lot of them were inland. And I know a lot of people were very nervous. I was at an evacuation shelter in Southwest Miami-Dade, and people were running into the shelter last minute because of the back-to-back warnings. And this is proof. I mean, I'm right on the water, and at this moment there's no storm surge. Doesn't mean that there won't be a storm surge, but you know, proof that right now things seem to be okay in this area, other than one uprooted tree where I'm standing. I mean, there's a lot of greenery on the ground and some shrubs, but again, that was a very great point, because I saw it with my own eyes in Southwest Miami-Dade. People were in a panic and worried that something could happen.
Tornado, those things come out of nowhere. You can't predict those. Harder to predict than a hurricane. And Laura, to jump on that point there, this is the 10th tornado warning that's been issued since last night. 10th.
I mean, again, I was working during those tornado warnings, and I had my eyes glued to the NBC6 News and Weather app, because we happened to be in the car sending over a few stories to both NBC6 and Telemundo, and at that time we're getting alerts, and I just wanted to make sure I was watching and to know if it was going to pass in the area. And John was saying, take cover if you're in Davie, take cover if, you know, I know he said Davie, and then it was heading toward Miramar, and then I started worrying about all of you at the station. You know, I mean, in Miami, like you said, I was born and raised here. I've lived through a few hurricanes. Luckily, you know, in Hurricane Andrew, nothing happened at my home. But when you hear hurricane or an earthquake, you can't prepare for that. And that's what I always tell people who are not from the Miami area. I have many relatives and family members outside of Miami, or friends, who are very, very concerned. And of course, hurricanes are very concerning, but we have had plenty of time to prepare. With a tornado, it's like, what do you do? I mean, what do you do other than seek shelter and try to go to a room without a window? But I mean, I know I was alarmed, and it seems that it's not over yet.
Yeah, and it seems like we have very good reason to be alarmed, because when these when we watch a hurricane, it is a broad scope of danger, and we have plenty of time to watch it coming. But when we get these tornado warnings, Ryan, you're dealing with a high intensity in terms of what the risk is, but it really doesn't last very long. In fact, yesterday, Ryan, when you were here, a couple of these tornado warnings were popping up. By the time we got on the air with it and stayed on air for the 5 or 10 minutes, by the time we were done with that specific coverage on that tornado warning, it was over. And so some of them obviously are lasting a little bit longer, but what do you foresee with this particular one in Broward County? Are you seeing it, the potential for it to last a little bit longer than maybe some of the others?
And that's why we're just approaching 4 o'clock now, and coming out of Laura's live shot. If your phone just went off and you're wondering what's going on, you read the text tornado warning, let's set the stage for you yet again. What we have is a tornado warning that's in effect for the next 15 minutes for southern Palm Beach County. This extends from Boynton on down to Delray, Boca, or up to Delray, I should say, Boca, and then points like Deerfield Beach, Pompano Beach, Lighthouse Point. Just got a tweet from Chris Fisher. He's moving into northeastern Broward County. He said, boy, it substantially picked up, similar to what Chris had told Shelley out on Fort Lauderdale Beach. So we extend the warning out to the west, Coconut Creek, Plantation, Melrose Park, Wilton Manors, Oakland Park, Fort Lauderdale Beach. But Eric, to answer your question, here's what's going on. We kind of have a broad brush tornado warning. What we've been monitoring, some rotating storms offshore, a few waterspouts possible. but we're seeing multiple signatures of that. So in order to make sure everyone's protected, a broad warning went out to cover the coastal locations where the threat is the highest. So here's what we have. You have the heavy rain moving through and the gusty winds. And if we check again what the winds are doing, see here's a stronger signal now across, well, let's see, this would be Atlantic Boulevard, stretching from the west to east. Actually, quite a significant signature here. Versus some of the, here's another signature that's just offshore. And so all these little signatures, these little couplets here, where we're seeing the winds that are moving inbound versus the winds that are moving outbound, this looks a little bit more significant here than what we've been seeing in all these. So this is where the threat area lies. Again, the greens indicate the wind moving towards the radar and red away, and normally would find a little more uniform pattern. So when you find an interruption in that, that tells you there's a better chance for some circulation to be taking shape. But again, most of the activity is offshore and lifting off to the west-northwest here, and that's why the warning extended well off to the north. But again, it's these little pockets that we're really watching here just offshore, and as they move on shore, that's where we have the threat for these spin-ups here to come in off the Atlantic waters into our coastal locations. Again, it's 4:04, tornado warning continuing for 11 more minutes for eastern and northeastern Broward County. Guys?
Okay, we are actually just talking to Chris Hush because we're expecting to hear from him in just a moment. He just texted me saying it's so bad here. We're moving. We're trying to find out exactly where he is going to be, but we are standing by for a live report from him in just a moment. But he was in Fort Lauderdale Beach, and he was saying it just got worse, and we saw him about not even half an hour ago.
Yeah, and that was very, very close to the area that Ryan was just talking about, this tornado warning. Just north is where that tornado warning is at this point. So we're waiting for Chris Hush to get into a safer place, and then we can get an update from him, giving us a better idea of this latest severe band that is coming through Broward County. So he's going to have some live pictures for us from there. So we're going to get to him as soon as he's in a safe spot. But right now, let's get to Brickell in Miami-Dade. Amanda Placencia is there live, giving us a better idea. Amanda, obviously the winds are kicking up. Not quite what we're seeing right now in Broward, up in Fort Lauderdale and up near Pompano, but certainly the winds kicking up there as well.
Yes, definitely, Eric and Shelley, and you can feel that Irma is starting to come through with that wind. As you said, I've lost my head a few times, and I want to show you what we're seeing out here. This is Brickell Bay Drive in your 13th Street, Southeast 13th Street, and you can see from those palm trees, they're whipping back and forth, kind of precarious. Also on the ground here, if I can show you on the street, some flooding. Obviously, this was an evacuation zone because of the worries for storm surge. We're just about a block away from Biscayne Bay, and in the middle of the street there, you actually see some of the what's in Biscayne Bay, some of the seaweed here on the street mixed with palm fronds. And to the left over here, we're actually being blocked by a building, but to the left you see that stop sign. By each hour that we've been out here, it starts to go further and further down. So we're monitoring that, and that's because of those winds, and they're whipping. And it almost sounds eerie out here. You know, it sounds like howling or whistling. It's like a haunted voice because of those winds kind of going through all of these condo buildings, these tall, office buildings and condos. And as far as power, over here, most of the grids are underneath the ground, from what we've been hearing from one of our photographers who lives here in Brickell. So no real power outages in that sense, but definitely a lot of those winds. And if we can go back out here on the street, just seeing what we're seeing. This is not the Florida Keys, and you can only imagine what they're seeing, and this is not we haven't been hit by the 5, a hurricane force winds of 5, so this is just the beginning of what we're seeing. So he's cleaning the lens because the rain is starting to come in, but I wanted to bring you back out live here. We are actually a block away from Biscayne Bay. We're near the Jade condominium, so we're in a safe place because that building, that's what's protecting us. But we have a building in between us, and we're still feeling this wind. We were actually in our news unit. Our car was actually kind of rocking back and forth, but we are in a safe area. So we'll keep you posted on what we're seeing out here, because there is also a curfew because of this very reason, these winds. I believe it's 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. here in the city of Miami. So just because of these winds, you want to be safe. So I'll send it back to you guys. You guys have any questions in the studio?
Well, Amanda, I think we're trying to get a good gauge here because things are playing out very differently in Miami-Dade and Broward County, because the same bands that are whipping through where you are where you are in Brickell. All right, we want to get over immediately to Chris Hush. We know, Chris, the last time we talked with you, you were in Fort Lauderdale. Where are you now? Obviously, in a much safer place.
We're still near Fort Lauderdale Beach, but we did have to move. We were not feeling too great about the location. We were near the coastline. We are now under a roof, a shelter here. We found a building. The winds are absolutely incredible. This is Harbor Drive. We are near Harbor Drive now, and I would say just just west of the A1A. If you take a look, you can see the rain, the wind. You guys, I don't know how to really explain it, but when we were live about, 45 minutes ago, I mean, I said that was a lot. I was saying at the time that we had gusts of 45 miles an hour. I don't know how fast this wind is, but it was enough that it scared us, and we left. We left the area. So we have now found a place where we feel safe. We are underneath a little bit of a shelter here. But, I mean, look at the palm trees. If you can look at our headlights, that's our truck right there. You can look at the headlights, just pieces, branches coming down, the wind, the rain. I've never experienced anything like this. I worked in Orlando for 2 years. I only covered tropical storms. So this to me is completely new. And for anyone else who's in Florida, who's maybe moved to Florida and is experiencing this for the first time, I'm right there with you, because this to me is unlike anything I've ever experienced before. And I've definitely, this scared us. So we moved. So Fort Lauderdale Beach, I don't know if you guys have any questions for us. The wind it's relentless. So that's the story here from Fort
I'm glad
Lauderdale
you guys
Beach.
moved.
Yeah.
Glad you moved.
Yeah, obviously, Chris, we wanted to give you guys a couple of minutes to get from the coastline where you were to a safe spot. So glad to see that you're in a safe spot. So we'll give you a couple of minutes to re-gauge there and make sure that everything is good from the location where you are going live from right now. So we appreciate you being with us, Chris, and please be safe with your photographer as well.
Yeah.
And I think he made a very good point there by saying that it's not something that he experienced because he's not from here, and very much a transient community here in South Florida. So I think a lot of people that we're talking to out there have never been through the process of a hurricane like this. And so you have these really intense bands that whip through, and then everything dies down for a half hour, and things kind of seem okay and not bad, and then all of a sudden it whips through again. And that's what we're going to continue to see. Not necessarily those sustained winds, but really intense wind gusts like this that whip around, and then out of that is what spawns those tornado warnings.
Yeah, we are going back to Miami Beach. We are taking you across South Florida, so just stay with us here. Want to give you conditions across the board. So Miami Beach there. We have Andrea Cruz, who is in 71st, and Collins, you're in your car right now, because it's very tranquil, at least for now.
Yes, we're in our car right now, but I can tell you that the wind gusts are really slamming the beach right now. So I'm going to turn the camera over and you can take a look. We are in between two buildings here on 71st. So this is kind of creating actually a wind tunnel effect. So every few minutes or so we're seeing these very, very powerful wind gusts coming through. And as a matter of fact, I did try to measure it with the wind gauge app in my phone, and at one point it just wasn't giving me a reading. It was going over the top mile per hour of 40 miles per hour in this specific app. So that's kind of what we have been seeing here so far. I'm not sure if you can see, but the car is swaying back and forth as we get closer here. What you're seeing behind those palm trees is the beach. This is right on 71st. I'm just gonna try to open the door here just so you can take this. So I can't open the door. It's just slamming back, and definitely not a place you would want to be walking. So that's what it looks like right now. Can't even open the door. We're going to turn right around, take a drive down Collins Avenue. We're going to try to head south now. We are hearing reports of some street flooding down there, so we'll just keep on giving you a look. As far as police presence, that's something I wanted to mention. We're not seeing very much of it right now here in Miami Beach. We were fully expecting, since it is under an evacuation zone and it is under Right now, you can see nobody's on the street. However, we were thinking maybe we would run into checkpoints because of the curfew, but we're not seeing that right now. But take a look at this damage right here. Shutters, the shutters of this store just blew off. This was probably one of those wind gusts. I'm going to try to get closer so you can hopefully see it. These are very, very large shutters. Here you could see it on with our headlights. This is a business, Little Brazil, on 69 and 84th, one of the many restaurants lining Collins Avenue. The shutters unfortunately just blew right off, but you can see the glass is still intact. That's the good news for the owner of this business. The rest of the businesses you can see are fully boarded up, so hopefully that will be able to stand the winds here. So we will continue driving down Collins Avenue, and like I mentioned, a curfew is in effect here right now, so we were thinking maybe there would be a checkpoint or something. We know that police did say they were going to be out here. However, we're also very well aware that once the winds reach 45 miles per hour, that first responders, it limits their ability to be out here on the streets. You can see branches lying around everywhere, very large palm leaves. Here we're also seeing some more damage. It looks like some poles fell off. And well, this is not good right here because this is a construction zone. So we're seeing construction materials kind of flying around a bit. That's where that pole came from. So definitely starting to see the effects of those wind gusts. First we were feeling it, very hard to walk through. I'm seeing a person here right out on the street right now. So let's try to see what that is about, if we can pull over. We're seeing someone here. Hi sir, how are you? Are you doing okay out here? You hear us on the radio? That's great. I'm glad you're paying attention, but why are you out here right now? So you're staying here, you're staying put? You have to? Okay. You weren't able to go to a shelter? No? What have you seen so far? The storm is exploding. Wow. You should probably try to go inside right now or try to go under the roof. It's getting really bad out here. We're going to... There's more of you in there? Okay. Great. Well, good luck, sir. No, we don't. Bye. So there you saw one person who was not able to go to a shelter. Unfortunately, he says he's along with another 4 people just trying to seek shelter under this palace on Collins Avenue, close to 68th Street. So we will continue driving down right now, trying to give you another look. I'm really surprised we even saw someone out here right now. So you can see it's dark, just like that gentleman mentioned. We have been seeing transformers going out. So there are big sections here of Miami Beach with no power right now. However, it's not widespread. We are seeing some blocks do still have power. Others, however, completely dark. You can see no street lights, no traffic lights. Definitely not the conditions you will want to be driving in right now. So we will just continue heading down. And like I mentioned, once winds reach 45 miles per hour, it's very difficult for police to be out here. We have seen different posts on social media from police departments in the area saying that at this point they are keeping their law enforcement officials indoors unless they have to go out for any sort of emergency. So as we continue driving down, you can see very desolate right now. The good part here so far, we haven't seen any street flooding. However, we're heading down south where we know it's an area that very often does flood, especially the lower streets. We know around Alton Road, that's the one area we're going to be checking out next. So we will just continue heading down, and unless you guys have any questions for me, I'll toss it back to the studio.
Andrea, I think we're all right. We're going to check in with you a little bit later, but we want to get over to First Alert meteorologist Ryan Phillips because we are still under a tornado warning. Or
Just
has it been
canceled.
lifted? Okay,
just canceled. And that's why, guys, I just want wanted to start off with this this blank map. Tornado warning canceled just moments before it was due to expire. That was a warning with as a precautionary measure. I think it was the right thing to do. I just got off the phone with NBC6's Chris Fisher here in the northeastern Broward County. He said it was a moment where the hair was standing on my arms, and I was trying to get a little bit of video for you guys, but he said it was just really wicked. The winds just turned up real quick. Right now, the threat diminishing as the heaviest of the showers lift off to the north and to the west. But boy, I got to tell you, the moderate to heavy showers still continue, at least across extreme northeastern Broward County here into Deerfield Beach. Again, this is all lifting off to the north into southern Palm Beach County. Also down into downtown Fort Lauderdale, extending out to Fort Lauderdale Beach. And guess what? More to come out here. Now, we're not finding it as unsettled as it just was some 20 to 25 minutes ago. I'm looking at a traffic camera right now at 95. You guys don't have to switch this. I just want to tell you, up here across northeastern Broward County at Atlantic and 95, just sheets of rain. I-95 is a mess. I assume that we're seeing some flashes of lightning and not any green flashes, those power surges. But, you know, these bands mean business, and maybe you're not seeing a lot of lightning, and to you this just looks like maybe a summertime thunderstorm. But, again, the atmosphere is just totally charged up. And so as these rains come ashore, really gusty winds continue. We're talking about wind gusts that easily will push over 50 miles per hour across the impact area here, which is in coastal Broward County right now. So again, these very intense rain bands extend just offshore, and again, these are just going to keep coming over the course of the next hour or so. A little break in the action a little bit closer to the radar site here at the NBC6 studios in Miramar. Pembroke Pines, again, we're not saying we're drying out. We're saying the rain not as heavy. The heaviest of the rain just offshore from Dania Beach, heading up to Fort Lauderdale and Fort Lauderdale Beach. And so that's really where we will hold the emphasis over the next 30 to 45 minutes. A moderate band still lifting back up out of Homestead. Remember, as we head off to the south and to the southwest, the gradient is increasing here, or decreasing, if you will, as the pressures drop heading down towards Irma. So the winds are getting stronger. The winds are much stronger in Homestead and Florida City than they are in North Miami Beach versus what they are in Coconut Creek. Again, the winds will continue to increase, but if we extend this band that's popping up around Coconut Grove and bending back to downtown and out to Miami Beach, again, it just takes a moderate rain to bring down those stronger winds that are just above the surface. Again, Miami-Dade County, as we wrap this up, right now, no tornado warnings in effect, but we continue with our hurricane warning, our storm surge warning, of course, and the tornado watch, which will extend until noon. We'll get later into the day our sustained winds that could push up between 60 and 70 miles per hour with our peak gusts at 75 to 80 miles per hour. And again, starting to see some of these rains come in. And a quick check into Broward County. Again, your storm surge warning was canceled earlier in the night, but the hurricane warning continues. We are not expecting sustained hurricane force winds, but we'll certainly see sustained tropical storm force winds with some peak gusts into hurricane intensity there between 70 and 80 miles per hour. Rain still a problem. Again, storm surge below the threshold of what we would issue a warning for. But in some of those problem areas, anywhere from Pompano and Deerfield all the way down to Harbor Beach, and boy, just as you move inside and towards Rio Vista, you know, the problem areas will still see some water problems, but the storm surge warning was canceled. So, guys, the radar is active. We'll check back in just a little bit. And Irma, as you'll see as we go back behind you, getting closer and closer to the lower Keys. We're talking hours now, and it's time for folks to start hunkering down. We're going to get into that message here real soon.
All right, Ryan, thank you. And just to reiterate what Ryan was talking about very, very quickly here, our entire viewing area under a tornado watch until 12 p.m. today, but that particular tornado warning that we have been following for the last 20 minutes or so in Broward County, more specifically the areas of Coral Springs, Davie, Sunrise, those areas there, that tornado warning ended just about 3 minutes ago. Yeah. So that's a good thing. But remember, that tornado watch for our entire viewing area, that will continue throughout the course of the morning. It doesn't end until noon, with the possibility of it extending farther past that time.
Right now, it's 4:22 in the morning, and on your screen, you see a look of Hollywood Beach, and you see I-95 just to the side of us here. And we have John Caddis-Klimak. He is actually live in Hollywood Beach, so I want to get over to him. Hey, John.
Hey, good morning, you guys. We are noticing the wind. It's been a little bit more sustained than the gusts that we've been having throughout the early morning hours. So we're feeling that part of it. As of now, the rain itself, you kind of see a little bit, but it's more of a sprinkle just with all that wind. Over here, I wanted to point out, we showed this to you a little earlier. It looks like some of the shutters have been coming off of this because the wind gusts have been so strong through here, making a lot of noise over here too. We keep wondering at first what that noise was, then we realize it's the shutters that have come off of this apartment complex, it looks like, because of how strong the winds have been. And I tell you what, I come from Los Angeles, and we don't have this. We have what's called Santa Ana winds. They come in October, November. It's a warm wind, wreaks havoc when we have wildfires. But this, my goodness, is something I've never experienced before. I know earlier this morning we were in Key Largo. You remember us doing a live report from Key Largo? We had some wind gusts down there. That was considered tropical storm force winds. We are definitely feeling something much stronger than that here. You guys were talking about the tornado warnings up north. A little bit north of us in Fort Lauderdale. I've got a friend that actually lives here in Hollywood Beach, a producer at Telemundo, who said that earlier today they had the tornado warnings here as well, and she actually posted a video clip. Her and her husband moved into their bathroom, into that interior room to protect themselves during that time. Scary times, but right now, if anybody is awake in this area in Hollywood Beach, they're hearing the noises coming from the wind. They're probably hearing the raindrops smashing against their windows as well. It is getting stronger and stronger by the minute, but I tell you what, it is a feeling that I have not felt before, and it's a little surreal to be here because we've watched this from across the country, as you guys report so often on storms like these, and then to actually be here and experience it as well is very different, guys.
Welcome to South Florida, John.
Yeah, and I think what I said this a few minutes ago, John. I think what you just mentioned, I don't know if you realize this or not, but South Florida is a very transient community, and we have a lot of people that aren't originally from here. So just like you, I think that there are tens of thousands of people where this is their first hurricane and they're experiencing this for the first time, and how these conditions can change so quickly, which, correct me if I'm wrong, is exactly what you have seen in the last couple of hours.
And it's exactly what is happening right now as we're speaking. The rain wasn't coming down like this when we first started this report. It changes constantly, it seems like. And what has surprised me, and something that I think we've been thinking about a lot, is making sure that we're safe. We don't want to do anything stupid for you on camera. So if there's a point, and you heard some of the reporters already mention, if they start to get nervous about where they are, they're moving. And I got to tell you, I'm lucky because I've got Brian Williams, who's my cameraman behind the camera there, who worked here with you guys for 10 years, who understands all this, and has really given me the understanding of what we will be experiencing, and of course what we're experiencing now. And I also wanted to point something else out. One of the things that surprised me is, as strong as the winds are that are coming through here, the electricity is still on. We've seen it pop a couple times, flicker a little bit, but so far it doesn't look like it's a big issue here at Hollywood Beach.
All right, that is good news in Broward County and Hollywood Beach. John Caddis-Klimak, we appreciate, as always, your coverage, and please be safe. We'll talk to you again in another couple minutes.
Yeah, they're hunkering down when they feel that this is just too much for them. We know Chris Hush was in that tornado warning area. He moved, got himself out of there, and his photographer. So we will check in with him as soon as they start feeling comfortable again to bring us reports and conditions from wherever they end up being. Okay, so we are going to head over to Michael Spears. He is in Edgewater, going back to Miami-Dade County. Michael.
This is a pretty strong blast of wind right now on 29th Street in Miami. We've been moving around this area to give you an idea of the intensity of the winds and what we've seen, and you can see what the wind is doing, whipping rain across the street and the effect it gives. Extremely powerful gusts. We do have new video to show you of flooding just a street over. We started seeing this over the last 2 hours. Water cresting the seawall here on Midtown Miami, 29th Street. and then shortly after started seeing flooding in the street. It is a remarkable difference between now and what we've seen over the last 2 days. Just 24 hours ago, we were reporting on the first bands of Hurricane Irma sweeping into South Florida and Miami Beach, and now this. And I've lost my hat. The winds are extremely strong. We're seeing storm damage, slight in this area, worse than others, but the potential is great as these winds are expected to pick up. Reporting in Miami, I'm Michael Spears. Back to you.
Oh, all right, so Michael Spears in Edgewater in Miami Beach. We also want to take you to this video. This is out of Sunrise. This is in Broward County, obviously, and this Sunrise was included in that tornado warning that we were just talking about that is now over, but this is one of the areas that was included in it. So hopefully the video will loop. You're seeing lots of rain coming down, and exemplified by the amount of water that's coming down on the lens, which is why it's a little bit foggy. But hopefully the video will loop a little bit and you'll see that flash again, because we are seeing one of the things that we're seeing multiple times over and over again are these transformers that are blowing up. There it goes. There it goes. Yeah. So this is I-95 just south of Sunrise. Again, this is in Broward County, part of an area that was under that tornado warning that ended about 10 minutes ago.
Want to read? Okay, we're going to show you some video here from Puerto Rico if we can. And this is essentially why. Ya se fue, dijo. There, it's gone. It's gone, she says.
Yeah.
This is exactly why the country was essentially blacked out. There were 1 million people who had no power there. And this is an example here, down power lines.
Well, you know what, Shelley, I think we have to make this point, too, is that Puerto Rico, one of the big talking points in the last 24 hours was that Puerto Rico was really spared the brunt of the storm, yet still we saw what we saw. But guess what? Us here in Miami-Dade and Broward County, we are also going to be spared the eye of the storm.
Yeah.
So if Puerto Rico was spared in the same way that we are, yet we're still seeing that kind of video coming out of the island of Puerto Rico, if there was ever a question, oh, we're out of the woods, everything's cool, we don't have anything to worry about, that's proof that just like them, we're going to evade the eye of the storm, avoid it. But that certainly doesn't mean that we are in any way out of the woods. And I think that's exemplified by the fact that these really strong bands are whipping up tornado warnings across Broward and Miami-Dade. We're under a tornado watch for our whole viewing area until noon. And so that was, that was some intense video. We've seen lots of transformers blow in the last 24 hours, but that was probably some of the most intense video that we have seen of the way that in terms of power-wise and the number of people that lost power, that was probably some of the most exemplified pieces of video that we've seen to show that.
And Irma left Puerto Rico a long time ago.
Yeah.
But that's some new video giving us perspective, and people here in South Florida have family members there. My grandparents were there, and we were struggling to get in touch with them, trying to find out how they were doing because they were staying put in their homes. And luckily they are doing well. They were in the northwest coast there of Puerto Rico. So yeah, we want to show you here some brand new video here. This is out of no video here. This is just some information here.
Some power outages, is that what we're talking about, Anna, correct? Okay, so the town of Davie at this point reporting around 11:45 on Saturday, so about 5 hours ago, wastewater pump station 24, which is at 4701 Southwest 62nd Avenue in Davie, lost FPL power. They are not pumping right now. So know that if this is part of what supplies you and your home or business. So it is anticipated, from what we understand, that the pump station is going to overflow because obviously the water can't get out. At some point this morning between 7 and 9, it's expected to overflow, and that could impact homes and businesses within the surrounding communities of Emerald Isles and Jasmine Lakes, those particular developments. So this map right here gives you a better idea. If you fall within this square, a couple of square blocks in those two communities, the water in those areas may be contaminated. So know that you can't use it. And again, this is because power was cut to that pump station, so it's not circulating properly. So we know that utility staff in Davie. They will respond as soon as it's safe to do that. But as we have told you many times before, FPL, they've got all their crews standing by, but certainly they're not going to go out in the thick of the storm when these bands are pretty bad and try to fix anything, because that puts their lives at danger. So the biggest thing we can do is to put the warning out and know that if you live in one of those two communities that is serviced by that pump station that has not been working since 11:45 last night, so about 5 hours ago, and they're going to work to fix it as soon as they can, but it probably is going to be a while.
We have several crews in the Broward County area. We had Chris Hush, who was in Fort Lauderdale Beach, that was under a tornado warning. If I can, I want to read you something that he just wrote. He said, "I've never felt the way I did about 30 minutes ago. I was scared. Simply put, we have moved to a safer location." So you see our crews, they're out in the elements, but as soon as they feel that they can no longer do this, they feel that they are unsafe, they're not safe there, they are being asked and encouraged to move, and that's exactly what he did. So he moved to a better area, and as soon as they're ready to report for us, they will. But I'm so glad that he was able to get out of there, because he was scared, and he is from Chicago, and I worked with him in Orlando, and he says, we've been through tropical storms, but we've never been through a hurricane. He hasn't. He says, we're used to winds in Chicago, but nothing like he experienced here.
And I'm just really glad that these reporters that have come here from other NBC affiliates to help us out, we're so appreciative of what they've done, but very happy and proud to say that they are also making sure that they are taken care of.
And that is actually Chris Hush's camera just to the right of us here. And they are under shelter there, under a roof, and you can see it, what they're experiencing there. He says he got chills when he was in his first location because of what they were experiencing.
Yeah, well, you know what, the intensity, it changes pretty quickly from relative calm to relatively chaotic in terms of the wind. So there it is. We pulled up that picture full for you so you can get a better idea. He's obviously under, I'm not exactly sure what business he is in. He is still in Fort Lauderdale. They were just right along A1A prior to moving to this location. So they moved in. It looks like they've got cement pillars on either side, so they're going to stay put, but they're going to keep those live pictures up and rolling for us so we can get a better idea of what is happening there. So we've done a lot of talk about power and the potential for power outages, and obviously we are seeing that pretty widespread. Very likely going to get worse. But right now we have Melissa Adon in Hollywood. I don't know if we can pop her up here, but Melissa, we've been talking with you over the course of the last hour or so in a pretty dicey situation for a family there, because there was a power line that actually fell into their
pool,
into their swimming pool,
and there are more families
in the backyard. And Melissa, one of the good things that we were talking about with this is that the guy that lives there, the owner of the home, is an electrician. So hopefully he'll have a better idea. Melissa.
Good morning, guys. We are actually in Hollywood, where there's a family that called our station because of a concern of a power line that's downed in their pool. We are in Hollywood along 66 and Johnson Street. The family very concerned, calling us. Let's go check it out here. We are with the homeowner, Fernando, who's showing us inside his property, that he's walking us through what we're seeing. And so, Fernando, if you...
I'm an electrician. I'm a certified electrician for the state of Florida, but I'm specialized on the elevator department. I know I got a lot of knowledge regarding electricity and how it works, but if you see all the way on top, the cables from the transformer, they snap from the trees and they went inside the pool, but they're still hot. Hot means that they got power, because the fuse behind the trees, they never blew up. So now the pool right now is hot, like I said. And if you see over here, you start smoking on the box, is red on fire.
Right, we can smell the smoke.
That wiring is going to go back into the house. Inside the house, we had smoke coming through the panel. So our concern is that we don't get into a fire while we're all into the property.
Definitely. There's a huge smell of a lot of smoke right now. We can see that there, that the smoke is coming out and the fire is starting. What happened when you called 911?
911, when we called them, we got the fire department came here. They said that they don't have the right equipment to go by the disconnect and turn it off. So we don't have power inside the house. But they said that they were going to call the FPL so they can come to turn the power off. And what happened, that was like 10 minutes. They said they'll take them 10 minutes. It's been 3 hours, and we're still waiting. We don't know what to do.
And what are you afraid of, Fernando?
That the house catch on fire. And we have an older person. We got a 92-year-old person inside the room. We don't know, what to do. They told us to go and sit in the cars, turn the cars on, but that's dangerous too. You could get, killed inside the car.
Sure, and at this point, the conditions are just getting worse, especially out here in Hollywood. So right now we're going to, for safety reasons, also step away from this because it is just smoking a lot. We smell it.
The wires right there going into the pool.
And exactly, you see the wires that are going inside his pool.
See it there, going down into the pool. And they got power. That's why all this piping right there, see, is going to cut fire. You see the fire starting up?
Yes, we see that. We see
and
that.
You can't spray water because an electrical fire, you can spray water. You need to spray an ABC fire extinguisher so we'll stop it. But if you got power, you're going to keep cooking. See, look at that. It started already. That's what we're afraid of it. And we got gas lines into the house, so the whole house can blow up.
All right. Well, we're so sorry, Fernando. We're hopefully that officials are watching can help you out in this situation here in this house, again, along 66 and Johnson Street in Hollywood. For now, we're going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Melissa, thank you. And that was our question as we were pushing forward, just speaking from a very uneducated in terms of an electrical point of view, whether or not those power lines were active and live. And he's an electrician. And so basically you've got all that power backing up into his fuse box, and he's got smoke coming from his fuse box.
And they're there. An elderly person is there living in the home. But he seems like he's an intelligent man, and they're doing everything they can within their power to take precautions.
Right. Well, it's difficult when you run into situations like that because we knew that we were going to be dealing with widespread power outages, but it's hard to predict pretty catastrophic things. I hate to use that word, but that's exactly what this situation applies to, at least for this particular family, with a power line directly in their pool with a fuse box that hasn't blown. If the fuse box blew, it would be easier because then that electricity wouldn't be backing up into the house towards the fuse box. But it didn't. It's still alive. And so obviously he knows what he's talking about, and hopefully help is on the way because they have called FPL to let them know what's going on because they have gas lines going into the house too.
That's right.
All right, so let's get you over to meteorologist Ryan Phillips. Ryan, what are we talking about?
Well, just a ton of rain, guys, moving through Broward County right now, and we just want to keep checking in with you periodically to let you know what's going on outside. I'll tell you, many of you, my home included, if you took the hurricane warning seriously and you shuttered up, you don't really have the means to see what's going on outside, because you open your curtains or you lift your blinds and you've got panels. So you can hear there's something going on outside, but you can't see it. I want to try to illustrate that for you best we can. Bring the live sweep through here. First alert Doppler 6000, the most powerful radar in South Florida, picking up on some of these heavier cells. Coral Springs continuing up to Parkland, Margate and Sunrise, back to Plantation, Pompano Beach. Now, I'll remind you, there are no active warnings right now for tornadoes. You know, we've been on guard for that. The tornado watch is in effect, but the tornado, no warnings in effect. But boy, Pompano Beach to Deerfield Beach, the heavy rains continue and the driving wind as well. And guess what? We've got more activity just offshore. I just want to show you this is not giving up. And so this is where, and this is how you start to quickly and swiftly tally locally heavy downpours when you just keep a train track running of rain right off the Atlantic waters and stretching from the southeast to the northwest across northern Broward County. Also, I'll point as my reference is 595 and north. A little bit of thunder and lightning. For those of you with impact glass and trying to look outside and you're seeing those flashes, don't assume that all of those flashes you're seeing are related to power problems. We certainly have had lightning so far on this Sunday morning, and we're likely to see some more. Back into Broward County again, just to kind of give you the lay of the land with the Sawgrass Expressway, Flamingo, the Turnpike, and moving off to the East 95, US 1 on out to A1A. And we continue to see, again, the moderate to heavy rains. And this is all one continuous batch, but some of the heavier rains are still offshore, so I timed that out for you. And more activity coming into play right now, actually arriving ahead of schedule into Harbor Beach at 4:41 right now, 4:47 Fort Lauderdale for Lauderdale by the Sea, and 4:48 for Fort Lauderdale. So again, this activity just continues to sweep in, again with gusty winds. And so let's pull out just a little bit. Again, Rumbles of thunder, flashes of lightning there, and then across Miami-Dade County. And even though the returns here aren't as heavy, you're still seeing a decent rain sliding in across Miami-Dade County. All right, let's get back live out in the field to Julia Bagg. Julia, I think you're down in Florida City.
Hi there, Ryan. You know, just what you're talking about, of course, we're seeing here winds certainly kicking up a whole heck of a lot in Florida City. We just had a blackout, and then it came back on. We're grateful for that, but we know why that's happening. The wind just whipping. Whoa. If we could look at that stop sign as it's just kind of spinning around, I could see that, the one across the street and also in other places as well. So let's look up, though, at that palm tree. These two palm trees, man, we're watching for these to possibly go down because things are just getting very severe. This is the fiercest winds we've seen so far, at least this morning. And listening to that howling coming through, we've been watching branches all along this US 1 here coming down. Lots of debris all around. No major damage that we've seen so far to buildings. We're being very careful right now to be under the overhang of a building. We're on a side of it that's on the west side, so the wind not hitting us directly here, just to give us a little bit more protection because things are getting so severe. I do want to let you know, I spoke to a man who's taking shelter right here and sleeping. I said, listen, this is not a safe place to be. He told me he doesn't want to go. He didn't want to go to a shelter. He said, I did let first responders know that he's here just in case of anything. Other than that, we haven't seen anyone out on the street, and we're grateful for that. Again, yes, we are here to bring you the story, but we want you to stay safe inside, and we are doing this as safely as possible. What the story has been for us, while you saw some sideways rain when we were talking to you earlier, now it's just the wind, and of course, with at least 10 tornado warnings overnight, most of that, though, to the north of us, we are very mindful that anything can happen at any moment, and when our phones go off with those buzzings, we're very, very careful and very attentive to this. But boy, guys, we've just seen a lot of power going out. We're thankful. I mean, right before I started talking to you, Ryan, the power came back on here. But when we spoke with Eric and Shelley earlier, we were further south along US 1, kind of at that last stop before you hit the overseas highway. It blacked out all of there. There are also street lights that are out. Let me check on this one. I think it was still on. It is. That's good news. But again, thankfully, people are not out on the road, so you don't have to worry too much about that. But wow, let me just pause so you can listen to this for a moment. Also, a short while ago, we saw Florida City Police on patrol in a Humvee, so a military vehicle that they're using to be on patrol. Wow, listen to that. We're being very careful to watch for projectiles. We've seen a lot of things unsecured, everything from garbage cans to just big rocks, anything that could go flying. That's something that, of course, when it gets so dark, that it's hard to watch out for at this hour. But certainly, we're going to go ahead and take some more shelter now as this is kicking up, and then we'll try to check in with you guys, show you what else is going on here. Now, Eric and Shelley, I'm going to send it back to you.
Julia, I'm here actually, and boy, that's exactly what I would expect to find down there in Florida City. Great reporting. Glad you're getting safe. Here we go to this is I-95 and Atlantic. And boy, just the sheets of rain. And I had told Eric and Shelley, we talked about using the rain as kind of a trace of what the wind is doing, and boy, it is just blowing. You can see it in Julia's shots there in Florida City. Then we go to the opposite end of the viewing area and go to northern Broward County, and we're just rumbling out there. Here's some live pictures coming out of Fort Lauderdale, and just sheets of rain. I mean, these are tropical rains. Look at these palm fronds getting pushed around. We've got wind gusts coming in 40, 50 miles per hour, up to 60, and this will be the story now. Obviously, we can see that this is illuminated, So we know that the power's still on. You can still see some signs of power there off in the distance, but these are some strong winds. One thing to think about in Julia's live shot, if you mentally can go back and think about this, those trees, a large, dense, thick canopy of trees just swaying around. There's a lot of energy in the atmosphere. And of course, we've got these tropical rains. Back to First Alert Doppler briefly. And back down to Homestead in Florida City. Again, this activity, and it's not going to get better for Julia right now across southern Miami-Dade County and Homestead, Florida City, and then moving on up. I mean, we've got this pretty steady band of moderate rain and, of course, a lot of wind. Again, the wind's stronger across southern Miami-Dade than what we're seeing up the road into Broward County. And it's all tied in, again, to Hurricane Irma getting a little bit closer. Wow, how about this? I mean, these rains keep coming. Again, another batch. This one's a little bit further off to the south, so this will press in towards Hollywood Beach, Dania Beach, and points north and give us another good dose out on Fort Lauderdale Beach, specifically Harbor Beach, and on up through Fort Lauderdale Beach, and then extending into downtown Fort Lauderdale. So we do have more coming.
Flood warning.
Flood warning where? Let's see. We are
4:45 p.m. today.
Okay. So this is pretty widespread. Thank you, Angie. Flood warning for urban areas and small streams, and this is all encompassing. Hang with me for a minute because this includes almost all of South Florida, beyond just the immediate southeast coast. Collier County flood warning, mainland Monroe County flood warning, Miami-Dade, Broward, Henry. This is until 4:40. So this is for 12 hours. I guess we're waiting for that to populate, right, Angie? Yeah. So this goes into effect. The bottom line here is that we're monitoring trends. There we go. Boy, that's a much better illustration. Again, this is a flood warning, and this is due in part to the estimate that in some locations we've had already 6 to 8 inches of rain falling, and we're expecting more that could drive totals between 10 and 15 inches. I do think some of the heavier rains will be on the Florida West Coast. Remember, the National Weather Service here in Miami is responsible for counties that extend off to our west. So it's an all-encompassing flood warning until 4:45. Thank you, Angie. That will take over, and it's just a sign that now when we get additional rainfall, again, those problem areas that we all know about will be much more likely to flood with all the intense rains coming in. So 12 hours now that we'll have our flood warning. That'll take us until 4:45 p.m. But keep in mind, we still stand with a tornado threat, and that will take us up until at least the noon hour. Guys, I need to get off the air so we can get ready for the 5 o'clock advisory. I'm going to send it back over to you.
All right, Ryan, thank you. Just creeping up on the top of the 5 o'clock hour, as Ryan mentioned, and that's when that next advisory to come out, and that's the big one. That's the one that gives us much more detail, that intermediate advisory that we just got when Shelley and I first came on the air 3 hours ago at 2 o'clock. That was the intermediate advisory. We get limited information, but this next one that we're waiting for to come down any minute, that's when we're going to get a much more detailed account of what's to come next.
We're going to head over to Laura Rodriguez, who is live in Coconut Grove right now, and Coconut Grove, some parts there experiencing some power loss. What are you seeing out there, Laura?
Well, I'm in the area of Cocoa Walk right here in this section that I'm at. It appears, I don't think the power's out though, because I can see right there by the Sonesta Hotel the lights are on. These businesses, I think, just turned off their lights. But something I did notice while we were driving, a shutter panel flew off, or it fell down, and I'm hearing noises right now from this sign, the end school zone sign. There's a bolt, so we should probably move away from this. I feel like it's probably going to fly away. I also want to walk down this way. Incredible to see Cocoa Walk like this, essentially a Saturday night into Sunday. Very busy just down that street. There are plenty of bars and very active nightlife around here. Bear with me for a second while we cross over, and I do want to show you. I didn't see flooding by Dinner Key Marina, but I do see some flooding right here on this street. This is a really close to Main Highway, right in front of Cocoa Walk, and a transformer just blew out over to Robert, to your left. I just saw the flash, that green flash, but stepping in here, so here you go. It is a little bit flooded here. Interestingly enough, by the water, closer to the water, it was not flooded. Not sure if this area is a little bit flood prone, but you can see there's kind of patches of water around here. Again, just right in front of Cocoa Walk. I'm standing right now. More of a wind event, though, in Coconut Grove, other than this section here on Grand Ave is actually where we're standing. That is flooded. But that's the very latest from here. I'm happy to take any questions. Just had to move away from that sign. I think it's going to blow away any minute, really.
Yeah, all right, Laura, just very quickly here, the big discussion at this point is those bans, and when we're seeing the intensity roll in, and 15 to 20 minutes later, you're seeing much less of intensity. So we were talking with a couple of other reporters that are not very far from where you are in Miami-Dade, and they're experiencing exactly what you have. It seems like you're definitely in a little bit of a soft spot right now in terms of rain and wind.
Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, wind, though, I think has been pretty steady from my last live shot. It's more the rain isn't coming down that hard. Well, of course, as I'm saying, the rain isn't coming down that hard.
It starts,
just poured
right?
for a second there, and it stopped again. Yeah, but you see now it stopped again. So it's been on and off again, on again. But I haven't really felt a torrential downpour. I mean, my hat is still pretty dry. So we're doing okay out here.
Happy to hear it, Laura. We're going to check in with you a little bit later.
All right, want to scroll through some still pictures, some snapshots, and these are from the Broward County Sheriff's Office. Obviously pulled off onto the streets because of some heavy winds. That's what you're looking at there with those sheriff vehicles pulled off to the side of the road. You're looking at palm trees sort of pushed over a little bit because of those high winds that, again, they're certainly not sustained, but they are coming and going and pretty gusty.
And this is why the Broward County officials, they decided to put a curfew in place, because they said, we're not going to be able to help you out if you get stuck in an emergency when those wind speeds get up to a certain amount, and they have made the decision. So this is not a surprise. We knew that this was going to happen, which is why they told everybody, do not be out on these streets after 4 o'clock, and that is until further notice, because we just don't know if we're going to be able to get to you.
Right, and it was hard for us to relay that message, because we certainly did not want to put a threatening tone to it, right? Not saying, well, if you don't get out of here, no one's going to come and help you. Well, no one is going to be there, because the safety of them getting to you, that is the biggest concern. So they certainly didn't want to put a threat out to anybody and say that anybody's being punished because of it, but there has been plenty of warning for folks to make sure that they are off the streets. And in fact, there were multiple curfews that we announced early, towards the late morning, early afternoon yesterday. We started to get a lot of press conferences from the city of Miami and Miami Beach and from Broward County announcing that those curfews were going to be in place. And in fact, some of them still are in place until 7 o'clock this morning.
So we are standing by for that 5 o'clock advisory to come out any moment. We have John Morales, who's here. We have Ryan Phillips, and we have Angie Lastman. Every time somebody comes out of the Weather Center, I think of, no, we're good. Okay.
Somebody comes walking towards us and we think
immediately think it's the advisory,
go, right? Yeah.
Right. All right. But I just want to remind you, September 10th, peak hurricane season, it's what it's considered.
Yeah.
So, hurricane season runs from June to November. We're in the thick of it right now.
Boy, did we ever fall. When you look at the graph of hurricanes commonly happening, we are sitting right within this 8-day window of when the highest intensity and the highest probability of getting a storm like this actually follows.
I feel like they're about to come out any minute.
So yeah, usually with these advisories, especially with these big advisories that come out at 11 o'clock and 5 o'clock, they usually come out sometimes up to 10 minutes earlier than the top of the hour. So certainly that's what we're waiting on right now.
John, are you heading about to... You ready for us now?
All right, so let's get you over to Chief Meteorologist John Morales with more on that. Hi, John.
Yeah, so we're awaiting the 5 a.m. advisory, but I want to do some analysis here of what's going on. And folks, this is not a good situation. And if you're listening to us or still watching in the Florida Keys, you need to hunker down because the worst is yet to come, and we've got an intensifying hurricane. Sadly, this hurricane's central pressure is dropping quickly. The pressure has dropped since I went to take my nap and came back so I left about 3.5 hours ago and came back, and the pressure has dropped 6 millibars since I left. And when you look at this image, and now I'm utilizing the Key West National Weather Service radar, look at the so Ryan, can you slide this up just a little bit so we can get it closer to the center of the screen? I want to show folks how this eye is behaving, over the last 3 hours. This is a 3-hour loop. watch the last hour, especially of the loop. You're going to notice that the eye is shrinking in size. This eye is becoming a smaller eye. Winds are spinning around faster and faster closer to the center. So while the winds are 130 miles per hour as of the 2 a.m. advisory, at the 5 a.m. advisory, they could be stronger. And by the time this makes landfall around 7 o'clock or so, it could be even stronger. Now, I'm not necessarily calling for a Cat 5 hurricane here. I think at this point, whether it's a Cat 5 or a strong Cat 4 is really a mute point. But what I'm trying to tell you is that this is just an absolute beast of a hurricane, which unfortunately, in its crossing of the Florida Straits, from the Cuban coast heading towards the lower Florida Keys, is rapidly intensifying. And this area here, this eye wall, is just the worst part of this hurricane. The one that has those winds sustained above, I'm going to say above 130 miles an hour, because I'm considering this hurricane as one that will be stronger than currently being advised upon on the bulletins from the National Hurricane Center. And the gusts, therefore, will reach 150 to 160 miles an hour. And here's the other bad part. As we analyze the Key West National Weather Service radar, it really looks like this is going to go right into the middle portion of the Florida Keys. There's a couple of wobbles here, slightly to the north, slightly to the left, but generally speaking, this is headed towards, I think, towards the middle portion of the Florida Keys. And that means that all of the lower Florida Keys are going to get the wall that surrounds the eye of the hurricane. So, for example, had it crossed here over the Dry Tortugas, yes, it would have been really bad for Key West, for Boca Chica, for the lowest portion of the lower Florida Keys. But now that it's headed towards kind of the middle portion of the low Keys, then everybody gets it. Everybody gets the worst, fiercest part of this hurricane. So, some recommendations for you down in the lower Keys. Again, the worst is yet to come. You need to move to an interior room away from windows, wherever you're sheltered in place. Keep your footwear on. In case you need to flee, you know, this situation is going to be very volatile. There's going to be a lot of debris around. Keep your footwear on. Gather blankets, gather pillows, take a mattress if you need to wherever you're sheltering in place. If you have a bicycle helmet, put that on, because these are the type of winds that you see in those, you know, infamous tornadoes from Oklahoma. I mean, you know, where everything is flying and homes are being flattened by the wind. Again, you needed to have left, but if you're still there, you're still there, you need to hunker down. Again, in the next 2 hours. In the next 2 hours, this eye wall is going to approach you. Okay, the 5 a.m. advisory is in, and for now, the winds stay at 130 miles per hour, but the pressure is down to 928 millibars. Movement northwest, 8 miles per hour, and at 24.1 and 81.5 degrees west. It is a hurricane that's getting closer and closer to the Florida Keys to make landfall in the next 2 or 3 hours in that area. We're expecting that as it continues to move towards the northwest, obviously we are now really within just a couple of hours of landfall. So in relation to our viewing area, which is Broward, Miami-Dade, and the Florida Keys, showing you a cone of concern is not all too relevant at this moment, but I'm going to show it to you anyway, and I think we can switch to that, yes, on Max 2, and there it is, National Hurricane Center with the hurricane heading right, it looks like just to the east. If you drew a center line here, looks like it would be just to the east of Key West, so that, I repeat, the entire lower Florida Keys below the 7 Mile Bridge will get the eye wall of this hurricane and the worst part of it. I do expect, even though this says 130 miles per hour, there is a chance that between here and here, this hurricane will ramp up, get to 135 sustain, who knows, maybe 140 sustain. If it ramps down again by the time it gets over here, that's possible too. But just looking at short-term trends, this hurricane definitely looks like it's intensifying with a diminishing diameter of the eye wall, of the eye's diameter rather, and then the eye wall looking so strong on the radar. So beyond the lower Florida Keys, this track is really bad in terms of surge for all these regions. It keeps the hurricane just offshore and very close to the coast. So we've got water piling up into the Marco Island area, into Everglades City, into Naples, into Port Charlotte, beyond that Sarasota, and then eventually, look at this, really, really bad track in relation to Tampa. Just making landfall in that metro area, but just offshore and piling up all the water on its counterclockwise circulation as it heads towards the north. So for the rest of Florida, beyond our viewing area, it's going to be as bad or worse than what I'm forecasting for the lower Florida Keys right now. It's just a very, very difficult situation, a dangerous situation. And again, in the Keys, hunker down. This is going to be one of the worst hurricanes ever seen in the Florida Keys.
Hunker down.
All right, John Morales, thank you. 2 minutes past the top of the hour right now. We will be back with our team of meteorologists momentarily with more information on that 5 a.m. advisory. Also be talking with the National Weather Service live in a couple of minutes. But right now, we want to get you out to Melissa Adan, who is in Pembroke Pines, a tree down there. And Melissa, this is one of the many places where we're seeing the exact same situation following through.
Hey, sorry. So trying to get into place here because obviously it's so dark. We just saw what we think transformers go out here in Pembroke Pines, so we were trying to get to that area. So I'm walking along 600 South Palm Avenue, and then this is the tree that's blocking the area. So you can take a look here. Give me a second. I'm going to flip over this camera, figure this out right now. Thank you, everybody, for staying with me. Okay. So this is a tree. So Pembroke Pines Police tweeted it out. It's about an 8 to 10 foot tree, rather large. These are the trees that you see on the median. And, you know, this is exactly why they said this is blocking the road, and this is why Broward County has issued a curfew, because they don't want you to all of a sudden be driving and encounter debris like this. This is why they've issued it. So wow, take a look here how this tree was totally uprooted from the median, and then it fell here along 600 South Palm Avenue in Pembroke Pines. So this is blocking both of the southbound lanes right now. So if you're in this area, you can't travel south, and there's barely any other way to go around, because if you do try to go around, there's a canal. So obviously that's not a safe option. This is, so again, Broward County officials. All right. That was a police officer that drove by, and that's the only people we've seen. But again, Broward County has issued that curfew. This is why it's in place. Pembroke Pines police officers urging you all to listen to that advice. Eric?
Melissa Don, thank you for that report in Pembroke Pines. And again, as soon as our crews start feeling that they're not safe where they are moving. So safety, of course, is a priority, but we certainly appreciate your perspective, giving us a preview of the conditions there across the board. And that was in Pembroke Pines.
Yeah, and the same goes, our crews, the same goes for, we showed you some pictures of BSO, some vehicles pulled over to the side. They're doing the exact same thing. When things get bad, they're pulling over, making sure that they potentially could be sitting there for an hour or 2 hours until the weather permits them to get out of there and begin patrolling the streets again in a safe way. They're going to stay exactly where they are, which is what everybody should be doing. Hopefully everybody watching this is in a safe place, but if you're not, you definitely need to figure out where you're going to go if things do ramp up, which they are expected to in the next few hours.
But we're staying with you here, whether you're listening to us on the radio, watching us on the NBC6 News and Weather app, or if you still have your power and you're watching us on TV, we certainly appreciate you. We're with you here. So want to head over to North Miami. That is where Christian Casares is, giving us a preview of what is happening there. Christian? We can hear him. We can hear him. I think they're trying to get up.
Almost there. Yeah, we know that he is alive in North Miami, pretty close to the border of Broward County. And again, this is the area where not long ago that tornado warning was issued. It ended within 15 minutes, which is a good thing, but we are expecting that to happen again. So as we wait for Christian to continue to prepare, we just reiterate what John Morales was just talking about. The key focus right now is the Florida Keys, and more specifically, he was talking about, we see the eye, which is about 25 miles wide, right? Yeah. But then there's something called the wall, which surrounds the eye, and that's where you're getting some of the strongest winds. And unfortunately, that wall that surrounds the eye of this storm is what's going to be bearing down in about 2 hours on Key West, but Key West is certainly not the only location that's going to take that, because if you have that whole string of islands very close, Marathon and all the way up to Key Largo,
going right through the middle portion there of the Keys, hitting everybody in that Key West area, Monroe County. All right, we think we have Christian Casares. Christian, if you can hear us, we hope that we are able to hear you as well. There we go.
I can hear you guys. Good morning. I can tell you that the conditions here are just awful. I got to tell you, this is the conditions that we're facing here right now. Basically, the wind is the biggest problem that we're seeing. We're here along Biscayne Boulevard along Northeast 108, and I can tell you the wind is basically the biggest factor at this moment. As you can see with the trees here going back and forth, there's gusts here that are coming along just every now and then in just intense force, making things just very, very, very dangerous, and that is basically reflecting on the roads. I can tell you that we've seen branches and trees and trash and just overall debris on the roads, making this a very dangerous situation for drivers. And I say drivers because we've been out here for at least 20-30 minutes, and I can tell you that we've seen at least 5 cars pass by. So we definitely know that there are folks at this time driving with these very dangerous conditions. I can also tell you that there's police officers in the neighborhood, just basically just keeping an eye out for folks who are out in the neighborhood, and just also keeping an eye out for any dangerous situations in this area. Now, the other factor that I can tell you is the rain. Right now, it seems to have stopped a bit. It's more like a light rain, kind of like a drizzle in a way. This is becoming a very big problem, especially about an hour ago, where for folks closer to the bay, those neighborhoods, I can tell you that they were experiencing a little bit of a flooding situation, some accumulation of water there. We saw a couple of neighborhoods that we just had to pull back at a certain point. They had a few officers in that area basically telling us to just stay away, just, be safe. They have had reports of some down power lines. So it's a good reminder that if you do see any type of standing water, any type of accumulation, to just stay away from that, because you never know what is being in contact with that body of water. But overall, I can tell you in this area, the neighborhoods, all the businesses are all closed. It looks like everyone has basically been hearing authorities to take every type of step necessary to protect their establishments. Like you can see here, the gas station, each of the pumps all covered up in plastic. The convenience store over here all boarded up, the windows and the doors. And just basically the key word here is just patience. That's all we can do really at this time, to just let the system do its course. Guys, back to you.
All right, Christian, live for us in North Miami. We want to take you back very quickly here to Broward County and show you some video. This is out of Miramar for you this morning.
Yeah, Miramar, right next to the NBC6 studios, where you can see trees down. Oh, I recognize that because I think I drove through that, and that was yesterday. Only a few palm fronds were on the ground.
How good at you driving through that obstacle course?
That was before the curfew, right? Okay, so there it is. This is our drive-in to the NBC6 studios here in Miramar, where the windy conditions have brought down palm fronds, which is probably a similar sight in many people's neighborhoods. At 5:09 in the morning.
Yeah, and those
just a few hours ago.
And those palms down, mind you, obviously they're pretty strong.
Yeah,
so that's why palm trees grow in South Florida, right? Because they can withstand some wind. But that is certainly exemplifying the strength of the wind, not just here, but also a little while ago we were in Coconut Grove, where these huge mahogany trees, and it's still yet to be determined.
Snapped.
These huge trees literally snapped in half. And so Ari Odzer, our reporter, was there, and he said basically what he thought was that it was absolutely impossible that those trees were snapped by the wind, because the wind just wasn't strong enough to bring a tree that big.
Yeah.
Well, not that it brought the tree down, but it literally snapped it in half, and then it fell over.
He said there was something here. Something happened here.
Yeah.
Some of it, nothing confirmed at this point, but this was not just wind and rain.
Right, but that was also one of those areas where we were coming in and out of tornado warnings for the last 24 hours. So again, we're probably days away from that, because the National Weather Service would have to come in and make confirmation that the damage did look like a tornado. And again, that is not the case. That is not confirmed. But again, Ari Odzer said he drives by that every day when he was dropping his kid off at school.
Yep.
And these huge, massive, beautiful trees that it was literally split in half. So whether it was a tornado or a lightning strike or whatever, we'll hopefully know more.
10 tornado warnings we've seen since last night.
Yeah.
John Morales says, in my 26 years here, I've never seen that. 10 tornado warnings, and why it's so crucial here in those inland areas that we're talking about here in Miramar. We had a lot of viewers who were asking us, I have a place in Miami Beach, 26th floor, I could stay, or should I go to Weston, or should I go to Pembroke Pines? Even Pembroke Pines, these areas, these inland areas are seeing these tornado warnings that are popping up. Plantation, we had Fort Lauderdale area, we had Pompano Beach, those areas also seeing those tornado warnings. Right now, we still are under a tornado watch.
Yeah.
That was extended until noon.
For our entire viewing area.
Entire viewing
so
area.
if you're watching us on TV right now, you're included in that. If you're watching us on mobile someplace else, then obviously you're not. But, that 5 a.m. advisory that Ryan and John Morales were just talking about, the key focus there is the Florida Keys, because, if you've ever been to Key West or Marathon or any of that, obviously you look at a map, we're not dealing, there's no elevation there. Yeah. There's no landmass. There's nowhere for any of that water to go. So we know that the storm surge is going to come up, but there's just nowhere for that storm surge to then come up and go to the other side or empty, or once the storm surge comes in, it's there.
Potentially 5 to 10 feet.
And potential 5 to 10 feet. And you also have to think, we talked a lot, your average one story is 7 to 9 feet. So when you have a storm surge, it tells 10 feet. It tells the story. Where we could potentially be at. But again, we're about an hour and a half away from that eye wall that I mentioned, where we're seeing the strongest circulation, those strongest storms, the eye wall right on the on the cusp of the actual eye of the hurricane. That's where the strongest winds are, and those winds are going to hit Key West and then those chain of islands right in the middle of the Keys, including Marathon.
Key West bracing for impact here around 7 to 8 o'clock hour. That is when it's going to get rough out there. And we don't have a lot of video that we're showing you out of Key West because we don't have reporters there. Our crews have all gotten out of there. Yesterday, the day before, you had even the inmates who were taken out, the first responders, everyone out of the Key West, Monroe County area. But we do have some pictures, some footage here. We do have video. This is just some here that we got here from Miami Herald. Shutters going loose. Metal clasp, they're threatening to break the bookstore window there in Key West. Just flapping in the wind. It looks like it's a curtain.
Yeah, and thankfully, I guess we should say thankfully, we don't have a lot of video out of Key West because there aren't many people left in Key West, because the warning was stronger for them than it was for anybody else, because it became very evident by noon yesterday, or really late morning yesterday, that the eye of the storm was headed towards them. And up until that point, we weren't exactly sure what was going to happen. So at the same point we realized the Keys were in the focus, that's when we realized that the west coast of Florida was also right within that line of fire.
I can't help but to think about those people when we were interviewing them who were leaving Monroe County, Marathon, Key West. As they were evacuating, we were talking to them. We had crews there, and they were so nervous about what they were leaving behind and what they would come back to. And it's tough to think about just some of those people who are just, they're going to go back to their homes and it's not going to be the same.
Yeah.
And that guy who was saying, I'm leaving my business, and it was a financial decision for some folks.
Yeah, well, these folks were leaving. I know it's hard. We saw a lot of emotional reports yesterday from people that were evacuating, and they were talking to Julia Bagg, and they were saying, not only am I leaving my home, but I'm also leaving my place of work, and because of that, I don't have any income. So not only I don't know if my home is going to be there, I don't know if I'm going to have any income, and it's not just for a couple of days. We're talking about for a period of potentially weeks and months.
Key West is not going to be what we know Key West as.
And there are certain places down in the Keys that they're saying that those areas will never be what they were before when this storm passes. So thankfully, this is the beauty of a hurricane, right? If you have to look at the other side of things, we had so much time to warn folks of what was coming and to warn them of the potential catastrophic situation that they could be facing. And those folks did listen to the warning, and they got out.
All right, we want to get over to Normandy Isle there in Miami Beach. That is where Andrea Cruz is there. If we can get over to Andrea.
Conditions are quickly deteriorating. This is in Normandy Isle right now, right in the middle of Miami Beach, which of course has been evacuated. I want to point out to you this large branch right here. This is the kind of damage that we have been seeing during the last couple of hours. This is a very common sight right now. Actually, on our drive down from Miramar, we came down on I-95. I feel safe to tell you that never in my life have I seen I-95 completely empty, not one car on the road. So that was the good news at this time. People are heeding those warnings. They are staying off the roads. And now let's walk down this little park right here. This is right off of Bay Drive in Normandy Isle. And you can see there's branches, there's leaves flying everywhere. Coconuts, which is a concern right now because a coconut flying at a very high speed would definitely cause some damage either to the homes, hopefully not to a person. So as we get closer here to the water, the good news right now for homeowners in Miami Beach is that, as you can see, the ground is still pretty dry. We have not seen too much storm surge coming onto the ground here. However, this is the cause of concern right now. You're taking a look here at Biscayne Bay. This is part of Biscayne Bay that follows along Alton Road. And I want to show you this dock right over there. You can see how the water's already creeping up onto the platform. I have actually come to this park before. I can tell you normally you would see probably the top 2 or 3 feet of those poles right below the platform. Right now you can't see any of that, and you can see the waves crashing against the platform. Now take a look here at the seawall. So far we could see the water is staying about 2 or 3 feet below the seawall. However, this is definitely not the worst of it. In fact, we know that high tide will happen today sometime in the morning, between 11 in the morning and noon. So that will be a cause of concern, trying to make sure that the storm surge doesn't cause too much damage along Miami Beach. We are going to continue driving around this area, trying to give you a good idea of what's going on here. We know Miami Beach was evacuated, so a lot of homeowners right now must be wondering what is happening with their homes, what is happening with their neighborhoods. So we're going to try to keep continuing to give you a good look so that you know what to expect once you return to your home. In Miami Beach, I'm Andrea Cruz. Back to the studio.
All right, and of course, now we've been talking to National Hurricane Center on and off over the past couple of days. I do want to bring in Dr. Michael Brennan from the National Hurricane Center, of course, working very hard to bring us that information. You've been giving us the advisories every hour, of course, the more substantial ones coming every 6 hours. With the latest information, we've noticed there's been some fluctuation in that pressure. Can you tell me if you guys expect any more indications of some more intensification? I know the storm right off the coast of the Keys. Tell me a little bit about what we can expect over the next couple of hours.
Well, it's certainly possible it could strengthen a little more. You know, we're seeing the eye here is only about 40 miles south of southeast of Key West, but the pressures continue to fall. It's down to about 928 millibars now, and the winds have come up now with a Category 4 intensity, so that the next few hours are going to bring the core of those Category 4 winds here in this northern eye wall right across the lower Florida Keys, and that's going to be a really devastating situation. And in addition to the winds, you're going to have the winds blowing the water onto the Keys, so the peak storm surge here is going to occur just along and to the right of where the center makes landfall. And on the west side, after the center goes by, you're going to get the storm surge from the Gulf side to the left of where Irma's center passes in the Keys. So it's going to be a really dangerous few hours there.
Okay, and as far as timing, tell people a little bit about what you guys are expecting. I know we've seen a slight increase in the speed of this system, but timing. I know 7 a.m. we're starting to see those intense winds from that outer eye wall.
Yeah, I mean, probably within the next hour or two, we'll see that eye wall begin to move on to the lower Keys, moving north and northwest at about 8 miles per hour now. So, and then after that, we're expecting the center to move on up near the southwest coast of Florida and basically parallel the west coast of Florida all the way through today and tonight and early on Monday.
All right, thank you so much for your information. We wait for more from you, of course, as Irma continues its track into the Keys. For now, sending it back over to Eric and Shelley.
All right.
Angie, thanks. 5:20 is your time right now. This is what you're waking up to on your Sunday morning. If you take a look behind us there, you see obviously the eye of that storm swirling right between Shelley and I, headed towards the Florida Keys right now. But right now we want to get you out to Chris Hush. Chris, you were one of the people that sort of got caught in that really intense band that not only kicked up a tornado warning, but also some pretty high winds in Broward County.
Well, first and foremost, Eric and Shelley, you know, at the time, if you were watching, I mean, there was no other way to put it. We were scared, or I'll speak for myself. I was scared. So we moved our first location from Fort Lauderdale Beach. We moved just west from there, and then we were under an overhang, and it picked up. And what was really interesting about all of this is as soon as that tornado warning was issued, that's when it was chaos, and there's really no other way to put it. And I was at a loss of words, and I kind of still am. We'll show you here. So we're about a mile south now from Fort Lauderdale Beach, and there are, you know, just some palms in the middle of the street here. This is the A1A and Harbor Beach Parkway. It has calmed down considerably. It has calmed down considerably. I will say that. Just an hour ago, we had the pelting rain. We had the wind gusts. My gauge was measuring around 45 miles per hour. Let me tell you, if you think you know what 45 miles per hour, what that feels like, you don't. Because we were standing there, we had to find shelter immediately. There was no question about it. The number of transformers that we saw blow, I mean, I can't even count on one hand. Maybe 10 times we saw that happen. So it has calmed down considerably here. Again, we're in Harbor Beach, just south of Fort Lauderdale Beach. No one's out here, and that's the best thing. It's the best possible thing. People they either left, or we did see a few people inside their homes. Some people, as far as electricity goes, we have electricity right where we are, but there are plenty of people who are now out of electricity after we got that ban just coming in. I mean, it's really hard to describe it. I said earlier, I have never been through a hurricane. I covered tropical storms when I was a reporter in Orlando. I'm in Chicago now. We're here to help NBC6, but I have never felt winds like this, not in Chicago, the Windy City, where it gets you know, awfully windy during wintertime. And during the tropical storms, I've never felt that. And I can't describe the feeling, too, that I felt when we were there, my photographer and I. Again, we are in a safe location now, and the winds, I just checked my gauge before I came out here, and they're going down now to around 25 miles per hour, a few gusts to 30. So that's the situation from Fort Lauderdale Beach, actually just south, a mile south from Fort Lauderdale Beach, removed. I'm happy that, you know, we are safe, obviously, and I'm very happy that it seems, at least for now, that it calmed down. Back to you guys.
You know what a few minutes can do to change conditions for Chris Hush.
Well, and I think that what Chris Hush did was a great example. Mind you, it happened, played out live on TV.
Yeah.
But I think exactly what he did was a great message to everybody, because that's exactly what everybody else should be doing. You're going to have lulls, and when you see it coming in, when you feel it coming in, when you know in your heart and your gut that you need to get inside,
do so.
Do so. There's nothing entertaining about sitting outside and watching that pass by you.
And that's why we're here, so that we can show you the perspective.
Right.
Stay with us here on the NBC6 News and Weather app if you're listening to us on the radio, or if you're watching TV because you have power still. We want to get over to Miami-Dade. That is in the Brickell area. Amanda Placencia is there now. And Amanda, when we talked to you last, you were saying that the street signs were shaking. There's seaweed in the streets, and you're starting to see a little bit of flooding. And this is, again, around 131 Brickell Bay Drive, to be exact.
Yeah, well, you're describing the conditions perfectly, Shelley. That is what we're seeing. And if you can see on my poncho right now, that wind, we're feeling those outer bands. Wind mostly what we're feeling out here, and a few raindrops coming in my eyes. But I want to show you quickly, we're sheltered by this building, but just to show you what we see on the streets here. Already a downed tree in the distance there. And this is a metropolitan area. So, you know, yesterday we were going through Southwest Dade, and another tree right here. Oh, I actually got some rocks, some pebbles coming at us. So I'm going to pan to the left so you can see also those street signs going back and forth, wavering. See that one right there? Yeah, we're along Southeast 13th Street, actually, and Biscayne Bay Drive. And ooh, I hope you can hear me, because this wind is picking up. We're going to push back a little bit to keep us safe. But the streets also starting to get a little flooded here because with that storm surge, we're just right off of Biscayne Bay Drive and near the Biscayne Bay, just a few feet away. So that's probably why you're seeing that water here and some of the seaweed from the bay on the ground here. So, you know, there's a lot of wind whipping up the area. And if this is what we're feeling in Brickell, I really don't want to know what they're feeling in Key West right now, as John Morales was telling you all about that. So I'm going to actually bring us closer this way, Joey. Come over here with our photographer, because we are feeling some of that wind here. I'm next to my news vehicle, which we've seen a bit rocking back and forth as well. As far as power outages, as one of our photographers who lives here in Brickell, Bruno, was telling me, the power grid is below the ground, mostly here in Brickell, so we haven't seen much power outages, if any, in this area. My father actually used to work for FPL for 35 years, and he covered the storm afterwards during Andrew. So, you know, if you're experiencing those power outages, you know, the crews are not going to be going out at this time, as you can see with the wind and all this rain. So bear with them for afterwards when they try to get all of working diligently, you know, hours and hours to fix that power for you. But here in Brickell, we are protected by this Jade building. If you want to see over here, this is a condominium. They've been very nice to us to let us go inside if we need to. But we're going to hunker down here, just as we've been mentioning, from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. here in the city of Miami. You don't want to be out because they have a curfew. So back at live here, I want to turn us around, Joey, for us. That's what we're experiencing right now in Brickell. We'll keep monitoring it for you, but we're going to head a bit more inside. Back to you guys. Live in Brickell, Amanda Placencia, BC6 News.
Amanda, thank you. You and Joey, kudos to you guys. We're so grateful for your work. Get to someplace safe. And she was talking about those power outages. Brickell, she said there was a curfew. Brickell should be actually, no one should be there because of the evacuation orders that were in place. So hopefully there was no one there. But Miami-Dade County, 191,000 plus people have no power. She was talking about, you know, she has a family member who works for FPL. Please be patient. And that's what we're reminding you. FPL said from the get-go, we're going to have at one point maybe 9 million people across the board here in Florida who will not have power. So just be patient. They understand the value of the power that we need. So 191,000 in Miami-Dade. In Broward County, that number just went up. Let me check their map here. In Broward County, it is 97,370 without power. So if you're listening to us on the radio, you are not alone. A lot of people right there with you.
Yep, and they will be getting to address all of those issues, every single one of them, as soon as it's safe to do that.
You were saying, you were told how exactly they do this, because it's not like they have physical crews who are out there because of these conditions.
It sort of depends from what we understand on what kind of grid you are on, but they have some substations that they can transfer. So if you have a good portion that's out, they can then go to that substation and transfer you onto a different grid so that you have temporary power, but they can't do that for a long period of time.
Yeah.
But they can do it for a temporary period of time to get your power back on until those crews can actually get out there to the actual location, to that power box that potentially blew, and make the actual physical repair that needs to take place.
Meanwhile, you have downed power lines in someone's pool.
Right.
In Hollywood.
Yeah.
We spoke to that family, and he's an electrician.
Yeah, so hopefully we will be back out there with Melissa Adon, who had the opportunity to speak to that family with that downed power line. But right now, I think we've got Chief Meteorologist John Morales stepping out for an update. Hi, John.
Yeah, guys, so what I want to go through right now is what to expect in different locations in South Florida. We've been doing these graphics every time we get a new big update from the National Hurricane Center. So based on the forecast track, intensity, and the radius of winds of this hurricane, I can really pinpoint by going through some calculations as to what to expect in different locations of South Florida. So Key West, shelter in place. The worst is just arriving in the next 90 minutes or so. You're about to see the real ferocity of this hurricane, with extreme winds and an extreme storm surge that's going to reach your area. Key West, winds could be sustained 132, gusting to 160 miles per hour as this hurricane approaches. And this is assuming now that it maintains the sustained winds where they are right now. The way I'm looking at this hurricane, I think it's still intensifying with the pressure dropping and the eye contracting. So watch out. These gusts could actually be stronger possibly than 160 miles per hour. The 5 to 10 foot storm surge and several inches of rain still to come for you in the Key West area. How about the middle Florida Keys? For Marathon, again, shelter in place. The worst is arriving now. Sustained winds over 100 miles per hour. Again, sustained meaning that they average 103 miles per hour during the course of an entire minute. So, you know, they might go up to 110 and down to 90 and back up to 110 again, but generally speaking, they're going to average about 100 miles an hour for an entire minute. And then within that, you could see some gusts to 125 miles per hour in Marathon. Again, lots of rain, close to 20 inches, and the 10-foot storm surge, that applies to you too, in the middle Florida Keys. Now, things are not quite as bad for the upper Florida Keys. Places like Key Largo, for example, the sustained winds will be near hurricane strength. And I did have to change this. This is different from what I had last time I did these, I want to say last night, and it was actually just a few hours ago. But I had said that sustained winds to hurricane strength were not anticipated, but now I'm forced to change that to sustained winds are going to be near hurricane strength. So sustained winds in the Key Largo area, 65 to 75 miles per hour. Again, anything that's 74 miles per hour or higher is considered a hurricane force. The gusts in Key Largo up to 90 miles per hour from this hurricane. And again, the 5 to 10 feet of storm surge, that applies to you too. Let's move on into the Miami-Dade area. Now, for Miami-Dade and for Broward counties, no changes to these graphics. I just went through all the calculations. It still looks like exactly what I've been saying really for the last a couple of days. Winds sustained in Miami-Dade, 60 to 70 miles an hour with peak gusts. Now, the gusts will be to hurricane strength. So while the winds won't be sustained at hurricane strength, there's a chance that the gusts are going to reach 75 to 85 miles per hour in Miami-Dade. And that's very similar to what we saw with Hurricanes Katrina and Wilma back in 2005. The storm surge in Miami-Dade, that's still a factor. That is still in play, especially for those locations in and around Biscayne Bay and even inland from Biscayne Bay down in southern Miami-Dade County. Where we don't have a problem with storm surge is in Broward County. We know that storm surge warning was lifted. Sustained hurricane winds not anticipated in Broward. The winds will be sustained 60 to 70 with the gusts 70 to 80. So what's the difference between Dade and Broward? 5 miles per hour less is what I'm anticipating for Broward in terms of your highest peaks or the peak gusts. 70 to 80 for Broward, 75 to 85 for Miami-Dade in terms of your highest winds. And for Broward, 2 to 4 feet of storm surge. But again, storm surge warning is not in effect for Broward County at this time. Live First Alert Doppler 6000, and we've got everyone seeing rain, and the rain is coming sideways for many folks, and sometimes it's accompanied by strong, very strong gusty winds, and that's especially the case when you look at these type of bands as they coming on shore from the east. So this band in Fort Lauderdale earlier was very, very strong, very robust with very strong winds. Right now that is in northern Broward County, extending from Parkland in the inland location all the way to the coast to Deerfield Beach, and that includes the Coral Springs area, also Pompano Beach in the area, seeing some of the worst weather just at this moment as that particular spiral band moves through. Now, further to the south, this is using the National Weather Service radar out of Key West because it can really see the eye, at least the 2/3 of the eye. I don't think it's seeing the bottom side of the eye. So this is not necessarily a depiction of a hurricane that is weaker on the southern side. I suspect that what's going on here is that there is some attenuation going on. The signal of the radar isn't quite able to make it through this just extreme precipitation and wind, so it's not seeing the backside very well. But you can see that it's imminent now. We're talking within the next 90 minutes, this eye wall is going to be reaching the lower Florida Keys. And, well, again, gusts likely above 160 miles an hour. And the storm surge, as explained during the interview that Angie just had with the National Hurricane Center, the storm surge is going to be driving up from the Florida Straits into the lower Keys, into the middle Keys too, and to a degree the upper Keys as well. You know, up to 10 feet in all of these locations, perhaps a little bit lower than 10 feet, probably closer to 5 in the upper Florida Keys. But that storm surge is a big issue. And just like the official from the National Hurricane Center indicated, once this moves through, you've got the backside of it, all this side, driving water from the Gulf into Key West. So Key West will be inundated by a very deep storm surge. And if it doesn't come from the Atlantic, it's going to come from the Gulf. But you will be inundated there by this terrible situation from this very powerful hurricane that's about to reach you. I'll set this in motion and do a close-up here. And again, here comes the eye wall, about 90 minutes away from making landfall in the Florida Keys, with this system moving towards the northwest at about 8 miles an hour. The eye wall, you know, if we just extrapolate here, it looks like it'll reach just to the 7 Mile Bridge, but not quite Marathon. It's very possible that Marathon will escape this eye wall. And you saw my forecast for Marathon. Winds sustained at 100, gusting to 125, but not gusting above 160, which is what probably all of these lower Florida Keys will see. So, you know, from Big Pine Key all the way past Coppet Key and down to Key West, everyone is going to see the eye wall. Many of you will see the calm inside the hurricane. You will live through that period of calm winds, and if it's daylight already, you'll could actually look up and see a clear sky. It's just, I mean, an incredible series of events about to unfold for you in the Florida Keys as this heads towards the northwest. I thought I'd review one more time. The 5 a.m. advisory came in about a half an hour ago. A little over a half an hour ago, and this is what we have from the Hurricane Center. Winds sustained 130, gusting to probably close to 160 miles an hour. Winds moving, or rather the hurricane moving towards the northwest at 8 miles per hour, and the pressure 928 millibars, and it has been dropping. And we've seen the pressure drop several millibars in the last the last few hours as the hurricane has been moving away from the Cuban coast. I mean, it's really gathered a lot of strength right over the Gulf of not the Gulf of Mexico, I'm sorry, the Florida Straits, with all that warm water that's located in that area. So still a chance that this could be stronger as it gets closer to the coastline. The movement heading forward, well, you know, it's imminent, so it's really not too relevant to be looking at a cone at this hour, because we're talking about 90 minutes to 2 hours away from landfall, but definitely headed for the lower Florida Keys, then up the west coast of Florida. And this is really a bad situation for several large population centers of western Florida. We're talking from Naples and Fort Myers, Cape Coral, Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, up through Sarasota, and all the way up to the major metropolitan area of Tampa Bay. Everybody facing a major hurricane coming up that area. You know, it's amazing because the name Irma on the list of hurricane names replaces the name Irene, which was retired. We had our own Irene in 1999, which flooded metro South Florida when Irene moved from south to north right through the Everglades, and we had a lot of rain from Irene. But there were other Irenes after 99, and then eventually the Irene of 2011, which flooded the northeastern section of the U.S. There were massive inland floods from that Irene. Well, then they retired the name because there was so much damage and so many people suffered from that hurricane. They replaced the name Irene with Irma. Irma goes through one cycle, and I am totally convinced that Irma will be retired as a hurricane name after this. We already know that it's a killer hurricane from what it did in the islands of the Caribbean, and now it's one of the strongest hurricanes ever to strike the Florida Keys. The landfall is imminent again within the next 90 minutes for that area of the Florida Keys. Guys?
All right, John Morales giving us a really good indication, not just of that 5 a.m. advisory, but of where that storm is potentially headed next. Obviously, we know it is headed towards Key West and the Florida Keys, and we'll continue to follow it over the course of the next hour and a half when that's expected to make landfall. 5:38 is your time right now on this Sunday morning. We certainly appreciate you being here and trusting us to ride out this storm and keep you updated. That said, Andrea Mitchell, let's get out to her in Miami Beach. Apparently, we're talking about, I'm sorry, or we're not going to Andrea. Andrea Cruz, not Andrea Mitchell. I apologize. Andrea Cruz is in Miami Beach right now, giving us a better idea of how the wind and trees and power lines are creating a not so good combination in Miami Beach.
So right now we're still in Miami Beach, but now we're seeing firsthand the impact of the winds here. Actually, we're at a home near 45th Street where a tree fell down on power lines. It's causing some sparks right now. I know this is causing concerns for you. Can you tell us, how did you first realize this happened?
Heard a noise inside, and we looked outside right in that area there, and and we found the tree fell down and it got cut, as you can see, by the wires, and pretty much that's it. We had power till then, and now we have no power, and it seems like they're going to shut down the grid because of that tree right there.
And fire rescue did respond. They were just here a few minutes ago.
Yeah, they responded really quickly thanks to those guys. They're going to shut down this whole area because of that, just to prevent the fire.
But it's still pretty shocking for you to be seeing those sparks right now so close to the property.
Well, yeah, they were blowing. The big embers, big pieces of, fire or whatever that was cutting through was, flying this way and on top of the roof, and you can see there's still a tree there. So we were kind of concerned, and, hopefully we're still good. We don't have any power, pretty much.
And this is actually a group of friends here who decided right now to spend the rest of the storm together, but that wasn't the plan initially, you were telling me.
No. I was a little bit far away from here and had to come down back to Miami Beach. So my house, they had shut down the power, so I came here just to see how they were doing, and I was going to keep on going somewhere else, and I just decided to stay. Pretty much is how I went down.
Okay, and so far, how has it been for you spending the night here? We know this was an evacuation zone.
They live here.
Yeah, it's actually pretty fun.
This is the only action we've had.
Okay. And you were sleeping? You were watching TV?
I was just up. You were up.
Yeah,
Mom was sleeping.
I was sleeping.
Black was sleeping.
No, I was watching the news. Half asleep.
Will you be able to go back to sleep after this?
No.
Probably not. I mean, I could sleep anywhere, but tree farm, my crib. What am I supposed to do?
All right, guys, thank you so much. Well, you can see trying to remain positive out here. However, we do expect to continue seeing similar damage around the Miami Beach area. So once again, we recommend everybody try to stay indoors at least until we see conditions start to calm down. In Miami Beach, I'm Andrea Cruz. Back to the studio.
All right, Andrea, thank you for that. Here's an update on those power outages that we've been mentioning throughout the morning. Another update for you. Miami-Dade County, 184,000 families plus. Broward County, 73,400. In Palm Beach County, 24,000. Monroe County, 44,000. We just hope that there's not 44,000 people still left in Monroe County, because everybody is supposed to be evacuated in that area. So if you are listening to us on the radio, on the NBC6 News and Weather app, because you are one of those families, we thank you so much for listening to us on the radio and on the NBC6 News and Weather app. But you are not alone in this.
Yeah.
A lot of people.
Yeah, and these numbers are changing pretty dramatically hour by hour. And you folks at home, I don't know if anybody, I wasn't quite sure whether Andrea Cruz was interviewing Elmo or not. I don't know. I don't know. That is hood on, his glasses on. All right, so we'll be back with Andrea, with that family that did the right thing. He sought a good, safe spot when he felt like he was in danger, and that's the message that we're trying to get out here, is to make sure that you're in a safe spot. All right, let's get you out to Hollywood Beach. John Cadiz-Klimak joining us now live from there. Good morning, John.
Hey, good morning, guys. We've been driving up and down A1A right along the beach, and we had noticed a lot of power lines that appeared to have just snapped. So when you guys give those numbers of how many people are without power, it's kind of a wonder that the numbers aren't even higher because of that, because we've seen quite a bit. Behind us, further over there, there is it almost looks like the wind is so strong that perhaps it's even stretching some of these power lines. They just make it look like they're just dangling in the wind there. But this is what scared us the most. There is a concrete pole here, the bottom of which you can see what's dangling. It looks like the high tension line up at the top just snapped off on the ground. It's covered with all those chunks of concrete. So at some point, a transformer here just popped, busted in half, it's still dangling there, and then everything that's on the ground. My goodness, if someone would have been standing here when that happened, that could have been pretty dangerous. And we're staying far enough back because you never know when any of these power lines are still energized. So we don't even want to get close to that. But again, just driving around, we've seen a lot of it. There's particularly a road, Surf Road, that's kind of like a little alley that goes along the beach there. Just driving through there, they're all over the place. And you can see the wires, the frayed wires at the end. And then earlier, I don't know if we can still see it. Can you still see it up there, Brian? We're seeing these orange flashes up there. And we're not sure if that's flashing because it's disconnected or something's up there, or if that's a spark of some sort as the rain hits it. I don't know the answer to that, but that's the first thing that comes to mind, and that kind of freaks me out. So we want to stay far away from that. But again, if you're, I would say if you don't have power, this could be part of the reason. I can't tell if anyone here has lost power because of that. Perhaps this corner area, because we don't see any lights on here. But the other areas around us appear to still have power. But my goodness, this is dangerous out here when you consider the wind that's coming through and then all these power lines that are down. It is dangerous, guys.
All right, John, thank you so much. And I think that really exemplifies the power outages that we're seeing, because you can have one side of the road that has power. On the other side of the road, you would assume that they're on the same grid, that they wouldn't have power as well, but the lights are on there. So it gives you a good idea of how the power lines work and how these substations work and how they're trying to restore power as fast as possible.
That's right. We want to actually head over to Naples. We have crews scattered across South Florida. We also have them on the west coast there of Florida. Hurricane Irma, of course, now turning just off, so we can head over to Jay Gray.
Violent winds and driving rain. Irma's assault begins hours before landfall.
Hurricane Irma is now impacting our state. Millions of Floridians will see major hurricane impacts with deadly, deadly, deadly storm surge and life-threatening winds.
Oh my God! 18 million or more could feel the effects of this massive storm. Winds gusting well over 100 miles an hour. 12 inches of rain or more in some areas, and a storm surge that could reach 15 feet.
This is a deadly major storm, and our state has never seen anything like it.
More than 6 million residents were told to evacuate, the largest effort in U.S. history.
It's just scary. I've never been through anything like this before.
Tens of thousands moving into more than 300 shelters across the state.
But right now, the desperation sets in. The anxiety levels flare up. Just one person, you pray to God.
As Irma begins to move in. Jay Gray, NBC News, Naples, Florida.
And there you have it. Want to read a tweet that I just saw. Let me see if I can find my notes here. They said, this is a person out of Jacksonville. They said, Irma is so big, which John Morales, Angie Lastman, Ryan Phillips have told you this a million times, but they were saying Irma is so big that we are starting to feel the outer bands in Jacksonville, and it's not even near
in the Keys yet.
Exactly. Yeah. And to give you perspective, from Jacksonville to Miami, Miami to Jacksonville, about 7 hours drive. And Jacksonville folks there already saying we're starting to feel the outer bands. So
yeah. And thankfully they had the warning, and very good as well. You know, we've been talking about First Alert Doppler 6000 and the range that it has to see upwards of 300 miles through this storm, right? But what our team of meteorologists has basically done is sort of truncated that a little bit, so we're only going maybe 125, 150 miles in. But that way we get a much higher resolution and a much clearer picture. So instead of going from one side to the other and showing you, like you just mentioned, Shelley, how big it really is, we're sort of limiting it a little bit and showing you a smaller area, the most impactful area, yet getting a lot more detail and a lot higher resolution on exactly what it is in there, what is in there, because that's exactly what First Alert Doppler 6000 is designed to do, is to not just give us a 6-minute advantage, but also to give us a much clearer picture of what is in the center of the storm, so that we can then predict when those really strong bands will be hitting, which is exactly what's happened so far. So that's a very good thing. We're thankful for that.
We are about to look at some video here of a tree that fell just outside of Florida International University. By the way, Florida International University is a shelter for families from Monroe County. If anybody was still left after Wednesday, when 31,000 people evacuated the area, they were taking buses, officials there taking buses and taking people in. bringing them up to Miami-Dade County.
Yeah.
If they were making last-minute decisions on when to leave, there were these buses that were periodically throughout the day. And so FIU is a shelter, and this is happening just outside of the campus there. Of course, they don't have school until next week, later on this week. But look at that. That's what they'll be coming back to.
And we do know as well, and probably some other schools and universities will follow suit, but we do know that Florida Gulf Coast University has suspended everything through Wednesday.
Yeah.
So if you folks that are watching this here in South Florida have friends or family, kids that go to Florida Gulf Coast, know that everything has been suspended through Wednesday, so they're hoping to be on track by Thursday. But again, there's a lot of question marks. Those are. I'm not talking about Broward County schools. I'm not talking about Miami-Dade schools.
Yeah.
The only university that we know so far has been Florida Gulf Coast. And I think, Shelley, good reason for that, because this storm is taking bullseye right now on the west coast of Florida.
Right.
So very likely other schools and universities will be following suit, but we haven't got confirmation on that. Likely later in the day today, we'll hear much more about even schools here locally, what things are going to be like for Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah, Miami-Dade, Broward, we know that it's canceled at least through Monday. We have to realize that some of these shelters are in schools, so whether these schools get impacts or any conditions change for them or the effects, but it's just about logistically turning around that school from being someone's temporary home for a few days, their shelter, to then working conditions for students.
There are logistics. You're 100%. That's first and foremost, number one, to make sure that all the people that were sheltered there either were able to go home or find another place to be. But the second part of that is by law and by insurance policy for insurance reasons, that they have to go to every single one of these schools. And I say this because Alberto Carvalho made sure that he made this point, was the fact that all of their technical crews and work crews need to get in there and make sure that that school is structurally safe and everything has to be signed off and a check mark by everything before they can bring those students back.
And Alberto Carvalho has already said that we are ready to assist any other school districts that may need us, as they, especially that West Coast side that we have been looking at and so intently focusing on. So they are saying, hey, we're ready to help you in any way that we can here. We're
All right, so do we want to go to Melissa? Don, we also have meteorologist Angie Lassman standing by. Anna, what do you want to do first?
Melissa.
All right,
we're going to head to Melissa Don, who is live driving around Hollywood Beach. Melissa.
Hey, Shelley, Eric. Yes, before we get to Angie, I'll just give you guys a quick condition. Of course, we're in Broward County, and this is where the curfew is in place. Remember, it was put in place yesterday at 4 p.m., and it is still in place. So what we've seen a lot are police officers driving around and, of course, ensuring that people are following this curfew. And this is why, because there's a lot of debris on the road, and they expect more debris to happen. So this is one of the many reasons why this curfew was placed. So I'm going to flip over the camera now. And I'll show you here. Essentially, we're just seeing here just rainier conditions. We're in Miramar traveling back to Hollywood. So that is the goal here, to get toward Hollywood. Of course, that's where we have a lot more winds. That is also where we were earlier, where they had that tornado warning. So I know that's been the really scary part of people with tornado warnings. You know, they definitely go off on your phone. We got that alert. That is something to keep in mind. And then you all, I mean, our meteorologists have been absolutely amazing going on air immediately with that information as to what you all need to know, where exactly that tornado. So I know that's helping people at home. That's also helping all of us out in the crew. So I just want to say thank you to you guys. All right, I'll send it back to you.
Melissa, we appreciate your work out there. Phenomenal job to let people know what is happening outside of their homes, because we don't want them going outside. We want them to be able to listen and
that's one of what you're saying right now. It's one of the most important things.
Yeah.
This is set an example and a precedent for people at home. And you see something dangerous, you feel like you're not in a good situation, get out of there.
Get out.
Like John Morales said, get the heck out. Get out of there.
Get on a bicycle helmet if you need to. If you're
whatever
Key
you
West.
need to. Make sure that you're in a safe place. All right. Meteorologist Angie Lassman giving us a better look moving forward here.
Yeah, guys, we've been keeping an eye on those wind gusts that have been coming in. Of course, we've had reports from them. They gathered them all up just bear with us there. Our lights went out for a minute. We, of course, are dealing with the power issues as well as you guys right there along with you from Irma. You'll notice a couple of them. We do have some that have just checked in as higher, haven't had a chance to add them in. A couple of them just above that 70-mile-per-hour mark, but you'll notice Homestead Park checking in 69-mile-per-hour gusts. This is all Miami-Dade and Broward. Of course, I had to make a separate graphic from the Keys because big difference in those wind speeds that we're feeling across Miami-Dade and Broward. You can see Port Everglades 66 miles per hour, Miami International 63. These are the latest. If we check into the latest as far as the Florida Keys goes, you'll notice Smith Shoal Lighthouse. Sorry for this going over into that graphic, but 94-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This probably has already changed at this point. We would expect as Irma continues to be just at the doorstep of the Florida Keys, especially the lower Keys, we'll continue to see these numbers increasing. Elsewhere, Molasses Reef, 85 miles per hour. That's just off of Key Largo. So while the lower Keys dealing with the worst of it right now and going through the next few hours, we will be watching also Key Largo dealing with those strong winds as well. Key West, 84 miles per hour. Again, I expect that number to quickly change. And you can see Fort Jefferson also 84 miles per hour. So let's check in on that wind field. This, of course, something that we've been watching for days now. I want to show you. You can see yellow tropical storm force winds. What you deal with in the orange, where you live is involved in that, is the hurricane force wind gusts, and then the sustained hurricane force winds is the red. So you'll notice Sunday, 5:30 in the morning. We've already passed that, but here's where we're looking at those hurricane force winds as of now. Of course, we've told you hours ago that we expected those hurricane force winds to start impacting the Keys hours ago, and they will continue. Look how long the Keys will be involved in that. You can see we go to this afternoon, the lunch hour, 11 a.m., and still involved in those hurricane force winds. You'll notice as well those hurricane force gusts for portions of Miami-Dade and Broward. And elsewhere, those tropical storm force winds extending all the way up north, well past the lake region, well into areas that will be dealing with Irma here as we go into the next couple of days. So let's step forward in time again. Sunday, 5 p.m. Still, even the Keys. Look at this, 5 p.m. today. That's 12 hours from now. We're still talking about hurricane force gusts for the Keys, where we are likely to see wind gusts 120, 130 mile per hour plus as we go into really the next hour or so. It's 6 o'clock, close to 6 o'clock, so we will be watching around 7 o'clock for them to start feeling the effects of that eye moving onshore, making landfall. And even as we go through your Monday, still early morning hours, the tropical storm force winds are staying with us as it moves up the coast, of course, starting to affect folks along the west coast of Florida and bringing devastating winds as well as potentially life-threatening storm surge for them. So here's where it currently is. Just, you know, it's sobering to see this so close to Key West. You can see the storm. It intensified as we were waiting for those latest updates. We do have another one that'll come in at 6 o'clock, give us a little bit of just a slightly better idea of those statistics. You can see just about 20 miles offshore for that hurricane eye. And we wait. Of course, we always tell you guys they're dealing with in the Keys, dealing with the eye wall right now. That's where the worst of the winds are. So, of course, once you start to hear things calming down outside of your house, once that you're inside of the eye, not going outside and thinking that it's over, because then again you have to deal with the backside of that storm. And you saw from my last graphic that those tropical storm, hurricane force wind gusts and hurricane force winds are lasting for a while for you guys. Those hurricane force winds will be lasting well into the day today. So here's a quick look at your First Alert Doppler 6000. Of course, we've been using this. It's been a great tool. We've had those tornado warnings, the tornado watch still out there, so we're keeping a close eye on it with the help of your First Alert Doppler 6000. I want to show you where some of the heaviest rain is right now. You can see right here those bands working their way in portions of southern Miami-Dade County, all the way well over the Everglades. I wouldn't be surprised 50, 60 mile per hour gusts in this. Of course, we could definitely be watching for some of those pushing into the hurricane force gusts as well. The heaviest stuff and pretty electrically charged up just up north of that Broward and Palm Beach County county line. Plenty of lightning out there and heavy rain. We're expecting anywhere from 10 to 15 inches of rain. And again, I showed you guys earlier the entire state expecting that. That, of course, leaving us in the southern half, really a widespread area, dealing with that flood watch as we go into the next really now almost 12 hours. So we continue to keep an eye on that. We're going to wait for that 6 a.m. advisory, give you a quick update on that. And of course, we're watching for the impacts. Chief Meteorologist John Morales will be back. Key West bearing down. Hurricane Irma definitely causing some destruction there. We are going to bring you the latest here in just a little bit. Shelley and Eric, back over to you guys.
Angie, thank you. I have a quick question from a viewer that I want to address on air here, just in case anybody else has it. She says, can you explain the difference between gusts and sustained winds? I should Google it, but I'm trying to save my battery life.
Yeah, so John explained it. Basically, sustained winds have to stay at 100 miles per hour for the average. Now, as far as wind gusts, we could see them gusting past 75 miles per hour, but the sustained is exactly how it says, sustained. So they continue to be that way. With the gusts, we could see them here and there. So that's kind of what we're dealing with more in the Miami-Dade, Broward area. As far as the Keys, they are dealing with the hurricane force sustained winds. So they will be in those for a while, and of course, maintaining that level over 100 miles per hour, Shelley.
10-4. Thanks for that, Angie.
All right, we want to get you right away out to NBC6 reporter Julia Bagg. We're a producer just in our ear, Julia, saying that they were giving you a little bit of time, a couple of minutes, so that you could get into a safer place, because there in Florida City things are starting to ramp up again.
Eric, they sure are. Shelley, let me show you if I can. It's pitch black dark out here, guys. You can see some of the debris and how these winds are just, wow, they're just ferocious, guys, right now. Bending trees, tossing around things. In fact, we want to stay safe, but I do know there has been some damage to a tiki hut, and we were thinking, you know what, that wasn't going to stay up. There's kind of a piece on the roof that has come down. We're a little concerned. Whoa, are you seeing that, guys? That green flash, I'm sure you've seen a lot of it. We have too. Part of what shorts out the power lines here, and boy, we are blackout. We're in blackout mode, and there the winds are picking up. Oh goodness. All right, I'm going to step back, guys. Let me show you where we've been taking shelter, because this is a dangerous situation, of course. If you could back up for me, thank you so much. I'm good, thank you. So Gabe's kind of showing you what we're seeing. This is why right now we've been hunkered down in a shelter that's really more of a stairwell. And Gabe, go ahead. Let's show you just kind of where we've been with some other folks who are taking shelter in this hotel. Just kind of this stairwell. This is sort of our makeshift bunker room right here, where the windows are shuttered up, and we're just kind of using that door to show you the outside when we do that. So that's our situation right now, guys. It's very precarious, but we're trying to stay as safe as we can and still, of course, bring you those stories. But you could hear how howling it is out there, so we have to come right back in here. Every time, guys, that I hear just something kind of in the background, because it's so dark too, I'm concerned about projectiles, so always looking around, and there are several structures that I'm kind of afraid could be coming loose near us outside. I'll give you one more look at that. Wow, it's you can't see a whole lot, but you can hear a whole lot, guys.
Julia Bagg reporting there right outside of that hotel. Thank you for that. That is a hotel, an Embassy Suites that was not going to open. They opened it up for just a few people and for our crews who are going to stay there reporting. Right. But you can see just some of the guests who are staying there, and they are literally hunkering down in a stairwell to bring these conditions for us. Julia, thank you for that.
Yeah, well, we've been getting multiple reports that not far from there, when things were really starting to kick up and people were trying to seek shelter. And again, what we're seeing, we want to drive this home as well, that what Julia was just experiencing won't be the case in another 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So it's very intense, people seeking shelter, and then obviously our reporters are back at it, giving us a better idea of what's happening out there. But just like you at home watching us, they are making sure that they're in a safe spot. So speaking of safe spots, let's bring out to some video that we had come into the newsroom not very long ago. This is from Puerto Rico. I believe we have that video. And it gives you a better idea of why millions and millions of people there that were still on the island
lost power.
Lost power, yeah. Let's take a look at this if we have it. So if you've never seen a transformer explode that close, well, now you have. And I think one of the important things out of this is that one of the things we've been talking about is that Puerto Rico, for the most part, got spared a direct hit. There was a time when we thought Puerto Rico was really going to get hit, but they got spared. And that's a very similar situation to what we are dealing with here in Miami-Dade and Broward County. I said this a couple of minutes ago, but I don't think you can say it enough. Puerto Rico got spared, yet they are still seeing things like this happen, things like this that left millions without power. And we are in the same situation. So anybody that thought that we were out of the woods because we weren't going to take a direct hit, well, this video should be proof otherwise.
And we are so grateful that it did not hit Puerto Rico because...
Yeah. Look at those lines on the ground, Shelley. Look at those lines.
Wow.
Smoking on the ground.
That's why it's hard to get in touch with family members there.
Yeah.
If you have them, look at that.
Yeah, yeah.
Chilling.
And so many in our viewing area, so many in this newsroom, Shelley, that we're looking at. That so many have friends and family that are in Puerto Rico, and they're still having a hard time getting a hold of them. But luckily, they were spared the worst of it.
Yeah.
And so things are looking pretty good for Puerto Rico, not so good for Cuba and the Keys.
That's right. Wow. Okay, we're going to keep moving forward here as we are approaching that 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock hour. That's the peak time for that Key West, Lower Keys to really start feeling the effects there of Hurricane Irma. We were talking about, did they release some information here?
We got a little bit of information that says it looks like the most destructive portion of the eye wall.
That eye wall that we've been talking about, that John Morales was mentioning.
It surrounds the eye, which is about 25 miles wide. But the most destructive part of the eye wall of Hurricane Irma expected to spread over the Lower Keys from Marathon south between 7 and 8 a.m. So again, we're just 5 minutes past the top of the 6 o'clock hour. So within the next hour, we're expecting the worst of it to hit. But that also does not mean that it's not already hitting.
Because
it's there.
Yeah, because that was 3:50 in the morning when we got this message here from the National Weather Service saying that storm surge beginning to impact Key West 2 feet above normal, and we could expect up to 10 feet there.
Right.
And one thing we've mentioned, there's no elevation there.
Right.
So this some of these homes are what, 7 to 10 feet?
Yeah, they said
high.
They said it's safe to assume that an average one story is 7 to 8 feet high, and we're expecting potentially a 15-foot.
Yeah.
Surge there. So I think that gives you a good idea of what's headed in that direction. But thankfully, more than 35,000 people got out there very quickly.
That's right. We're going to head over to First Alert meteorologist John Morales. Hey, John.
Hey, Shelley, good morning. So this hurricane is barreling into the lower Florida Keys as we speak, and it's not a pretty scene, folks. I mean, this is really bad for the Keys. The hurricane, as you can see with its eye wall here, we're using the National Weather Service radar out of Key West. So this is the radar right there. These are the lower Florida Keys onto the 7 Mile Bridge and onto the middle Keys there. Here's the eye of the hurricane down here, and I mean, just look at this massive eye wall that is imminent to arrive in the lower Florida Keys. It's 6:07 now a.m., 6:07 in the morning, and between now and 7 a.m., that's when it's really going to start howling out there. I mean, you know, folks that lived through Hurricane Andrew know what this is all about. I mean, that just awful sound of the wind howling outside. So I'm going to do an extreme close-up here. Again, Key West actually off on the other side of the screen right here. That's where Key West and that radar is located. Here's Big Pine Key. You can imagine, I mean, beyond State Park, all these locations, the storm surge probably coming in right now and just absolutely inundating all these locations in the lower Florida Keys, and then the buzzsaw of the wind about to arrive as you can just look at that eye wall here and in relation to all the lower Florida Keys. So from Big Pine Key all the way into Key West, I think everybody is going to get into the eye wall here, and that means all these locations will see the extreme winds that I'm talking about, which are winds sustained 130, gusting possibly 160 or above 160 if indeed there's a chance that this hurricane is gaining any strength as it comes closer and closer to the lower Florida Keys. Now, again, these systems tend to wobble. They actually don't move in a straight line. I mean, when you average them out over a 2 or 3 hour period, they look like they're going straight, but you can plainly see here how in reality it's wobbling towards its destination. For just a second here, it looked like it headed a little bit to the northeast. Just look at the last 2 or 3 frames, east and then back. So it zagged this way and zagged back to the west, generally moving on a northwest track at about 8 miles per hour heading into that area. Since this is a broader picture, you can see this feeder band. This feeder band means business too, okay? It's not the 100+ mile-an-hour winds, but guaranteed here that you're getting sustained hurricane force winds gusting probably as high as 90 or perhaps gusting briefly as high as 100 miles an hour in the middle Florida Keys right now with that band that's moving through. It's very, very strong sliding into that area. Now, using our Fish Alert Doppler 6000 now, and we've got the Doppler 6000, as you probably saw very briefly there as we transitioned from the Key West radar to the Doppler 6000. Since we started to see all these tornadoes, and we had 9 tornado warnings within a 2-hour period in the evening yesterday, and then another one early this morning, we have kept this in tornado mode, which means we're not utilizing our radar right now to track the eye of the hurricane because we feel it's more important here as a team to keep Dade and Broward updated on the situation regarding tornadic activity. And when we put it in this mode, we can see what's going on with that. All right, so I believe we're going to go to the National Hurricane Center now live. And good morning to you. I'd like to, well, as this hurricane is imminently arriving in the Florida Keys, are you seeing any last-minute signs, either from reconnaissance, radar, or perhaps ground observations, that there is a possibility that this hurricane is spinning up beyond 130 miles per hour sustained?
We haven't seen anything from the aircraft yet. The pressure actually came up 1 millibar on the last fix to 929, so it looks to be relatively stable at this point. But in the next 10 or 15 minutes, that northern eye wall is going to be impinging on the Big Pine Key and part of the lower Keys here. So the worst is right upon them at this point.
Absolutely, and hey, good news there that it came up 1 millibar. So glad to hear it. So maybe it's stabilized and it won't get beyond the situation where it is right now. Now, regarding the presentation on radar that you're seeing there behind you, and I believe you're using, I don't know if it's a Mosaic or if it's the actual Key West radar, but do you think there's some attenuation? Yeah. I'm sorry, which one is it?
It's Key West.
It's Key West. So do you think there's attenuation going on and you can't see the southern eye wall, or is the southern eye wall not as robust as the northern eye wall?
I think it might be a little bit of both. You can see the southern eye wall sort of fade in and out here, but there's probably some attenuation going on. But you do see sort of this dry slot here on the south side, so there might be a little bit of weakness on the southern eye wall at this point.
So with that in mind, and I mean, I've asked people through social media and here on air as well in the Florida Keys. I mean, this is the time to hunker down, shelter in place, protect themselves, and be in an interior room. And if you need a mattress or a bicycle helmet or whatever, hunker in place. But all these folks in the lower Florida Keys, many of them are going to live through the relative calm of being inside the eye. So, first of all, what's your recommendation for when they're inside the eye, and what might they expect on the backside of it if it's not as strong?
Well, yeah, you certainly don't want to go venturing out in the eye, though the conditions can change very rapidly. And in addition, with the passage of the eye and the closest point of approach, that storm surge is going to be coming in as well. So you're not going to want to venture out. Conditions be very dangerous. It's still dark outside. And then the winds might not be quite as strong on the backside of the eye. But again, if you're just to the left side of where the eye crosses the Keys, when the northerly winds come by on the west side, that's when the storm surge is going to begin to come up to the left of where the center crosses the Keys. So it's going to create very dangerous storm surge conditions on the left side. So there's just going to be a lot of water, very dangerous winds, something people are not going to want to venture out into.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, the fact that for Key West, if this eye actually misses Key West to the east, for Key West, the worst inundation will actually come after the hurricane is departing. Can you confirm that?
Yes, yeah, that's exactly right, because if the hurricane moves like this, those northerly winds are going to come in very strongly on the backside, and that's where they could see that, really severe inundation and storm surge flooding in Key West will be coming from the Gulf side.
Thank you for all that great insight and for all the hard work you're all doing. Thank you very much. Have a good morning.
Sure.
John Morales, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right. So we will, of course, continue to check in with our team of meteorologists as we push forward here, because as you just heard John just talking about, you know, if there was a time when all eyes were going to be on the Keys, there was a preparation time. And now it's actually happening.
Yeah.
It's hitting there, and it's going to get worse over the course of the next hour. So we'll keep you up to date. Any messages that we're getting on social media from some folks that are still there, little pieces of snippets of video that we're getting, we'll keep you updated on what's happening.
But you're not going to see our crews there because all of our crews have left that area, Monroe County, as even first responders did. So that's why we are going to be showing you Miami-Dade, Broward, any video that we see online that is, of course, confirmed, then we are going to pass it along to you from Monroe County, Key West area. So I want to get over to South Beach. This is when you think of Miami Beach, South Beach, you know, the iconic Ocean Drive. It looks so much different now as people have booked it, gotten out of town there. So, and there's some perspective for you. Want to get over to Andrea Cruz. Andrea, tree down right there in the middle of the street. Are you on Collins or where are you exactly?
It's very, very windy out here right now. I hope you can hear me. I can barely hear myself at this point. We are right on Ocean Drive and South Point Drive. You can see what happened here right behind me because of these very, very powerful wind gusts right now. We're seeing full-size palm trees completely blocking Ocean Drive at this moment. You see those two that are down right now. The trunks were actually being reinforced by these wooden planks, and we see 3 are still standing. I don't know for how much longer at this point. So right now we are trying to keep our distance. The good part is that we have been driving up and down Ocean Drive. We haven't seen anybody else out here but other journalists just like ourselves who are also trying to take every safety precaution possible to be out here right now. You might not be able to see it on camera, but we are standing right next to our vehicle. We placed it against the wind to try to make sure that we don't have any objects flying straight at us. The problem is that the wind right now is actually shifting directions. We have some very strong gusts coming directly from the ocean. Then we're seeing other wind gusts coming down from the north side, possibly a wind tunnel effect right now between the buildings lining Ocean Drive. So again, we haven't seen anybody else out here. These are not conditions you want to be in right now. We haven't even seen police out here besides the only first responders we have seen were fire rescue a little while ago when a large tree fell on top of a house and it caused some sparks because it brought down some power lines with it. So all these things are going on right now here in South Beach, in Miami Beach. I feel like right now we're probably starting to see definitely an increase in the wind speeds. We had been here since about 2 in the morning. We had seen some damage, but right now I feel like within the last 10 minutes things have just taken a turn for the worse. So we are going to try to get into our vehicle again right now. I'm just kind of wary about these palm trees swinging behind us. And these aren't the only ones. If we can point the camera this way, Tony, you can see more full-size palm trees fell down. This is along South Point Drive. So definitely it's going to take a while for Miami Beach to be able to clean this up, for the city to look back like it used to. We're seeing not just this kind of damage, also along Ocean Drive, seeing traffic signs down, stop signs down. We're seeing trees blocking streets, not just palm trees, but full-size trees. All kinds of debris flying around right now. We're seeing shutters coming off businesses. So definitely conditions you want to avoid at all costs at this moment. Again, we're just going to try to run really quick inside our vehicle. Try to take a breath, because right now I feel like we are starting to see the worst of it. So I'll just toss it back to the studio right now.
Cruz, thank you for that. Yeah, get you and Tony to a safe spot there.
Yeah, get where you need to be, and this is definitely an example of how things can change with not a large amount of mileage in between. So we want to hop you up just north from where Andrea was to Fort Lauderdale. Natalia Ortiz is there. Natalia, we understand things have calmed down a little bit, but the water is what they're concerned about. It is rising.
That is correct. I mean, we're blocks from the beach. We were actually on Los Olos Boulevard moments ago, about an hour ago to be exact, and things were very different back then. I want to show you a little bit about what we're seeing here. The streets are flooded. This started very quickly, actually. We got here, and in a matter of 10 minutes after, this was completely dry when we arrived, and 10 minutes later, we saw it starting to flood. Actually, even this has subsided a bit. It was actually worse about 15-20 minutes ago, but from what we can see now, things are starting to get a little calmer. The sewage system, though, it's important to note that it was actually coming out, some water was coming out from the manholes and the sewage system, so it was mixing in with the water that obviously overflowed from the ocean as well. So it's not a good time to be out here. It's a good time to stay home and to heed the warning of all officials that this is not a place to be or a time to be here. Now, like I said, about an hour ago, we were on Los Olos Boulevard, and we had quite a scare, my cameraman and I, Juan Carlos Torres, because we had to move to this location because of how intense the wind and the rain got there during the tornado warning that was issued. So very situation here, what we're experiencing right now in Fort Lauderdale. Like I said, we're only blocks from the beach, and luckily for now, with the exception of a couple intermittent wind gusts and maybe some rain here and there, it's actually a lot calmer. Live from Fort Lauderdale, I'm Natalia Ortiz, NBC6 News. Back to you.
All right, Natalia, thank you for that report. And we had another photographer and team, of course, Chris Hush and his photographer, who had to do the same thing when they were there in Fort Lauderdale, had to move locations.
And how terrific is this? This is also out of Fort Lauderdale, where Natalia was just speaking to us from. This is Fort Lauderdale Police Canine Team. Obviously, the canine and his handler, that Fort Lauderdale police officer, because everybody needs a nap, right? You can't continue working these long hours trying to make sure that everybody is where they're supposed to be and protected without taking a nap. So this this officer and his buddy, his canine buddy, catching a little shut-eye before their very long hours continue. Just as we are continuing to follow Irma, so are our emergency crews.
Yeah, and Broward County deputies sent us these pictures here. They pulled off their guys off the streets because of the heavy winds, which they said that they would do. They initiated that curfew yesterday around 4 o'clock. The county mayor said that we are going to put this 4 p.m. curfew in place because when winds get bad, when they get to a certain speed, I think it was, she mentioned 35 miles per hour.
35 miles an hour,
okay.
yep.
35 miles per hour, our crews are not going to be able to go out there. You're not going to be able to have officers, first responders out there going to these calls. So this is exactly why they put it in place, and we're actually losing power right now here at the NBC6 Miramar studios. But we have a generator that's going to kick the lights back on. In the meantime, we'll look at these pictures here of our Broward deputies, again, pulled off the streets because of those winds that have picked up very rapidly. But sure enough, they'll be back out there as soon as things calm down.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that we just wanted to reiterate here when we were talking with Chief Meteorologist John Morales just about 10 minutes ago, the power of First Alert Doppler 6000 is what we have been sort of touting for the whole last 6 months, you know, but this is really one of the times when we really have an opportunity to flex a muscle a little bit, but we're still not even, you know, what it's so complex what it is capable of doing in terms of the mileage that it's capable of covering, 300 miles inside of a storm. But John said, and quite clearly, because the people watching here, the focus is on Miami-Dade and Broward County because that's our viewing area.
Yeah.
And so we then sort of truncated that look, that 300-mile radius that it's potential of, and we sort of brought it down to a much more concentrated look at Miami-Dade and Broward County, because by bringing it down, it's just like taking a picture.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? When you really focus in, you're able to get a much higher resolution and a much clearer picture on a very small portion. Broward County and Miami-Dade, whereas you can see the bigger picture, but you're not going to get as much detail.
That's right.
Yeah.
And Broward County expecting wind gusts of up to 80 miles per hour. And John Morales, want to get over to you. I think you have an update for us.
No, I just want to point out the following. I mean, you guys are discussing this situation. Excuse me, sorry, I'm trying to finish a breakfast here. What we've done is we've placed this First Alert Doppler 6000 in tornado surveillance mode, if you want to look at it that way. And this tornado surveillance mode actually does extend down into the Florida Keys too. But we have the advantage of, in addition to that, tapping into the National Weather Service radar out of Key West. So We're tracking the eye of the hurricane with the Key West radar, which is closest to that eye right now. But I mean, we saw the advantage last night over the first order Doppler 6000, so incredibly detecting tornadic activity before it was even warned on. We were doing that, and I think it was a tremendous advantage to keep people safe last night. So we're keeping our radar in that tornado surveillance mode. It does cover the Florida Keys, but for looking at the eye of the hurricane, we're going to use the National Weather Service radar for really probably the next several hours until this eye passes through. I'll take advantage of the fact that this is on screen right now, just to remind folks down in the lower Florida Keys, the worst of this hurricane is yet to come, and it is going to spin up very, very quickly. So I know the winds are howling out there already, but they are about to ramp up by an order of magnitude beyond belief. So, you know, your winds right now, who knows, probably 80, 90 miles per hour, but they're about to get into the 130 to 160 mile per hour range very quickly. It's 6:23 right now, and probably by 7 o'clock, you're going to have this eye wall starting to make its way into the lower Florida Keys. Hunker down, bicycle helmets on, shoes on, mattresses if you need them to protect yourself, interior room of the house, away from windows, blankets, pillows, whatever you need. You know, I hope and pray that you guys left, but whoever's left down there in the Keys watching or listening right now, you really need to be very careful. This is imminent. It's heading your way. You're going to get through this eye wall. Eventually, you'll fall inside the eye of the hurricane. There's a lot of water coming on shore, too. So the depth of the storm surge likely to be, with this buzzsaw of a hurricane, 10 feet deep. Few survive storm surges, unfortunately. So this is a very, very, very serious situation. And in the Florida Keys, you need to watch out because it's about to get very, very bad for you. Back to you guys.
All right, John, thank you so much. So if you don't know already, Southernmost Point there, a very famous spot in Key West where people go, take pictures, and there's actually a web camera that streams live for 24 hours. As of right now, it's actually down. But this is some video from earlier, and you can just see that storm surge coming in there.
Yeah, this is exactly what John Morales was just talking about, that storm surge. And we're about 7. The storm in and of itself, at least the worst of it, is still is approaching. But this is, of course, as Shelley mentioned, the most southern tip and what things are looking like.
Wow, look at those waves just coming in there. We're expecting 5 to 10 feet of storm surge there in Key West area, but that's very interesting to see it that way, because when you go to Key West, you see all the pictures there. So the southernmost point in the continental U.S. and
how many people have pictures with their themselves and their family in front of that monument down there in Key West?
Right there, and to see that camera is actually down because we have very few pictures and videos that are coming out of the Key West area because everybody has evacuated and we have no crews there. So this web camera was giving us some perspective, and now it seems to be down there. But that is some video from earlier.
All right, you guys, we're going to Ryan. We're going to Amanda, correct? All right, we've got Amanda Placencia live for us in Brickell. Amanda, some changing conditions there. Looks like things where you are there in South Miami are picking up just a little bit in the last couple of minutes.
Yes, Eric, I don't know if you can hear right now, but that wind is whipping. It is no joke out here in Brickell in downtown Miami. And I want to show you just some of the conditions that we're seeing. Lots of downed trees, and this is actually a metropolitan area, so they're coming down and those palm trees whipping back and forth. It looks like just the water whipping on the streets from Biscayne Bay. And where we're at, you can't see it. We're near the Jade building. We've taken cover, so, you know, we're behind this building, but in the middle of the streets, you see everything just whipping back and forth. It's just a nightmare out here. That you can see the wrath of Mother Nature. And, you know, Don Morales was saying, you know, what we're seeing in Key West or the lower Keys right now, I don't want to know what they're going through, because this is pretty bad right now, and this is just the beginning. And for a lot of South Floridians, including myself, the Key West and the lower Keys just mean a lot to us. We're always vacationing there, going down to, at least for my family, to Isla Mirada. So there's a lot of worries. So if you are in the Keys, as John Morales was saying, hopefully you're out of there. But if you are, hunker down, because it is worrisome. And that's back out here in Brickell, you know, I'll just be keeping, we're going to go inside, actually, because of the wind. It's knocking us off our feet. So we're going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
That's what we want. We don't want her to be out there in those elements. So Amanda Placencia live there in Brickell, taking shelter. When conditions really get tough for these crews, we are encouraging them, get inside. No report is ever worth that.
And we were just in Fort Lauderdale a few minutes ago with one of our reporters, and they said that the wind had died down a little bit, but the water was starting to rise. So we've got John Cadiz Klimek, not very far from Hollywood, or not very far from Fort Lauderdale, in Hollywood, close to the beach, with a better idea of what is happening there in Broward County. John, what are things looking like?
Yeah, we're getting some more of these gusts that have been coming through here. There was a nice little moment right before we came on where we didn't even have any rain. Just a little bit of wind. It was actually more like a nice breeze, and now we got this coming this way. But I wanted to come here because I wanted to show you what we were seeing here. There's a boat in the driveway. It looks like whoever owns that had tried to tie it down. You see all these, what looks like, some sort of rope, even some chains tying it down. But you can even see the anchor to the boat over there by the door to the home, and it looks like one of the trees. It doesn't look like it did much damage, but it looks like the tree is on top of the house there. You see it fell over. A line of trees right here, and gosh, the mess that's in the front of the yard too. Out further into the street, this is the other problem these folks are dealing with. This little neighborhood apparently floods a lot, and the water is already high. I would say probably around 4 to 5 inches. Some cars still on the road here the owners are gonna find themselves waking up with their cars, a little bit of problem with the water there, and that goes for probably 4 or 5 blocks straight down. This neighborhood itself, all of it, seeing a lot of this extra water that's here because of the rain that's been coming through. And if you consider what's to come, this perhaps is just the beginning. This is probably going to get worse, guys.
Right, John Cadiz Klimek live for us in Hollywood. Now, mind you, when we first came on a couple of hours ago, we were reminding everybody that storm surge warning for Broward County had actually been canceled. Yeah. So that flooding that you were looking at there has nothing to do with storm surge, just has to do with rainfall. Yeah. But like you mentioned, as with so many of those low-lying areas, especially in Broward County near the coastline, Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood, they know it's going to flood. They know that they're in a low-lying area, and so they have left. And he said he's not seeing anybody in that neighborhood because that historically has been a place that's flooded.
Which is good to see that people
absolutely
got out of town. Yeah. 6:30 is your time right now on your Sunday morning. We certainly appreciate you being with us. If you are listening to us on the radio, on the NBC6 News and Weather app, because you have lost power, you are not alone. We are reporting some outages out of Broward County, 130,990 in Miami-Dade, 250,000 families plus. So that's more than 250,000 families right now who have no power. So we're keeping you posted on the radio, on the NBC6 News and Weather app, which is why we're encouraging folks to charge up those devices so that you can stick through all of this when times get tough as far as power goes.
Yeah, and we have been taking power hits here at the station, so just a quick reminder moving forward as well. If you haven't already, if you do have power, just make sure that everything is plugged in so that you're all charged up, and you can watch us online through the NBC6 News and Weather app on your mobile device or NBC6.com. In both places, there's a little icon right at the top left corner.
Pretty
just
easy
click
to use.
there.
Yeah.
And if you lose power, you won't be able to see us on TV, but you will be able to see us using your data plan on your mobile device.
Taking crews across the board here, South Florida, in Broward and Miami-Dade. We want to go back to Miami-Dade. Want to show you some video here. So video where you can see and actually hear the effects there of Irma.
Well, I think it's kind of neat when you see this video because it's the combination of 3 different things: the wind, the rain, and then the down lighting from the street lights.
Sure.
And so it sort of gives you a good idea of how that rain is pushed sideways by those really strong winds.
And when we were talking to Andrea Cruz, she was not far from this. She was in Miami Beach, and she was saying stop signs and lights were out there. She also said trees down, these palm trees in the middle of Ocean Drive. Ocean Drive is not going to look the same when people go back to it in a couple of days because, as you know, Ocean Drive is iconic. When you think about South Beach, Miami Beach, you think about Ocean Drive. So this is an area that has some debris that becomes projectiles, like Julia Bagg was saying, which they were hunkered down in Florida City, hunkered down in a stairwell of a hotel where they're staying, as well as some families. What are you listening to? Oh, next time.
Yeah. exactly what Shelley, you mentioned projectiles, right? Well, here's an example. Thankfully, that thing is cemented into the ground, but a stop sign there. This is also in Miami Beach, spinning that thing around like it's a kid's fidget spinner, you know. And, you know, we were talking with our reporters yesterday late into the evening, and they were out on the beach, and they had those garbage cans in the beach, you know, the metal garbage cans with the cans inside. And so they were coming out and taking all the cans they had forgotten, because although the outer casing of the garbage can is bolted to the ground, the actual garbage can inside is not. So they were outside taking those garbage cans out so that they don't turn into weapons.
Wow. Let's show you here Fort Myers. We have a crew driving through Fort Myers there, the western side of Florida.
Yeah.
And you can see.
And these are live pictures that you're looking at here as one of our crews. Well, we have sent multiple crews. We should also mention that to you. We've sent multiple crews to the west coast of Florida, up near Fort Myers, Naples, and on up into the Tampa Bay area, for obvious reasons, because the storm is headed there. But they are sort of where we were yesterday and the day before. Yeah, because they're in preparation mode, because we're just coming into the Florida Keys now, so you got to figure the mileage difference between the Florida Keys and the Tampa Bay area. You know, this is Sunday, so they're where we were potentially on Friday.
Right.
You know, they're looking at 48 hours away from them.
And Jay Gray is actually on the West Coast too. He is one of our reporters who is on that end of the peninsula. So if we can get over to him, he is in Naples to be exact. Jay?
Violent winds and driving rain. Irma's assault begins hours before landfall.
Hurricane Irma is now impacting our state. Millions of Floridians will see major hurricane impacts with deadly, deadly, deadly storm surge and life-threatening winds.
Oh my God! 18 million or more could feel the effects of this massive storm. Winds gusting well over 100 miles an hour. 12 inches of rain or more in some areas, and a storm surge that could reach 15 feet.
This is a deadly major storm, and our state has never seen anything like it.
More than 6 million residents were told to evacuate, the largest effort in U.S. history.
It's just scary. I've never been through anything like this before.
Tens of thousands moving into more than 300 shelters across the state.
But right now, the desperation sets in. The anxiety levels flare up. Just one person, you pray to God.
As Irma begins to move in. Jay Gray, NBC News, Naples.
So Jay Gray is in Naples. You just saw live pictures from one of our reporters, reporter-photographer teams coming out of Fort Myers. You saw what they were just sort of driving around. Safest to say at this point, once the sun comes up, they'll start talking with people about how they're preparing.
Yeah.
Because that was the focus of our coverage 48 hours ago, was how people are preparing, and then all of a sudden we had that western shift and it's pushing in that direction. So Naples, Fort Myers, and Tampa bracing for what we thought was going to come to us. Mind you, that does not mitigate what we're dealing with right now, especially what the Florida Keys is dealing with.
If they had not already prepared, because the governor has been talking since earlier this week, saying all of Florida needs to be preparing at this point, because he did not want people focusing on the exact path. Our meteorologists have said the same thing. Don't worry about the exact path, focus on as if it were going to hit anywhere in Florida at this point.
Well, and we were talking yesterday with First Alert traffic reporter Kelly Blanco, because we had been watching traffic going towards Tampa for days, because people thought, okay, you know, it's less likely to be as bad there, so we're going to head that direction. Then all of a sudden yesterday, Kelly was bringing up some of our cameras, and the traffic was going the other direction. It was like, I'm out of there. So, obviously, at this point where we're sitting right now, everybody hopefully is where they should be, because nobody should be on the roads at all, whether it be here on the East Coast or on the West Coast of Florida or anywhere in between. Now is not the time to go anywhere. If you're watching us right now in the state of Florida, really.
So if you are just waking up with us, thank you for being with us. 6:36 right now. That 5 o'clock advisory put, you know, Irma still a Category 4 and was very strong in this stage of the game. A very well-formed storm. Now bullseye right there, Key West area just behind us here. You can see it. Middle portion there of the Keys.
And we've been trying to keep the eye of the storm right over our shoulders here, so it can kind of give you a good idea
of where it's going there.
Of where it's going. All right, so on the phone right now we've got Tammy. Tammy, I apologize, I didn't get your last name, but you are with the Monroe County Emergency Operations Center. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Tammy, thank you.
All right, Tammy, terrific. Thank you. Well, first of all, where are you exactly at this emergency operations center?
We were originally based in Marathon. We planned to go to Key West when it looked like the storm was going to hit in the Upper Keys. Once it shifted, we changed plans, and now we're in Ocean Reef in North Key Largo.
Key Largo.
Okay, and so let's just give folks, because we have been talking for hours here in terms of safety-wise. What kind of a structure are you in that you feel like you're safe in Key Largo?
We are actually, if anybody knows Ocean Reef, it's a very luxurious community. It's actually where President Obama golfed once. And we are in the employee housing. So we are in there really is like a concrete fortress here.
Okay. All right. So we took, Shelley, we took some pictures right from
the southernmost point, that monument there, that structure.
Right. And so obviously with landfall approaching, are you getting any information from the Emergency Operations Center that anybody is still there or that there is any imminent danger to anybody still on that string of islands all the way from you down to that most southern portion of the Florida Keys?
Well, our emergency management director for the county has been in constant communications with the Emergency Operations Center that is based in Key West.
Okay.
And I don't know what those communications have been overnight. We're actually up here trying to get a little bit of sleep because we're preparing for the response that we know is going to take months. So I'm just looking out my window here, and it's frightening, and we're 100 miles away, so I can't even imagine what it's going to be like in Key West when the eye wall gets there.
But, Cameron, leading up to this, are you all pleased with the response and how receptive people have been in getting out of town there?
Well, people took it very, very, very seriously, but there were still some very stubborn people that did not leave. I even spoke to a man who was a paraplegic, and I said, "Sir, you need to leave," and he refused. And I'm very concerned about him and all the other people that did not leave. We did put up 4 refuges of last resort throughout the Keys, and we're hoping that most people got in there. But we know that we know that there's probably going to be some people that may not survive this storm, and that's what makes us very sad.
Yeah, and do you get the sense that these people were belittling the storm, or was it for financial reasons? Or, I mean, you gave them so many options to get out of town. So what was the consensus here with some people deciding to stay?
I think the storm track kept changing. First, looked like it was going to go to Key West. Then it looked like it was going to go to Ocean Reef, where I am now. Then it looked like it was going to miss the States, and it kept changing. And so people thought, oh, now I'm safe. Oh, but now it's too late to evacuate, or I don't want to. I mean, there's a million reasons. I mean, we have stubborn people that are riding this out on liveaboard boats. I mean, that's very, very stubborn people. And I think they just didn't understand, no matter how much we told them, how much this was going to be a monster storm.
Did I hear Cammie correctly? That they're riding out in a boat?
Yes, we have people that were on liveaboard boats.
Incredible. Okay,
I know.
Cammie, let's fast forward 24 hours from right now. The storm has passed through the Keys. It has continued to move north up the coast of Florida. What is number 1 on your bullet point list as an emergency operations center from that point?
I think we may have lost Cammie. The video that you're looking at here are shutters getting loose there, that metal clasp threatening to break a bookstore window there in Key West. And we don't have a lot of video from Key West, obviously, because there's no one in town. I think we have Cammie again.
Okay.
Cammie Clark, are you with us?
Are you?
Okay, Cammie, we're going to get to Chief Meteorologist John Morales in 1 second. I just wanted to ask you this one thing, since you are at the Emergency Operations Center. I'm not sure if you heard my question, but fast forward 24 hours.
I did.
Okay,
yes.
What's number 1?
The number 1 is to get all the bridges inspected and US 1 roadway cleared so that we can get resources in. Okay. Also to get the airports cleared so that we can fly resources in.
Yeah, 42 bridges we're talking about here.
Absolutely. And each one of them has to be inspected before we can have, vehicles and trucks going over them. we don't want to lose any lives just because of bridge collapses.
Okay, and let me ask you this: when you're saying flying resources in to get them taken care of, you're talking about flying them into where?
Key West Airport, Naval Air Station, in Boca Chica, and the Marathon Airport. We even have C-130s lined up ready to bring in people and supplies.
And we're talking resources. Give us an example of what we're talking about here.
Debris removal, food, medical supplies, you name it. We're going to have a lot of people that are going to have no homes. We're going to need cots and beds and teams to go door to door to search for people. So we need everything.
Cammie Clark, you are a wealth of knowledge. Thank you so much. It looks like your teams are ready to go.
Yeah,
we are.
And please, from all of us here at NBC6, be safe, Cammie, through this storm. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Hope to talk to you again.
John, to hear these people that are actually still there because the storm, the track kept changing, and you have somebody who are riding out the storm, some people on a boat.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really sorry to hear that. I'm really sorry to hear that because, we did it here. I then sent it out on social media. I mean, there was a 1 minute segment here during our wall-to-wall coverage where I implored, I almost begged people to get out of the Florida Keys because of this. And so I've got my handy map here. I just want to make sure I don't miss any of the keys that are starting to see the eye wall arrive at this moment. So, we had that, and I don't know if it was Skype or actual live video, but we had that video out of Key West. But, actually in Key West, things aren't that bad. I mean, they're bad, okay? And you just saw that video, and you know how the wind is blowing down there. But compared to what's going on in the rest of the lower Florida Keys, you haven't seen the worst of it yet in Key West. So let's zoom in here. The eye wall is arriving. This is the worst of the hurricane. It's coming in right now as we speak at 6:44 a.m. Into the lower Florida Keys. So from Bahia Honda State Park, you know that beautiful beach down there, Bahia Honda to Big Pine Key, past Little Torch Key, and actually all the Middle Torch Key, Big Torch Key, all that area, you are seeing the eye of the hurricane, the eye wall of the hurricane arrive right now. Summerlin Key down to Cudjoe Key as well, which is this one here. Sugarloaf Key down to the Saddle Bunch Keys, including lower Sugarloaf Key, and down closer to Key West. We've got Big Coppet Key, Geiger Key, and the U.S. Naval Station, which is located in Boca Chica. So there's just an immense portion of the lower Florida Keys that are just now starting to see what's considered to be the worst part of this Category 4, 130-mile-per-hour sustained wind hurricane with gusts that are likely going to be to 160 miles per hour. Thankfully, in our last interview with the National Hurricane Center, we learned that the barometric pressure inside the eye of the hurricane had stabilized, and it's now 929 millibars, and it appears that this is not going to intensify any further, and what you're getting right now is what you're going to get, which is just a horrible situation. Again, storm surge, 10 feet high more than likely, coming up into the lower Florida Keys right now, particularly the ones up in this area. And then as this eye moves through, looks like the eye is going to move passing east or northeast of Key West. So Key West, you're about to get the northwestern eye wall, and then you'll be sitting here on the western side of the eye as it slides through the lower Florida Keys over the next hour or so. And then once it's past Key West, expect all the wind coming in from the north and then northwest to drive water into Key West, and the inundation there is also going to be 5 to 10 feet high. So we're talking about 5 to 10 feet of storm surge, hardly survivable by many, and certainly the winds at a buzzsaw, and this is just driving rain, incredible amounts of rain happening right now as the eye is imminently arriving in the Florida Keys. The eye wall is there. When the center of the eye actually crosses one of the keys, that's when we'll have the official landfall here in the United States of America of this Irma hurricane, which will go down in history as one of the strongest ones to affect our country. Again, landfalling hurricane in the Florida Keys right now. I also wanted to point out that our First Alert Doppler 6000 indeed picks up very well on the eye of the hurricane, but we have it on this short range mode because of all the tornadic activity we've had. So we're trying to make sure that we keep people safe across the upper Florida Keys and into Miami-Dade and Broward County. So we can see the eye on the First Alert Doppler 6000, but it's been very important for us to continue to monitor what's going on here with all these feeder bands that are coming in from the east and southeast constantly, raking parts of Miami-Dade and Broward County. So we'll keep that in that surveillance mode for tornadoes and big pockets of heavy rain and gusty winds, but we'll continue to watch for the development of the eye, which again is arriving now down in the lower Florida Keys. Landfall is imminent. Back to you.
All right, John, thank you. Appreciate that. 6:47 is the time right now on this Sunday morning. If you're just joining us, if you're just waking up and looking for what the potential changes have been since that 11 a.m. advisory, first and foremost, welcome, Trina Robinson.
Hello. Good morning, everyone.
Yep.
And I hope you fared well. I know it's been a difficult night and a difficult morning, and the folks in the Keys are really getting clobbered right now.
Yeah.
So hopefully most of them got out.
Right.
But for those who are there, as John has been telling you, please hunker down, get in your safe space, and just stick it out until this thing is over, until John and the National Hurricane Center gives you the all clear that it's okay to come out.
Right. And right before you stepped up here, Trina, we had done we were doing a phone interview with somebody from the Emergency Operations Center in Key Largo. And unfortunately, based upon the things that she was saying, there are more people in the Keys than we think.
There always are.
There always are. You know, but you don't hear about them because the crews, our television crews, everybody gets out of there, right?
Exactly.
We all got out of there and listened to the warning. So we asked her what number one was. You know, fast forward me 24 hours from now, the storm has passed, moving on up the west coast of Florida. What do you do now? And she said that they have got C-130s. You know, those massive military
cargo planes that fly in in situations like this when humanitarian aid and help is needed.
Yes, which is exactly what they need right now. So they are loaded and ready to go. Hopefully they'll be able to land at the Key Largo airport. Cross your fingers, hopefully, and then they'll be able to get the supplies that they need: food, water, medical attention. Unfortunately, is probably going to be a reality.
We won't need a lot of medical attention, but this is a bad storm and it's a bad situation, so we can anticipate. Hopefully, we haven't had any fatalities overnight. That was the first thing I asked when I walked in the door to our news director, Migdalia Figueroa. I said, did anybody die in the storm yet? Because it's just a horrific situation. It's a monster storm. It's sitting on the Keys right now. They're getting beat up by that eye wall, so it is not a good situation at all.
Yeah, and to that end, Trina, Ryan, I don't know if we can pull up this video. We'll give it a second here. Not a big deal, but it's from BSO, from Broward County Sheriff's Office. They sent us some photos of when things really started, the winds really started to kick up there. They basically sort of had a blanket rule. Once they got to about 35 miles an hour and up.
35, 45, they get off the
They
roads,
were out. And so some of those sheriff's deputies sent in some pictures, and then we got them from BSO, sort of a line of cars, Broward County Sheriff's cars, parked in a parking lot. They're not going to go anywhere. Because what are they going to do if they start responding someplace else? And
they've got families too, and they need to be safe.
Exactly.
They're putting themselves in harm's way.
The people they were trying to protect, and them.
Exactly. And then they cannot help us when we really need it.
Right.
The other thing is they've been working long before this even started. So preparing for this. So I'm sure they're already exhausted and trying to get a little bit of rest during this downtime, and also assessing the situation where they think they really need to target their resources and move in right away. So we're just hoping for the best for everybody in the Keys. Everybody else who, you know, we told you to either evacuate or take shelter. Hopefully folks did that. A lot of tornadic activity last night, a lot of warnings. Up in my area where I live, as you go toward Coral Springs, I didn't even go home. When I left this building, I thought hell on earth had happened. I didn't even think I was going to be able to get out of my car.
Yeah, well, and very early this morning, Trina, when I first got on the air about 2 o'clock, we had a tornado warning issued for the exact area that you're talking about. I live not very far from you. Sunrise, Coral Springs, that whole area was under a tornado watch. It ended within about 10 minutes after it started.
Well, right now, let's go to Andrea Cruz. She's on Miami Beach, and she's really been taking a battering there with the winds and the rain. Andrea, how you doing?
Well,
Trina, this rain is hurting at this point. It feels like pellets just hitting against my face. So let me try to turn around to show you what's behind us. This is along South Point Drive and Ocean Drive. All these palm trees have given way right now. You can look right behind me here. Very large palm trees that are actually completely blocking Ocean Drive at this point. They fell probably within the last couple of hours. We got here about 30 minutes ago, and they were already down. You can see the trunks were actually being supported by these wooden planks, and it just wasn't enough to hold them up. So we're seeing right now about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down, and the ones that are left standing right now, I don't know for how much longer they will be there. So that's why we're just trying to keep our distance at this point. And I was mentioning earlier, we haven't seen anybody else out here besides journalists. However, within probably like the last 10 minutes, we did see the City of Miami Beach city manager actually driving around. He's driving around in a car with sirens on in an SUV, just kind of taking a look at everything going on. But besides that, right now the winds are just way too high, way too for any first responders or any police to be out here. We know we have been seeing postings on social media from different police departments about, once winds reach 45-mile-per-hour speeds, they just, it's very limited what they can respond to. So the good news is that if people are staying indoors, there shouldn't be too many problems. The only other issue we have seen is trees going down on top of houses. And we saw also near 45th Street, actually a tree went down and took down some power lines, and the family was inside. But remember, Miami Beach is an evacuation zone, and this rain is hurting me right now, so I'm gonna have to turn around right now. And we're actually trying to stand right now right next to our vehicle, so that's what's blocking us from this wind and this rain. And this is the way that we're trying to keep safe right now. But in a few minutes, as soon as I'm talking to you guys, we're going to try to head to one of the hotels along Ocean Drive. We did see other camera crews in this area. Right now, pretty much they're all trying to just stay in place for the next few minutes or however long this is going to go on for. This is not the time to be driving around anymore. We won't be driving around anymore. We're just trying to stay in one spot until the worst passes. And I can tell you probably within the last 30 minutes is when just conditions took a turn for the worse. We had been driving around since around 2 in the morning, and everything was pretty calm. We were getting a few wind gusts probably every 10-15 minutes, but right now it's just constant wind, and to the point, like I said, the rain hurts. It's just hitting us so hard at this point. And another thing I want to mention, you see me getting all this water on me right now, but it's not just rainwater, it's actually salt water that's coming straight from the ocean. We're about 2 blocks from the ocean, and the wind is blowing so hard that it's bringing salt water all the way here. So of course right now one of the concerns is storm surge. I want to show you, if we can show them the ground, Tony. Right now we're not seeing too much flooding, but we are seeing water starting to accumulate. We're seeing some ponding, so not sure how long it's going to take to start seeing some more storm surge in this area. We know Miami Beach is very prone to flooding, and that the high tide will start around between 11 a.m. and noon. So around that time, things could get even worse than they are right now. So unless you guys have any questions, I'll toss back to you in the studio.
No, you know what, Andrea Cruz, thank you so much in Miami Beach. Let's let you get to a safe and drier spot. The progression of a hurricane, right? 24 hours ago, Keith Jones was saying the sand hurts. Yeah. And then this morning we have Andrea saying the rain that's coming sideways.
Yeah, and poor sweetheart's just drenched out there.
Yeah.
All right now we want to get over to Kelly Blanco because there shouldn't be any traffic out there because of the curfew, but those traffic cameras do come in handy in a situation like this, right, Kelly?
All the traffic right now, it's debris. So absolutely, you don't need to be out on the roads. And I'll piggyback off Andrea Cruz and show you our camera in Miami Beach. Now, there is a curfew. There is an evacuation zone, so there should not be anybody there. Of course, that curfew in effect from 8 to 7. So there's like 4 minutes left in that curfew, but it's for 3 days. And honestly, nobody should be out there right now. If you are out there, you are going to get in trouble. This is 395, our MacArthur Causeway here, where you can just see the palm trees swaying left and right. As Andrea showed you in her live shot, it did not look pretty out there. Those are your westbound and your eastbound lanes. And I'll show you another camera in the beach. Now, this is 395 right around Alton Road, complete ghost town, just as it should be. We want to make sure that nobody is headed out the door. Or I did speak to somebody, guys, on Facebook Live, and they told me I'm on I-95 in Oakland Park Boulevard in Broward County. I didn't think it was going to hit the Keys. And let's show you more cameras, though. I didn't think it was going to hit us, and now I want to go back. I want to go to Boca. No, you can't go to Boca. Well, right now,
warning us, our whole team, everybody.
Absolutely. And let's go back to the our first alert cameras so I can show you those cameras in Broward County. At one point, what I wanted to show you was US 1, somewhere between like our cameras in Homestead, Florida City area, and I was not able to do so. I started seeing some like blue lights. And actually, John mentioned, because somebody asked him, what are those blue lights? And I was seeing them from our cameras, and that's basically the transformers blowing. So you should not be out there on the roads right now. And of course, that power grid is starting to fail around that area. And I did hear one of my friends is in one of the hotels in that area, and they said that the hotel sign was knocked over. So again, this is 395 at Alton Road, and I'll take you to Broward County so you can see. Let's see if my camera switches on over. It's not switching there, but I'll be back in a few minutes to show you those. But there you go. This is I-95 right around Atlantic Boulevard, which is a camera that we've been showing you all morning long, really. And as we you start to see the outer bands hitting us, it's just going to continue getting worse. So we want to make sure that nobody is out there. Again, those are your southbound and northbound lanes in Broward County. So I've shown you a couple of cameras.
I think I just saw a car moving there.
You did see a car on that right side.
Please get off the road.
And all those overhead signs, this is what they're saying right now.
Yes.
You don't
shelter information.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And anything out there can become a projectile.
Absolutely.
Trees, debris,
look, that's another
all kinds of
car
stuff.
right there.
So, you know, I'm not sure what people are thinking, but we hope they'll be okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I need to get to Boca, she told Kelly. What's important in Boca? What's that important in Boca that you need to get to?
Everything's closed in Boca.
Yeah. All right. NBC6 reporter Melissa Adon is in Broward County for us, giving us a better idea of what things are looking like there. Hi, Melissa.
Hey, Eric, Trina, you guys are saying be careful of the projectiles. Yeah, that's exactly the problem here. Things that can be flying anywhere. That is why that curfew is in place. So we are in Hollywood, along close to Hollywood Boulevard. Every now and then, as the wind increases, you'll start to see the traffic lights swinging back and forth. That goes to show you, mind you, we have moved just in between buildings just to have a safer spot from the wind. Yet the wind is still sweeping in. You see here's the wind gust, and there it goes. You see, watch as that goes. Now another thing, now that we can take a look, of course, also we have rain coming down, the wind. All of this here is Hollywood Boulevard, where all those bars were 2 days ago. Everything is closed. That other thing I want to show you is the crane here in Hollywood as well. We talked about it a lot in Miami, that was the concern with those cranes that are up. You know, there is that crane. As long as we don't get, you know, any large amount of winds, that'll be okay. So they're still in place. So those are certain things that we're looking at here in Hollywood. And even so, we went inside this building because it's concrete, so it's safer. And on the ground, there's still debris from those palm trees. So that's falling down. Doesn't matter where you are trying to hide from the wind. You definitely feel it. I had the wind meter here, and I was just reading just in this tunnel about like 20 and a little less than that miles per hour. So that's good. But of course, when we were down by A1A, that was even bigger, the bigger concern. So that's what we're looking at right now. Just again, that steady wind and rain flow coming in. Eric and Trina.
All right, Melissa Adon, be safe. Make sure that you are in a good spot as we continue to follow what happens next.
Well, let's get over to South Florida's chief meteorologist, John Morales. And John, folks out on the road, we just saw a couple of cars.
Well, I don't know what to say. I mean, it's really bad in all of Metro, Miami-Dade, and Broward right now. Obviously, it's extreme right now down in the Florida Keys. An extreme wind warning now issued for the lower Florida Keys by the National Weather Service in Key West. So from Boca Chica through Big Pine, Cudjoe Key, and all the way down to Key West proper, this extreme wind warning and all of those locations should treat this imminent extreme wind threat, as if a tornado was approaching, and move immediately to the safe room in your shelter. This would be, in our case here in South Florida, an interior room away from windows in your location. Take action now to protect your life. You should already be taking cover. This from the National Weather Service in Key West, recently issued extreme wind warning because of the hurricane, which is, yes, now arriving in the lower Florida Keys. The eye wall making landfall, the actual center of the eye. When the center of the eye crosses the lower Florida Keys, that's when we'll have our official landfall here in the United States of Hurricane Irma. But right now, the eye wall is what's really pounding the Florida Keys. The radar in Key West still up and running from the National Weather Service, so we can really see what's going on down there. And again, from Big Pine and the state park here, crossing all the way through all of the Keys. And now look, Key West about to get as well into the western side of this eye wall. This all, of course, moving from south-southeast towards the north-northwest. So look at these reds here. You know, that's just at the edge of the eye of the hurricane. So the wind has really picked up as the eye wall is arriving, but when you get into these red areas here, that's when things are really going to rock and roll in terms of the winds. 130, gusting 160, moving as that wind moves up towards the north. Very, very dangerous situation right now in the lower Florida Keys. Notice as well how the eye wall, here's the eye wall. It's pushing all this water up in this direction. The 7 Mile Bridge will see the eye wall too, and it's going to get awfully close to Marathon. I mean, if we consider the eye wall to be the oranges and the reds, and this is all, you know, sliding off towards the northwest, it's going to become awfully close to Marathon. I'm hoping for your sake in Marathon that you don't actually get into this section here. It may miss you. It may stay over the 7 Mile Bridge, but, well, I mean, the 7 Mile Bridge is called the 7 Mile Bridge because it's only 7 miles. And, you know, so if we're talking about 1 or 2 miles away, it's going to be this close for you guys getting into this eye wall, and then, of course, all the extreme damage that produces. Above and beyond the 5 to 10 foot storm surge, the fact that the winds could gust to 160 miles an hour. You might recall for Marathon, I was forecasting wind gusts to 125 miles per hour. But watch out, if this thing gets closer to you, it could be a lot higher. For everybody else, gusts to 160 is what I'm anticipating. Here's the rest of what's going on now. This is our live for Solar Doppler 6000 radar. This band means business. This is rotating towards the northwest. This band means business. And within the metro area, this one does too. So I'll set this in motion, and you'll see how these bands continue to rotate into South Florida. So this is really gusty here. These are gusts that are likely reaching 60, 70 miles an hour right now, sliding towards the north and moving into southwestern portions of the metro area of Broward County, too. The rest of Broward mainly with light to moderate rain, but driven by wind. So things are very busy there, too. Very quickly, they're issuing position updates on the hurricane every single hour because it is within radar range. So if you're tracking it on a map, 24.4 now of latitude and 81.5 degrees west longitude, still moving northwest at 8 miles an hour. Again, the hurricane imminent with landfall in the next hour or so in the lower Florida Keys. That's where it's going to go. After that, we anticipate the hurricane to, well, head towards the southwest coast of Florida, still as a Category 4 hurricane. And then, I mean, so many population centers up the state are going to be dealing with a major hurricane. This includes the Tampa Bay area, very vulnerable to hurricanes, very vulnerable to storm surge, and still a Cat 3 forecast when it's way up there. So very serious situation for the rest of the state, unfortunately, and weakening finally to a Cat 1 as it enters the Florida Panhandle. That weakening would occur because of upper-level wind shear that's anticipated to affect that area. As far as the timing of all this, well, listen, it's going to be a really long day, okay? We've got hurricane-force winds really trying to extend right to the edge of the upper Florida Keys. This is the red circle that you see right here. So we've got hurricane-force winds all across the lower and middle Keys right at this moment. And just at the edge of the upper Florida Keys and down into the Everglades within mainland South Florida. So this ring of hurricane-force winds actually gets into Miami-Dade County, but it's only the Everglades portion of Miami-Dade County as we go towards noon today. I'm getting a lot of questions on Twitter, people wondering saying, wait, you say the worst is yet to come? How is this possible? And these are not folks from the Keys. These are folks of the metro area in Miami-Dade and Broward County. And they're saying, how is it possible that the worst is yet to come if it's already so bad out there? Well, this gives you an idea. I mean, the hurricane has yet to make landfall in the lower Florida Keys. It's going to do so momentarily. And then as it heads up towards the Marco Island and Fort Myers area throughout the course of the day today, we're going to see all of this. So this orange area is winds of 58 miles per hour or greater. And, you know, that's going to continue to topple trees, continue to cause transformers to blow. We will have that type of damage throughout the day today. Here's noontime. And then here we go into the late afternoon. Here's 6 p.m. today. Many sections of our area still seeing those winds sustained at 58 miles per hour or greater, with those gusts to 70, 80, 85 miles per hour in my forecast for Miami-Dade County. I anticipate that to continue throughout the day. And again, 6 o'clock, the hurricane is still abeam Fort Myers at that time, according to the National Hurricane Center forecast, and we're still dealing with inclement weather here, dangerous weather to be outside. When does it improve? Well, here's Monday, 1:30 a.m. All right, so past all of Sunday, Sunday night into the early hours of Monday, and still some leftover yellow here. That's the tropical storm force winds, 39 to, say, call it 58 miles an hour. If this is the threshold of 58, then this is the threshold between 39 and 57 miles an hour, and that would continue into the early morning hours of Monday. So again, the worst is yet to come. It's not going to improve until this evening, Sunday evening. That's when things are finally going to start to let down a bit. But it won't be until overnight into Monday when we get out of, here's 6 a.m. Monday, when we get out of the tropical storm force winds. Meanwhile, the hurricane is up here past Tampa Monday, 6 a.m. And we got to wait and see exactly what happens here in Tampa. It's not going to be a pretty picture if this is the track that actually happens with this hurricane. So, you know, the news is unfolding right now in the sense that it's about to make landfall in the Florida Keys as one of the strongest hurricanes ever in the Florida Keys. But there's many more people that are going to have to deal with this hurricane in a very serious fashion, with threatening storm surge and wind, as well as that risk of tornadoes, just like we dealt with last night as this hurricane continues to head northbound. So a lot to talk about. We need to go monitor this landfall. It's going to be happening within the next hour or so. So, you know, as soon as it's about to make landfall, we'll certainly get on the air, and we'll have several other updates in between now and then.
All right, John, thank you for your expertise as always. And just jumping on what John said, you know, as you watch that storm move up the west coast, he mentioned Marco Island, and then of course you have Sanibel, which was home for you at one point.
And Tampa Bay. You know, the whole bay used to be my front yard.
Tampa Bay, yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of my friends evacuated yesterday, and some of them did not evacuate.
Right.
And that's a nightmare scenario.
And just a little piece of information, and you said this is something that usually happens, so and it did. Again, the Sunshine Skyway Bridge over Tampa Bay has closed down in preparation, but as you mentioned, we were talking during John, that's something that always happens.
They always do that with any high winds as well,
yeah.
so it doesn't have to take a hurricane for them to shut down the bridge if they're in inclement conditions where the winds get high. All right, let's go to Christian Cazares. He's out in the thick of it in North Miami. And Christian, what's happening out there?
Hey guys, good morning. We just got here to the north end of Ball Harbor, and I can tell you that we're battling some very strong winds. I just lost my hat just a couple minutes ago, but I can tell you that we're along the A1A. This is basically the inlet from the Atlantic Ocean over to Biscayne Bay. And check out the gusts here that's coming through from the ocean. Along with that, I can tell you, don't be fooled by the direction that this is coming in, because I can tell you that the wind is basically blowing from every single direction. And a proof of that is all the debris that we keep seeing here. Now, we just got to this property here, and we were trying to make our way all the way down to the end of this residential complex, and halfway down there, the wind just basically forced us to stop and pull back. We just could not keep going any farther. So we ended up coming out here. We found a little bit of shelter here on the side. And we do have to also add that we were talking to police. They were the ones who allowed us to come all the way out here. They were escorting us out here, and I was talking to the officer, and he was telling me that basically every officer is, as a rule of thumb, they only stay out after about a 40-mile-per-hour wind. After that, it's basically open for each one of them to have their own options. So he was telling me that he believes that it's about 60 to 65 mile-per-hour winds that are coming out through here. And I can tell you that I truly believe that because we're having a hard time trying to keep our balance out here and not be blown away by the wind. But I can tell you that there's a whole bunch of debris that keeps flying out here. We haven't seen any damage from some of the palm trees around here, but it's just the view here that we keep seeing on the inlet, the gusts of wind that keeps coming out from the ocean. And just check out this view here from basically the waves that are coming in. It just keeps coming in phases. It slows down and then all of a sudden it just picks up again, and it just becomes so strong that we're just, like I said, we're having a really hard time trying to even keep our balance out here. We keep seeing a whole bunch of debris flying everywhere. We've seen a whole bunch of branches and just a whole bunch of trash that we keep kind of dodging the bullet here if you want to point it, say it in that kind of way. But definitely these are some very strong winds that we're battling out here. So this is the situation that we have out here in Bal Harbour. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Wow, things have dramatically increased over the course of the last 2 hours. We've been sort of in and out of Miami Beach, Coconut Grove, Pinecrest, those areas. We've seen some trees down, and obviously things are picking up. Another band is whipping through there, but as we've mentioned, those bands last 15, 20 minutes, and then it goes away, things calm down, and then the next one whips in. So it's certainly not a reason to be in a sense of security if you're anywhere in that area, especially in Miami Beach, because you should be gone to begin with.
And you can see behind Christian, the waters just look angry and turbulent. I mean, I think Irma's going to go down as infamous Irma. I mean, the damage and destruction that she has caused and just the size of this storm. Yeah, it's unbelievable.
I could probably think of a couple of other names for Irma.
We can't use them on TV.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't.
If we want to be here after the storm, the storm will come from the big offices upstairs and back in that corner.
We don't want that to happen.
But we're going to check out a couple of things on Facebook right now because believe it or not, some folks are Facebook Living during the storm. I suggest you not do that. I mean, if you're in a house with impact glass, look through the window, but don't go outside. But some folks in the Keys are actually doing this.
Yeah, especially not where this is coming from. This is coming from Nate Rogers from his Facebook page. He is Facebook Living right now. He kind of turned the camera around a couple of minutes ago, some information that was given to us from our producers, and he is wearing a helmet, which is a piece of advice that John Morales gave.
But that was in the house.
Yeah, in the house.
You should have a helmet on in your house when you're the Keys, not outside. You shouldn't be outside at all.
Incredible.
All you need is a tree or a piece of metal to come flying, and you could be toast.
Yeah, when you've got winds of 100 miles an hour.
There he is. There's Nate.
There he is.
Nate Rogers.
Basically it becomes shrapnel is what you're talking about at that point. So again, this is down in the Florida Keys in Key West, where things are happening right now, where, as you just heard John Morales telling us, obviously that storm is making a direct landfall in the Keys and a little bit north all the way up into Marathon as well as it continues to march west.
Let's go now to the live pictures. That's Mike Seidel, the meteorologist from the Weather Channel, and he's always out in these tough times. There he is, holding on for dear life. Hey, guys, tell me exactly where Mike is. Downtown Miami. So there he is, oh wow. So he's reporting right now. See if we can listen in a little bit.
And they're staying there because they're concerned about blowing glass. You can look out that way, all you see is a big gray abyss and stinging rain. And this is the way it's going to be.
Yeah. So
for the next
there we go.
Well, it's breaking up a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, he's out in the thick of it right now in that area, but you might remember during Wilma, because I think he said he's experiencing flying glass. Some of the buildings on Brickell, actually the glass shattered and all the windows blew out. Also in downtown Fort Lauderdale. And Wilma was like a little baby puppy compared to this one, who's like a barking, growling dog. This storm is so much more fierce.
And this is what the nasty dog Irma is doing. Trina, you just described we were in North Miami with one of our reporters, and you described the ocean behind them as looking like angry sea, which obviously is exactly what we're seeing. So they just put the camera on the ground facing back towards the parking garage now, but that live shot was from Mike Seidel. With the Weather Channel as he is hanging on in Miami.
As he does in most of these storms for dear life.
Yep.
All right, so we're going to go to Julia Bagg. I see her there with her little red cap on and trying to stay dry, which is almost an impossibility this morning, Julia. Hi there.
Hi there, Trina, and it is loud
loud out here. Just every couple of minutes, we kind of step outside the bunker that we showed you last hour. And now with the light, you can really see what things are like. Just downright messy right now here in Florida City to the east of US 1. The power is out everywhere. Let me see if I can point out some damage that we saw earlier for you. We can see some kind of like pieces of a sign that are down there. Gosh, it was kind of hanging off the side of the roof of the tiki hut when we saw it a while before in the dark. It was hard to see then, but these winds, well, just still pretty rough out here as we watch Irma making landfall in the lower Keys now. So just even with how far away we are from it, close to 100 miles, at least as the crow flies from that area in the lower Keys, that's something just shows you how powerful the storm is. As you see, look at those palm tree branches just being, whoa, I just heard a loud noise. You know what, Gabe, let me show you, let's point out some of these signs, these high-level signs like the Travel Lodge sign we were looking at before. That's been shaking back and forth violently in the wind. Anytime we hear a big noise, guys, we're really looking around because we know that anything could become a projectile and just kind of go flying. So we're being very careful here. We have not seen many people out and about, just people kind of peeking out the door of our very own shelter, just wondering what things are like, but then getting right back inside because of just how nasty things are right here. So getting really a lot more wind that we're feeling than the rain itself. Wow, I'm hearing some loud banging. I don't know if you can see across where that awning is. If a door, okay, some garbage cans. Gabriel, my photographer, is saying that's something that we've seen several garbage cans that are not tied down, and so anything that's loose really can become a projectile when you're dealing with these kinds of winds. So wow, just absolute sheets of rain being blown sideways. Sometimes it feels like things start to go in, change direction, go in like a circular motion, but wow, let me just let you listen to this for a moment. Let's look back at that Travel Lodge sign. It's really rocking back and forth right now. We've been watching that because when you know, whoa. Okay, let's go ahead and we're going to, I think, get back inside here in a moment. Trina and Eric, I'm going to send it back to you now.
Julia, thank you so much. Really, really stay safe out there because you can hear that sign. Clunk, 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 clunk. Let's hope it doesn't come down.
Well, you just mentioned flying glass, which has been the case in other hurricanes and in other portions of Miami-Dade and Broward County. They're getting those really high winds that Julia was just feeling as well. And so safe places to go. Sometimes that's the hottest commodity. We've got police officers and emergency crews that are also pulled over on the side of the road, waiting it out as well, waiting until they get the all clear, basically from local media to make sure that radar is looking like things are safe for them to move forward too.
Right. And if they're not on the roads, why would you want to be on the road? But of course, Kelly Blanco, our traffic reporter, has shown us several people out on the roads. And I remember during Rita back in 2005, back in the weather office, we were getting calls from people on the 7 Mile Bridge, you know, just terrified because they hadn't evacuated. Then at the last minute, in the midst of the storm, they tried to evacuate. And it was a horrible situation. I mean, what do you tell people? You know, we're like, pull over, try and stay safe, try and get to the end of the bridge and stay safe. But it is not the time to go out in the middle of a ferocious hurricane like Irma or any hurricane.
Right. And you hate to state the obvious, but they, like John said, they call it the 7 Mile Bridge for a reason because there's no getting off the 7 Mile Bridge once you're on it. There's no place to go. You're stuck.
Except over in the water.
Except over into the water.
Which ain't good.
Yeah, exactly. So we do know this as well, that storm surge warning, we mentioned this a couple times. We want to make sure that people in Broward County, especially those folks right along in Deerfield Beach, Pompano, Hollywood Beach, Fort Lauderdale, know that storm surge warning, which was the biggest concern with this storm, that storm surge warning was canceled overnight. but that does not mean that that storm surge warning in Miami, especially in Miami Beach where those mandatory evacuations happen, that storm surge warning very much is still in effect there. And just because we're not seeing it in a big way right now, we saw in multiple live shots that water at some of those marinas is starting to rise, and that storm surge is just starting. So we won't see the thick of that until probably early this afternoon.
And again, our weather team has been cautioning us as well. Even after you leave the threat of storm surge, you're going to have a lot of rain coming from the sky, so you can get inland flooding. And most people die in hurricanes, John will tell you, in storm surge or flooding. So it's not the winds that typically kill people, because most people go inside, but unfortunately, the water becomes an extreme threat.
Right. And once you're in it, there's no way to get out of it. So with that said, let's get you over to Chief Meteorologist John Morales with more on all of it. Hi, John.
Yeah, so again, an extreme wind warning, in addition to the hurricane warning, was issued for the lower Florida Keys as this hurricane is indeed making landfall. Now, again, the eye wall now, gosh, it is so close to Marathon, and we'll set this in motion just in a second. We want to keep Marathon outside of the worst of this hurricane. Unfortunately, that's not the case for the lower Florida Keys, but the edge of the eye wall is over the 7-mile bridge right now as we speak. The center of the hurricane is down here. Now, if you're wondering if as you no longer see a donut hole in the middle of this hurricane, if you're wondering if this is weakening in any way, shape, or form, no. I think what's going on here is that the hurricane is getting so close to the radar site in Key West that it's actually picking up on the sea spray that's getting blown around in this area, and that still remains floating around. There's probably all kinds of sea spray and other things from the passing of these very strong winds across that area. And I think that's what's going on in terms of what the radar is picking up out of Key West, the National Weather Service in Key West, in the center of the hurricane. So there's still calm in there. It's likely not raining in there, but that's not the situation that's going on right now in the Keys, lower Keys. As you can see, the eye wall with the reds now starting to arrive across that area and stretching into, unfortunately, the Key West proper. Key West is actually down here, so the population center, if you will, is really concentrated down in this area. Their radar site is a little bit further towards the north and east as you head up the highway there. So down here is where the big population center is, and right now, as we speak, this big population center is missing the worst wind from the hurricane. But watch out, word of warning, I'm anticipating that as this hurricane lifts towards the north and northwest, and you're going to see the wraparound here of the wind coming in from the north and eventually northwest, and this is going to drive Gulf of Mexico water into the streets of Key West, and there's going to be an enormous inundation in Key West. Now, here's, we're grasping at straws here, but here's a little bit of good news right at this very moment. The lowest tides of the day happened at 6:30 in the morning. So this is making landfall during low tide. And that definitely is good news, because it just so happens that our high tides during this weekend are only 4 inches lower than the king tide, which is the highest tide of the year, predicted for next month. So this is almost, if this was happening at high tide, it would be, which happens in about 5 hours from now, all right, a little bit past noon today, we would be talking about one of the highest astronomical tides of the year, compounded with the storm surge tide, which would be coming in. Instead, it is low tide. So, from those 10 feet of inundation, when the National Weather Service forecasts 5 to 10 feet of storm surge, maybe we can subtract a couple of feet from the 10, given that it's low tide right now. And that's definitely great relief to think that maybe instead of 10 feet, you're going to get 7 or 8 feet of inundation from the storm surge. But the wind, again, extreme right now across the lower Florida Keys, with the eye wall arriving as we speak, when the center of the hurricane, which is right here just a few miles offshore. When this center passes over the lower Florida Keys, we will officially have landfall here in the United States from Hurricane Irma. And sadly, it is part of our viewing area in the lower Florida Keys that is getting the brunt of this hurricane. This core, by the way, was what I was so fearful that we might have seen here in the metro area of Miami-Dade and Broward County. You know, a couple of days back when I told you that my level of concern was through the roof was because I thought that there was a risk, and the Hurricane Center people did too, that we would get into the core of this hurricane, which sadly right now is affecting the lower Florida Keys. The video that will come out of these areas with all the damage that's going to be observed is going to be really remarkable. And of course, we probably won't see that type of video for another couple of days. But if this had hit the core of Miami's metro area, I'm telling you, it would have been a $100 billion plus disaster because of the strength of the winds and the enormous storm surge that's currently affecting that area. Again, our first alert Doppler 6000 now, so switching away from the National Weather Service Key West's radar to our radar. And if you're just waking up, since yesterday's tornadic event here, where we had 9 tornado warnings within a span of less than 2 hours, and it was just an incredible stretch of exhausting coverage on TV when we had all those warnings going on, we switched our first alert Doppler 6000 into tornado surveillance mode. And that's why I don't have it on long range, because since we're still seeing the threat of tornadoes, and there was one tornado warning, if you're just waking up, about 4 hours ago, 3:30 this morning, we had another tornado warning in Broward County. So that's the 10th tornado warning so far. Thankfully, they didn't. The warning was not accompanied by 8 others, like had it happened last night. So we're only looking at the edge of the hurricane here on the First Alert Doppler 6000, only because I want to make sure that we keep you guys safe from anything that's rotating in off the ocean. And again, we continue to see rotating bands, spiral bands, each one of these with very, very gusty winds, folks, okay? These are bringing wind gusts to 70 miles an hour as it stands right now. And if you've seen our coverage in terms of what to expect in each county, you know that I'm forecasting gusts up to 80 miles per hour in Broward today and up to 85 miles per hour in Miami-Dade today. And we're getting close to the time that we're going to start to see those type of wind gusts as the hurricane moves our way. One more thing, we're getting these updates every hour now, hourly position updates of the hurricane, which has sustained winds near its core, sustained 130 miles per hour. The hurricane is moving towards the northwest at 8 miles an hour. And again, landfall is imminent in the lower Florida Keys.
All right, John, thank you so much for your expertise. Let's go back to Nate Rogers. He's that guy in the Florida Keys, the lower Florida Keys, yep, who's Facebook living. He showed, there he is, and actually looks like he's got a buddy with him now. Not advisable, friends. Just because Nate's doing, he shouldn't be doing it. Don't do this. Nobody should be outside in the Keys right now.
And it looks like they're on the patio maybe of a condo or an apartment complex or something like that. So these are live pictures again playing out on Facebook as what John was just mentioning is hitting Key West. The brunt of it is sort of yet to come, but it is right on that barrier, right on the cusp. Right on the cusp of hitting Key West with that full force. So his name is Nate Rogers. So Nate, of course, we wish that we weren't looking at these pictures because we wish that you had evacuated, but stay safe. He was obviously not there alone, so multiple people have decided with him to try and ride out this storm, which certainly goes against all advisories that John Morales and every meteorologist in the state of Florida.
And every sane person.
Right.
You don't even have to be a meteorologist.
Right. So again, this is coming out of Key West, where we're expected to have, at least on the mainland so far, this is by far where we are going to see the most damage here in South Florida.
All right, we're going to pop on down to the National Hurricane Center right now. Is it Andrea who's down there now? To Angie. Oh, we're going to go to Angie. Oh. Hi, Angie.
Hey,
how are you?
You know, I'm hanging in there. We're keeping everybody updated, and of course, other folks who are keeping everybody updated. That's the National Hurricane Center. We are again lucky enough to have Dr. Michael Brennan back on talking to us. I want to bring him in. Of course, very busy down there at the Hurricane Center at this moment, especially since you see behind me right now the lower Keys dealing with some very dangerous conditions. Of course, as we continue to watch Hurricane Irma making landfall here in a very short time. So I want to talk to you first, Dr. Brennan, about the health of the storm. You can see on the south side of that wall. Tell me a little bit, is there some gyre intrusion, or what do you guys see happening to this here in the next coming hours?
Yeah, it does seem like the southern eye wall is a little weaker. It almost looks like there may be sort of what we call a moat or a weak spot forming, and the storm may be trying to undergo some other type of eye wall replacement cycle, which might end up with a very large eye might be trying to develop here in the next few hours. So we could see some changes in the intensity, but that might mean that the wind field would get even larger. Right now, those hurricane force winds extend out 80 miles from the center. We don't want to see that get any bigger. Right now, we're already seeing wind gusts. We just saw a wind gust of 77 miles per hour all the way at the Tamiami Airport up here in Dade County.
Okay, and then how about the current conditions down there for the lower Keys? You guys have any updates? I know you just mentioned Tamiami gusts, but what about down there?
Yeah. They measured a wind gust of 89 miles an hour at the National Weather Service office here on Key West just a few minutes ago. And so you can see that they're just outside of the eye wall, so they're not seeing the peak winds. We would expect to see those 130 mile per hour winds here in the lower Keys, Big Pine Key, that area in the next hour or two as that eye wall moves across them. And so that's the most dangerous time that those folks are going to experience down there.
Okay, and we know that the lower Keys, they're dealing with that dire situation at this moment, but the rest of South Florida, Miami-Dade, Broward, and of course across the state, as far as the wind field potential goes going forward through the day today, I know, of course, we have much more to come. What can you tell folks in this area, mainland, about what they can expect?
Well, we're seeing sustained tropical storm force winds now. We're starting to see wind gusts up into the hurricane force range. So those winds are only going to increase as Irma's center sort of makes its closest approach to the east coast of South Florida here in the next 6 to 7 hours. So we're going to expect to see those winds become even stronger. We're looking at a very long period of sustained tropical storm force winds, maybe even sustained winds up around 50 or 60 miles per hour, and frequent gusts to hurricane force. There's going to see a lot of down trees and power lines, some wind damage. You could see some structural damage. It's just not going to want to be outside in any of these types of conditions at all. And in addition to the storm surge threat that we have here in Miami-Dade County, where you could see 3 to 6 feet of storm surge flooding in that Biscayne Bay area especially.
Okay, and so as the storm continues northwest, we know that it's a little bit difficult, but we know a lot of people want to know where it's going to make landfall next. Talk to me about why it's difficult to say exactly where and really what that means for impacts for people, even if it doesn't make landfall in their area.
Right, yeah, because Irma is going to be moving almost exactly parallel to the west coast of Florida. If it moved just a little farther to the right, it could easily come in over, say, Fort Myers. If it moves a little farther to the left, it could stay offshore all the way until it gets up here to the Big Bend area. So everybody in that whole hurricane warning area has to prepare for the core of Irma to come over them, because we simply can't tell where in that area it's going to make landfall, because it's such a subtle, any sort of subtle change in the track can make a difference in hundreds of miles before the center crosses the coast. But what we are expecting over there, unfortunately, is very significant storm surge, 10 to 15 feet over here in Naples, Fort Myers, up to 8 feet in Tampa Bay. So it's a life-threatening storm surge situation on much of the west coast of Florida, and in addition to the Keys today, and extending into Monday, actually.
Yeah, and something we're going to have to continue to monitor for days to come. Of course, thank you again, Dr. Michael Brennan. We appreciate talking to you. We appreciate your hard work you're doing out there at the National Hurricane Center. For now, I'm going to send it back over to Trina and Eric, guys.
All right, Dr. Brennan, Angie, thank you. And just sort of piggyback on what Dr. Brennan was saying in terms of Angie's last question. The question is, where is it headed after the Keys? And so we do want to know that quite clearly our focus has been that's our viewing area, Miami-Dade and Broward County, and down into Monroe, into the Keys. But as this storm then moves out of the Keys over the course of the next 24 hours, we want you to know that certainly that does not change our coverage. We will continue to follow this hurricane, because so many people here on the east coast of Florida have friends and family on the west coast. So we've got crews in Fort Myers and in Naples, all the way up into Tampa. Jamie Garol is on his way, or was on his way yesterday ahead of the storm to Tampa. So we'll be carrying live reports from Jamie and our whole team of reporters across the west coast of Florida for the next 24 hours.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about Irma for a very long time.
Yeah.
Right now, let's talk to Steve Litz, reporter out there in South Miami. Steve, good morning, and how are you?
Hats off to all our overnight reporters, Julia, Ari, Michael, and the rest of you guys. Way to go. We got you here during these daylight hours. We're in the Dadeland area, the housing development down here in the city of South Miami. And the gusts have been pretty good, and the rain has been pretty good. We just heard from the National Hurricane Center how we're going to get some down trees. Already got a couple, and while the worst of this storm hasn't rolled in yet, but you see, we believe that's a mango tree. That's one tree. There's another tree down in this neighborhood. They're not the biggest trees in the world, but despite that, they're trees. And they're coming down. Just to look down here, of course, plenty of debris in these residential areas. Going to be very difficult. I mean, thank God we haven't seen anybody driving around, and we're going to wait to see a little over the next few hours how these residential neighborhoods here throughout South Miami, how cluttered they get with down trees and debris. We'll see what's going to happen here in a few hours. Come on back behind this way. These folks, I believe they have left town. But they battened up their hatches, and by the way, it's been a while since we've covered a hurricane, so I haven't said it in a while. But this is what it's like to stand outside in hurricane tropical force-like conditions. A lot of folks in South Florida with sheds, and you got to see. This is what we talk about when we're talking about projectiles. Simple enough for even tropical storm force winds to peel these tin sheds apart, and then you know what happens, man. That rips off, and that goes flying, and that can crash windows, that can crash structures, but worst of all, that could crash into people. So we're going to watch out for things like that. Here's one of the canals that the South Florida Water Management District has been keeping close eyes on, along with the other hundreds of waterways here in South Florida. And so they're minding these levels. This is the smack in the middle of a residential neighborhood, as we said, in the Dadeland area. And you see, this is not too dangerously high right now, and so homeowners, I wouldn't know if they're. It is high, Ross. Okay, Ross lives here, and so yeah, he says this is. It's not when I speak of dangerously high, I'm not talking about about breaching the banks over here. But Ross lives in this area, and so this is high, which just gives you an idea as to the rainfall. We was watching TV last night, which I probably shouldn't have because we need to turn the news off and get some rest. But the rain started last night, and it has just been going on and on. And also, you've heard the cliche or the words howling winds before. I don't know. You may have to be in a particular area. Maybe you have to be in a wind tunnel. Howling winds, very scary. And when we're out here, certainly we're concerned about our safety. What's most disconcerting for us is a tornado. We don't want to be standing out here when a tornado rolls up. So when we see these strong gusts roll in, like this strong gust right here, all we hope for is that it's not a tornado. I don't have and it's not, because we heard John a little earlier talk about how there aren't any tornado or warnings out here right now. But I don't have my windometer with me, but I can tell you this: the gusts are stronger than 10 miles an hour, but probably south of 100 miles an hour. But things are getting pretty bad out here in South Miami. Send it back to you guys in the studio in Miramar.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. So a tornado warning, speak of the devil, a tornado warning, the 10th tornado warning so far in this event across South Florida has now just been issued. And the tornado warning extends from the coast across northeastern Miami-Dade County and southwestern Metro Broward County. This tornado warning will be in effect until 8 o'clock this morning as we have a radar-detected possible tornado sliding in. The location of the tornado 8 miles southeast of Miami Beach. So it's in this cell right here, 8 miles southeast of Miami Beach, and it's moving very, very quickly and moving northwest at 80 miles per hour. 80 miles per hour, the movement of this. So it's going to, they're so numerous, the number of places that could be impacted by this as it slides towards the northwest, that we'll just go hour by hour. So, Ryan, are you focusing in on this area? Is that the area of concern, you'd say, right now? Trying to look for a couplet here, and I believe I see some motion, yes, indeed, of the winds moving out away from the radar and on one side and towards the radar on the other. Now, this is not a very strong signature, I want to say, not necessarily a very strong signature of rotation, but there is the risk that this continues to spin up and arrives at Miami Beach. It's moving at 80 miles an hour. You hear the warnings out there going through our station as this tornado warning continues to be issued. Ryan, let's zoom in here, get some granularity in terms of as it slides towards the west-northwest, see if we can zoom into some of these communities here, maybe even take the layer off. And, well, you know, it's pretty clear. Here's South Beach right here, up into the mid-beach area. Here's North Beach, so you don't have to do that. Now I'm pretty well situated as to where this might head. And then, of course, it might head through Miami Shores after that, the North Bay Village area as well. Actually, this is 195. Here's the Bay Islands here, Normandy Island, etc. Again, sliding towards the northwest, downtown Miami to the south. This is Port Miami right here, Virginia Key right here, and this is Key Biscayne. But the area of concern is this right here as it slides towards the northwest. Again, if you're just tuning in, a new tornado warning, our 10th tornado warning so far in this event as this slides towards the northwest. Let's bring the reflectivity back, Ryan, and let's make sure that we can see what this looks like in terms of the rainfall intensity of that core. Usually you see this type of shape, a little bit of a hook, and here comes our live First Alert Doppler radar showing you the reflectivity of this as it slides in towards the beach. There's likely some lightning and thunder, but this is the area of concern, folks, right here. As this moves northwest, it'll move through the beach. It's moving at 80 miles per hour. And as I look at this, this is an hour-long loop, but I mean, so you can barely keep up with it. But if we just look, there you go. Thank you very much for slowing down the speed. And Ryan, if you want to do just the last 15 minutes, I think that might be useful too, instead of an hour-long loop. So try to do a 15-minute loop, and we'll take a look at and see how this behaves over a shorter period. It's just absolutely booking. This actually may be a 15-minute loop. It's about to hit the coast. There it is right there. If you are in Miami Beach right now, take cover. If you're in a building in Miami Beach, take cover. Go to an interior room of your apartment, or go into the hallway, the common area hallway, or head into the stairwell inside of the building. Again, common area stairwell, if you're worried about your windows and as this system moves towards the coast. Again, tornado warning with an imminent possibility of a tornado touchdown across the area of Miami Beach right now, then moving on into many of the coastal communities here of coastal Miami-Dade, like Miami Shores, for example. You might be a target. North Miami as well. Further south, you know, don't be surprised if some of the areas here just north of downtown Miami get clipped too as this slides towards the northwest. Now, broader view, and maybe bring back the tornado warning layer just to point out how many places are in danger here, because it is a wide, broad swath that is currently under the gun here for the possibility of the tornado heading in your direction. There it is.
There we go.
Several areas from north sections of Miami-Dade County all the way into southern Broward. Again, this is moving at 80 miles per hour very, very quickly. And now, if we can loop the radar on a larger scale so that we can look at the spiral band overall, see what else might be behind there, we can take a look at what might be of concern. So there's the eye of the hurricane. Let's not ignore that. There it is down there. But here's the spiral bands coming in. The one that's problematic is just now reaching the coast. So if there is a tornado, again, this was radar indicated. We'll wait for confirmation from either weather spotters or the authorities. But if there is a tornado here actually touching the ground, we're concerned about this area right here as it slides in from the southeast into Miami Beach. But there are other very strong bands right now that are affecting portions of Broward up to the north.
And John, you know, a lot of the mode overnight has just been for these to spin up very quickly.
Right.
And so that's why the polygon is so long, covering Dade on into Broward, because these are moving so swiftly. You have to carve out a large chunk of real estate to put them on guard for these very swift-moving cells.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very good point. And again, you know, when they're moving at 80 miles an hour and they're spinning up very, very quickly, maybe we ought to go back one more time to velocity just to make sure that we don't see a stronger signal here. But again, the area of concern right now is right here, just along the the 41st Street in Miami Beach and the Julia Tuttle and communities just near and north of 41st Street. Those areas along Collins Avenue are certainly of concern right now, as the area of concern is right around there. We're looking for the possibility of rotation. So this will move eventually on into past Biscayne Bay or the Intracoastal and on into parts of Miami-Dade County. Again, Miami Shores a target, and North Miami Beach a target, Little Haiti as well. So watch out, take cover as this slides towards the northwest, guys. We'll keep monitoring. Ryan?
Yeah, I was just going to say, the signal for this has been very weak. So it is those very small pixelated items that we have been watching, and at times overnight there have been numerous of them, but you've really pinpointed the ones that are of the most concern right now.
Right, and as we look to the east, I mean, we look for other couplets, and they're kind of hard to find. I think the strongest signal is right here. We'll look for other possibilities, very, very small, like you said. It's just a pixel or two, but with the warning being so broad, encompassing all of this quarter of Miami-Dade County and extending down into southwestern Broward County and southern Broward County, really anywhere in this area under warning right now, and that warning will be in effect for another 15 minutes. You need to be very careful and make sure you take cover, because these tornado spin-ups would cause winds that are stronger than what we've been indicating they would be throughout the day today. So, I mean, we've been talking about gusts 70 to 80 miles per hour just because of the distant hurricane for Broward County, and 75 to 85 miles per hour for Miami-Dade County, again with a hurricane way down there in the Florida Keys. But even under those conditions, any one of these possible spin-ups of tornadic activity could yield winds of 100 to 110 miles per hour. Ryan, would you, I want to go down to look at the eye of the hurricane on our First Alert Doppler 6000, and I know it's going to be only half of the eye. Well, this is the radar out of Key West, but I just wanted to point out that it is clearly visible from our radar too. There it is right there, the eye of the hurricane. The center of the eye is down here, but the eye wall really impacting the area of the lower Florida Keys as we speak. And now maybe switch to the Key West radar, and we'll see the full eye wall. Gosh, this is just absolutely stunning to see what's going on in the Keys. Now, notice Key West, where at the National Weather Service office there, they just had a gust to 89 miles per hour. But you know what? Key West right now, as it stands, where that National Weather Service office is, which is in the main population center of Key West, they are outside of this ring of destruction from the eye. The problem in Key West is, as this moves to the north and the winds start to rotate and bring the water around off into the Gulf of Mexico, you're going to get a big inundation from the storm surge in this area coming up very, very soon. But otherwise, boy, I mean, look at that eye right now. Very large, moving onto the coast. The eye wall just absolutely pounding anywhere from Big Pine Key through Torch Key, through past Sugarloaf Key, all the way down to the Boca Chica area. It's just a very, very powerful winds right now, 130 gusting to 160 miles an hour as the hurricane makes landfall. And we've been watching for the possibility as well of the inner core of the hurricane striking Marathon. There's Marathon right there. It looks like this area is going to rotate around, I would say, right into the 7 Mile Bridge, but we're hoping that it's going to miss Marathon, that the actual eye wall hopefully will miss Marathon proper and just stay out over the 7 Mile Bridge. Can we set this in motion, Ryan? Maybe an hour-long loop only, just to see the general motion of this eastern side of this eye wall and get a grasp of whether indeed Marathon will end up in the eye wall or not. And if we could loop this for about an hour, that would certainly be helpful. There we go. Thank you very much. So let's see here. Let's look at a couple of loops. It's going to be awfully close, folks. Again, the general motion of the hurricane is, well, it wobbles, right? It wobbles. Remember, they don't go in a straight line. So just in the last couple of frames, it was heading northwest, and now it looks like it's heading north. So, yeah, right there. Gosh, this is going to really, really be close. Very, very close for Marathon. I'm hoping you miss it. I'm hoping it stays out over the 7 Mile Bridge. But for the rest of you in the lower Florida Keys, with a possible exception, let's zoom in, Ryan, let's zoom into Key West proper. I mean, a big time zoom in. Let's get down to city level almost down here. There's the radar. No, not where the radar is. That's in Big Coppitt Key. I want to go to the city. I want to go to the city of Key West, the big population center down there. There we go. There we go. Thank you very much. So again, off of their radar, and you're seeing some yellows, and you're seeing mainly greens. So right now, no reds. Key West proper is technically, even though they're having gusts to 90 miles per hour right now, Key West is outside of the core of that ring of destruction that's linked to the eye wall. And based on the northerly jog that I just showed you there on the picture, on the larger scale picture, maybe, just maybe, you'll miss the worst of this hurricane as far as winds is concerned in Key West. As far as water, that's not looking as good. But nevertheless, that's what's going on right now. Zoom out again, and you're right here. No? Okay. All right. Very well. So again, one more look. There's the movement moving towards the north and north-northwest. Big eye wall trying to threaten Marathon, but for now, right over the Florida Keys and heading towards the north-northwest. Remember, tornado warning right now in effect for northeastern Miami-Dade County and southern Broward County as spin-ups are happening right now inside some of these feeder bands coming in from the southeast.
80 miles per hour. What kind of damage can that do to a car, a person, a building?
Yeah, I mean, well, first of all, it comes at you almost, I mean, we were warning you, but it comes at you with no warning because it's moving at 80 miles per hour. So on top of that, you add that spin, and, you know, that can tear trees right out of the ground. It can possibly move cars. I think that's possible if we get these gusts well above 100 miles an hour in the tornado proper. So, yeah, I mean, serious damage could happen from those tornadoes. Again, Trina, 10th tornado warning already from this hurricane as we continue to, unfortunately, be on the dirty side of the hurricane, which is really far away from Miami's metro area. I mean, it takes 4 hours to drive down here if you're coming from Fort Lauderdale or Miami. And yet, look at all the bad weather we're getting here. Certainly not as bad as it is down in the Keys right now, but nevertheless, 10 tornadoes so far, or at least 10 tornado warnings since last night. So it's been an active hurricane.
Thank you so much. This is going to be one for the record books. So much data coming out of the system. Fascinating to listen to, John, but dangerous at the same time. I mean, it would be a wonderful lesson in science if it wasn't such a potential for the loss of life, limb, property. It's just a very, very, very awful situation.
That's right.
And so hopefully folks have hunkered down wherever they are, particularly in the Keys.
We hope so. And while we're watching that, what's happening there in the Keys, we're also monitoring that tornado warning. We want to head out to Hollywood Beach. They are in there impacted by this tornado warning. So, Melissa, Don, I hope that you are in a safe location bringing us this report. Melissa, can you hear us? Okay, I guess we are having some technical difficulties.
Well, with all the winds and all the rain, sometimes I'm surprised we're on air. Okay, we do have it. We got you. Melissa, talk to us.
You can't hear us.
We can hear you. We got you, honey.
Hey, you guys got us? Okay, hey, yeah, we're literally using Margaritaville to help us block this storm. So I ran out for a couple seconds. When I got it on the wind meter, 51.7 mile per hour wind was picking up. And look at it. I mean, I don't have to I just have to tell you to look at it. That is basically it. You can hear the howling. You can hear the enormity. I am very much aware that Hurricane Irma has arrived by this site along Hollywood Beach. The incredible amount of gusts pushing that rain is overwhelming. It's absolutely overwhelming. Again, this is live in Hollywood Beach. Really, no words to describe this 50 miles per hour that's coming by. So we're gonna just give you that look and come back. This is coming from straight on wind and rain, just hitting, pelting your face almost. But again, we're using this hotel as a shelter. But all of that pushing in such an incredible speed. I have never witnessed anything like this, and these are just the
outside bands of this hurricane. Again, this is what John was saying. This is what John was saying. This is where essentially the tornadoes could come from. Because of this really, really strong winds, this is where the tornado could come from. We're starting to hear sirens, so I'm running back inside to the resort. Mount Sepe, here we go. So yes, that is just incredible. I'm pretty sure now if I put the wind meter to read it up again, it's going to be way more than miles per hour. Trina, Shelley,
all right.
I hear you guys.
Oh my goodness, Melissa, stay safe out there. As John said, we're under a tornado warning and things could get a lot of uglier anytime. Right now, you're looking at the beach there and it's really kicking up. The sand, the surf, everything, the trees taking a real lashing, just getting clobbered. I mean, this system, Irma, has been relentless, but in Melissa's live shot, the haunting sound of the
that we
wind.
keep hearing, that howling
just
sound,
ominous.
that whistling sound that we keep hearing. That's freight train is how some of the reporters have described it. Chris Hush said, I thought there was a train at some point just because it was so clear in his ear what he was listening to.
Right now we were looking at Key West there.
It looks dark, and that's a lot.
Lights out. It looks like nighttime there. Just very, serious and sad situation for folks in the Keys who didn't evacuate because it is really, really a tough situation as the eye of that system right on top of them just about right now. Right now, let's go to Amanda Placencia. She is in Brickell, and I'm sure things aren't much better there. Hi, Amanda.
Yes, hi, Trina. Things definitely not better here. We've been here since 1 in the morning, and by each hour, the conditions keep worsening. You were talking about that howling wind. At one point, I thought an airplane was landing here in Brickell because it was that loud, the whistling. And I want to show you what we're seeing. Of course, you can tell it's very windy by here. We're near Biscayne Bay. So look over here on my right, Joey. All these palm trees, you see, teetering back and forth, and all that wind and water swirling. A lot of that salt water. It tastes salty out here almost because it's all coming from Biscayne Bay. And I'm going to have us pan to the left very safely. We're actually being blocked by the Jade building over here. So I'm going to show you what we see just a little bit. You also some more palm trees, and on the ground you can't see from our vantage point, but we actually saw some storm surge, a little bit of some puddling happening because that is why this area was evacuated in the first place, because of all of that storm surge that we're talking about coming from the water, of course. Now there is a curfew in effect, so don't come out here unless you have to. You see I'm holding on to my hat like I'm almost doing a wind dance at some points, just trying to stay in place because those winds are whipping and howling again. And we haven't seen any down power at this point in Brickell where we are. A lot of the grid is underground here, many of the FPL, so just bear with them because no one's coming out in these conditions, of course. And we've been talking about those tornado warnings, so we're going to get back inside because those winds are whipping. Again, we are shielded by this Jade condominium right here. They've actually been kind enough to offer us to go inside if we need to, and because earlier our news unit was kind of rocking, so we're making sure to stay safe while we're being your eyes and ears out here. So that's the very latest here in Brickell. I'm actually along Southeast 13th Street and Brickell Bay Drive. Amanda Placencia, NBC6 News.
Amanda, thank you, and that is the priority for you to stay safe. And interestingly enough, as you see those trees whipping around after Wilma, it looked like areas that it was hit by back in 2005 that it just took a haircut.
Yeah.
There were no branches, no vegetation, and it took years and years to bring it back, and even worse after Andrew.
And to recover from that, we've already seen trees, limbs down. This is in Miami Beach, so we want to head over to Tony Pipitone. Tony, this is an area where we were seeing stop signs down, trees down, and certainly conditions just seem to be getting worse there, talking about 50-mile-per-hour winds.
Yeah, I can feel it right now. We're at 60th and Collins. You're looking southbound on Collins Avenue right now at 60th Street. That's 19 blocks north of where John Morales was saying radar indicated the possibility of a tornado passing over by 41st Street. And when he said that, you could suddenly feel, as I am right now, in fact, a gust of wind coming in from a different direction. You could also hear that howling that you're not hearing right now. So I don't know whether any tornado's been confirmed, but there certainly was some difference in the atmosphere that I could sense here. So that's looking south on Collins right now, south on Collins at 60th Street. And you can see a tree is down. We are on the side of a very large building, 17-story condominium, very sound, right next to the Bath Club condominium. Also, that's fairly newly built. This building I'm in front of was built in 1971. And when you look north on Collins, you can see even more of the debris taking place. I've been out here now for about 45 minutes, and I've not seen one vehicle go northbound on Collins. You can see why. I mean, there is debris on the roadway, trees down south of here. That's a building under construction there, so don't take too much out of what you're seeing there, except that's a building under construction. But that construction site, there are some things that have blown off of it into the street. Now, one thing kind of surprising at this stage, I thought, is that the power is still on here. And kudos to whoever is doing that at FPL, but right now, at least, the power is on throughout the condominium building that I'm in front of here at 6039 Collins Avenue. So when you talk about the winds and circulation, this is an interesting place to see it. In fact, you can see some down there as it spins around in a circle, because even on just a regular windy day, you get something of a wind tunnel effect here. If you're familiar with this area, that's the Bath Club right there. And just north of here is the Akoya, which is a 42-story condominium. And the winds kind of just slide right through here because of maybe the bend in the road or the way the buildings are structured. But as you can see now, some trees coming down farther south there, at least some palm fronds. And the way the rain is circulating down there just kind of shows you what happens here when the wind is coming in so heavily from the ocean. Of course, the ocean is to your left, right around the corner of that building, where I'm not going to venture now, but I will try to get out to another vantage point and see what's happening on that side of the building a little bit later. That's it from now, anyway, here at North Beach at 60th and Collins. Back to you guys.
All right, Tony, thank you so much. I was just reading some tweets. There's a Miami Herald reporter who is actually in Key West. He says the center is skirting Key West. He actually saw two people walking their dogs in the Key West area.
They must not like the dog very much, or each other,
right?
Because they've got no business out there.
Yeah.
I mean, a landfalling hurricane and you're outside, that makes
incredible.
Absolutely
He said
no
we're all
sense.
waiting here for a monster to arrive.
Maybe they're aliens and just dropped in and have no idea that there's a storm going on. Well, you know what? When I drove into the parking lot this morning, it looked like Floyd Mayweather had beat up all of our landscaping out there. Let's check in with Daryl Forges. He's out there in Miramar. How are things looking out there for you, Daryl, and what is the situation?
Yeah, well, right now, Trina, so far, the wind is really picked up out here. It is some heavy winds right now. Look right here behind me. I want to show you something right now, Trina. You see kind of the wind, how much it's pushing the rain over here to my right. That's how powerful these wind speeds are right now. Look up at these palm trees. You can just kind of see how heavy the wind is at this point. You just talked about it, Trina. The biggest thing is you're out here in the parking lot. It was extremely a big concern. Honestly, I have a little bit of concerns for the cars out here in the parking lot, to be honest with you, because about 15-20 minutes ago, I did see a piece of something from this construction area earlier that was actually went all the way down this parking lot. So that was a big concern. So I want to kind of, if we can, Adam, kind of zoom in a little bit more towards this, I guess it's some yellow tarp, I guess, or whatnot from over here. That yellow tarp was flying all around. Earlier, it was in parts of the parking lot. Now it flew all the way back over there towards that water area right now. So looking at these conditions, it is just not safe at this point to be driving in this area. Trina and Shelley, earlier, probably about 15-20 minutes ago, we did see the ambulance, the first responders take off and leave earlier. I'm not sure what they were responding to, but they just took off probably about 15 or 20 minutes ago. Hopefully that situation is not too serious. But as you can see right now, guys, where I'm at, it is just blowing. Earlier, you kind of get the peaks of it really picking up every now and then. Some days, some moments it'll calm down, and then probably about 5 or 10 minutes later, it'll just start pushing me at my back. It's just that heavy out here right now. So, and right now, with the way it's looking out here, compared to other places, this is probably nothing compared to some parts. But I do know that probably around 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, things are really going to start picking up here right now. So this is technically just a small bit of what we're going to see. So right now, it's just really not safe to really be out here. So we're going to try to go back in right now. You just see a lot of debris right now falling all around the cars. That is a big concern for me right now, looking at the debris, the branches and everything falling off and hitting some of the cars. So right now it's just not safe. But at this point, your car is not important right now. What's the most important thing is your life. Trina, Shelley, let's turn things back over to you.
Daryl Forge is right outside of our NBC6 studios there in Miramar. Thank you for that report.
All right, let's get right on over to John because he's got something to give us right now. John.
Yeah, thanks, guys. So the 8 a.m. advisory is out, and landfall is imminent with major Hurricane Irma as a Category 4 hurricane, really just reaching now the lower Florida Keys. I just wanted to give you some perspective. I tilted this image. So there's Fort Myers. Here we sit in Miami. The hurricane making its usual zigzagging way into the lower Florida Keys, but it is 10 miles away from Summerlin Key. And I want to make sure everybody understands that as it stands right now, in terms of wind, Key West proper seems to be missing the worst of this wind, but the rest of the lower Florida Keys, they're all inside this eye wall, and they're seeing just absolutely horrible conditions. Now, for Key West, you might be missing the worst of the wind, but I'm very concerned about storm surge for you during the rest of this morning. Again, 10 miles from Summerlin Key, 24.5 degrees north latitude, 81.5 degrees west longitude, movement 8 miles an hour towards the north-northwest at this time. So here's the radar out of Key West. There is the eye of the hurricane. Summerlin Key is right here. So it's just 10 miles away. It's imminent landfall right now. And look, the radar is on Big Coppet Key. Okay, that's where the Key West National Weather Service radar sits. But Key West proper, the actual city of Key West, is right on the edge of this yellow here. So the oranges and the reds linked to the worst of this hurricane are barely missing the major population center here in the lower Florida Keys. Now, granted, there are many other population centers, Big Pine Key being one of them, there down in the lower Florida Keys. And sadly, here is the eye wall, and you can see how all of this area is being impacted by the eye wall. Meanwhile, up into the 7 Mile Bridge, Marathon continues to miss out on the worst of this hurricane. Maybe not in terms of storm surge. I do anticipate a lot of water coming up this way, so that's a big concern for them, but at least it looks like the worst of those winds, it might be missing you. Now, nevertheless, I had forecast winds sustained at 100, gusting to 125 miles per hour in Marathon, and I'm still expecting that. And of course, here we're talking about winds sustained at 130, gusting to 160. The center of the eye, 10 miles from making landfall, means that the American landfall of this hurricane is imminent. It will happen in the lower Florida Keys, more than likely not in Key West, but in another one of the lower Florida Keys. We'll see precisely which one that is very, very shortly. But we're talking about landfall, folks, in less than 1 hour for the hurricane in the United States down in the Florida Keys. That's what's happening down there right now. Meanwhile, this feeder band, very strong. This is bringing strong wind gusts as well. More than likely wind gusts of 80, possibly as high as 90 miles per hour in this band that's affecting the Keys, the upper Florida Keys at this hour. Just keep that in mind, that we've got other weather going on as far as outside of the eye of the hurricane. And regarding that tornado warning that we had seen in effect earlier, about 7:45, it actually got canceled before 8 a.m. this morning. So remember how weak the velocity signature was for any rotation, as we were seeing when the warning was issued. It appears that dissipated very, very quickly, and that's why they canceled the warning entirely. So as it stands right now, there are no tornado warnings across the metro area of Broward and Miami-Dade County. Nevertheless, these bands of very strong rains, accompanied by strong winds, continue to impact us. The orange colors that you see down here, that's going to be even stronger, and that could clip southern Dade County very soon. So keep that in mind as it slides towards the northwest. And here's a close-up of some of those. This was the area of concern earlier. We had seen the possibility of a tornado in Miami Beach as we saw that rotation move in, and then it was expected to move northwest into this area. But I repeat, that tornado warning has since been canceled. We continue to monitor everything out there. And regarding the hurricane, landfall is imminent in less than an hour. Back to you.
update. We're going to move on right here and go out again once again.
We have crews scattered across South Florida and also the west coast there of Florida. So we want to head over to Erica Glover, who is live in Naples. Erica.
Well, Shelley and Trina, besides the rain and the heavy winds, if you look out here, it kind of seems like another normal day at the beach, but it certainly is not. We are talking about a potential storm surge of anywhere between 10 and 15 feet. And that's from Bonita Beach to the north, down south to Marco Island, which includes Naples, where we are. We are standing beside Naples Pier. And when we talk about a storm surge, we've been talking about this all week, it is not rain water. A storm surge is strictly ocean water. So just imagine this water, 15 feet high, just rushing onto the beach. And that's going to impact a lot of businesses that are here on these beachfront properties. Right over there, you'll see the homes, the businesses, those trees just swaying back and forth. We got out here about an hour ago, and even just in an hour, the rain and the winds are really picking up. Shane, if you go further over there, you'll see even more trees just swaying back and forth out here. Again, a potential storm surge of anywhere from 10 to 15 feet. I'm going to have Shane turn back around over to me, and I'll explain to you that I am about 5'5". So just imagine a storm surge of 15 feet that's going to go way over my head. My cameraman, he is just wiping the lens so you can get a better idea. Again, I'm 5'5". That's going to go way over my head to give you a better idea of what we're looking at. And that storm surge is only magnified when we're talking about a high tide. I went online at the National Weather Service to look up when the high tide is here. We're talking about 4:06 in the afternoon. The storm is expected to really come barreling in here around 2:06. And it's not just the surge that we're worrying about one time. That storm surge hits you twice because of the rotation of the hurricane. So you get it from the front end and then again from the back end, which is why it's imperative for everyone to just not come back out here because you think, oh, the storm is over. Because no, you can be hit with another storm surge in the end. And that's when we talk about a lot of tremendous flooding. Flooding with salt water. Flooding that can take away cars, homes, 10 to 15 feet. Think about that. That can be the first level of a home. That's why it's really important that everyone listen. They got in. They've taken shelter. This beach right now, it's empty. Those homes, no lights on. Everyone is out of here right now. And again, just within the last hour, the winds are picking up. We're starting to feel it more and more. So for right now, we're going to continue to stay out here, kind of watch the winds, and definitely continue to update you guys throughout the morning. And I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Erica, thank you so much for that report there in Naples.
All right, we're going to go to Mike Seidel from the Weather Channel. Sometimes we can dip in and listen to what's going on, but he's down in the downtown area of Miami, and he's just been getting lashed and beat around and thrown around. So let's see if we can see him right there. There he is. He looks like he's in, I don't know, several inches of water, and look at the trees just bending over. You can see those winds just coming in. I don't think we're going to be able to listen to him this time, but it looks like a very harrowing and ferocious situation. It seems like he's almost unable to stand. He looks like he's backpedaling, moonwalking a little bit, and then at times kind of trying to sturdy himself and just stay up.
Wow, that looks tough there. That's the city of Miami there in downtown Miami. One of our reporters says they are hunkered down in a hotel that's boarded up, and they can hear things slamming against the building there.
All right.
So just incredible to think about what they're
some amazing sights and sounds. All right, let's go to Ariadne here. He is, I believe, in Aventura, and out in the thick of it. Looks kind of nasty out there. Ari, how are things going there?
Well, hi, Trina. Hi, Shelley. I'm bleary-eyed from not having much sleep. We are over in northeast Miami-Dade County, a little bit west of Aventura, actually in my driveway, to be frank about it. And here's what we can show you. A lot of royal palm fronds are down. These things are very heavy. Sometimes a strong enough storm will take these down in an average summer rainfall, but usually you don't find 3 or 4 of them down in the driveway. The street is a mess over here. If you look around, there are power lines over there in the distance. So far, so good. Our power is still on. So kudos to the power company, FP&L, for keeping it on so far up here. We'll see how long that lasts. As I walk around the street over here, obviously I'm familiar with this since this is my front yard. I can tell you that it looks like there's a mess here, but not nearly as bad as what we saw after Wilma or some of the other storms that have brushed by here. Trees are bending. I was using my wind meter a little while ago. I can't get a good reading because there's too many houses blocking the wind. So the biggest gust I saw was like 25 miles an hour, but it certainly looks like it's more than that because earlier in the evening, or earlier in the morning, I should say, around 1 or 2 in the morning, we were recording gusts closer to 30 miles an hour when we were over in Golden Beach, where there was a big tree that was down. So right now, it looks nasty, but if this is the worst of it for us, boy, are we lucky. That's all I can say about the conditions, because obviously it could be much, 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 much worse. Now, that said, we're expecting things to get a little worse as the day goes on, and there will be a lot of cleanup to do. But, you know, that's all part of the bargain of living in Florida, right? You're going to have times like this where you have to get ready for a storm. You don't get the worst of it, you get some of it, and you count your blessings that it wasn't much worse. So that's what's going on over here. It's windy. We've had some tornadoes in the neighborhood, we think, because there was a huge mahogany tree that went down earlier in the morning, I should say, around 1 in the morning, just a few blocks from here. And to get that thing down, it had to be more than just these kind of gusts. It had to be something much more powerful. So at the moment, we're sitting here counting our blessings that things aren't much, much worse. And I think everybody in Broward and Dade is probably thinking the same thing. I think I'm speaking for everyone when I say that. Back to you guys.
Yes, you certainly are. Amen, brother, that things weren't a whole lot worse. And, of course, the folks in the Keys, it's yet to be seen how bad they take it. And we're looking at the Keys right now, and you can see a little bit more light. We looked at this shot a little while ago, maybe 15, 20 minutes ago, and it looked like it was lights out. It looked like it was nighttime there. But look at the lashing that they're getting. I mean, the winds are whipping, and let's hope that pier there holds up, shall we?
Yeah, that city of Miami, city of Key West proper itself, skirting the center of the storm. But we're still talking wind speeds of up to 80 miles per hour plus. So certainly nothing to take lightly here. And wow.
Yeah, and according to John, you know, landfall is imminent in the Keys, and they could take a bludgeoning. We're hoping for the best, though. Right now, we want to check in again and on what things are going on with Mike Seldell. He's down in downtown Miami, and he's from the Weather Channel. Let's check him out.
Good morning from Miami. This is meteorologist Mike Seidel as we roll on through a Sunday morning here on the East Coast. And here on the East Coast of Florida, we're getting battered by Hurricane Irma, and we have a long way to go. These winds here are running 40 to 50 miles an hour. We've already had a gust up the coast at Deerfield Beach in Broward County of 75 miles an hour. So that's hurricane force right there. The rain is stinging, and what you see in front of me is what happens when it rains too much and the drainage system can't handle it. Power is on down here, but about 15% of residents in Miami-Dade have lost power based on the numbers from Florida Power and Light. The other concern is surge. Now, we have backed off on the surge numbers here because the track has changed. A couple days ago, we thought it would be up to 10 feet. Now we've cut it back to 5. And in the next hour or so, when we get daylight, we'll go over about 30, 40 yards from here to the Miami River as it goes into downtown Miami. We'll show you the wave heights and the white caps and just how nasty it is out on the water here. There's also the tornado threat. We've got a torque on abate, meaning there's an 80% chance of a tornado within 50% of a point. That's going to be the same all day. The current watch goes till noon for the southern part of Florida from here all the way across Alligator Alley towards Naples and Fort Myers. As Irma finally making its turn, moving northwest, it will eventually turn north and pick up speed as it heads off the west coast, and at some point make landfall. We're not sure where that's going to be, whether it's going to be Tampa or north of Tampa, but the entire west coast is going to be dealing with catastrophic winds. Imagine winds at least twice as strong as this. You get a feeling. All we've seen so far in downtown Miami as far as damage or debris, palm fronds, some trash, some leaves. We've seen a few road signs blow down. But holding our own here at this point, but we're going to be in this for a long time. The only difference is this afternoon, the wind is going to blow offshore, and that will take care of the surge issue with the west wind. And by tomorrow, it'll be a whole different world down here. We'll be able to see how South Florida fared. It's going to be the west coast that really takes it on the chin.
I love that stance. All the years that I covered hurricanes, I never tried that one, and I probably should have, because he's not falling down. He's weebling, he's wobbling, but he's not falling down.
Holding his balance. Want to update you on some numbers here from FPL on power outages. If you're listening to us, maybe on the radio or on the NBC6 News and Weather app, you are not alone. Broward County, 147,000 people are without power. In Miami-Dade, we have 343,000 people who have no power right now. So FPL obviously doing what they can to restore this, but it's going to be a long process.
It certainly is. Well, right now, let's check in with Willard Shepard and see what he has found in Miami Shores.
Good morning to you. Just want to give you some idea of what it looks like in different areas here across South Florida. We're in Miami Shores area, about 10 miles north of downtown Miami. And this is the scene here right now. We were fortunate here that the power was on all through the night. Just went off a short time ago. That canal that's down there is not nearly that high on a normal day or a normal morning, but we've heard John Morales talk to us about, ultimate storm surge. That canal is also not far from Biscayne Boulevard in this area. The power probably went out in this area or this particular neighborhood, just about 30, 40 minutes ago. So there have been a tremendous amount of power outages, but this is just the kind of thing that you're seeing, a lot of debris down here like this, but no real significant damage, although those trees are breaking and falling right there as we speak. So stay with us here on NBC6. A lot of you get kind of frustrated during the day, but stay inside, obviously, at this particular point.
That was actually a report that he filed just a short time ago. He has since moved locations. That was Miami Shores. He is now in North Miami. So, Willard, thank you for your report here. What can you tell us about what you're seeing in North Miami?
You there, Big Will? Maybe we lost Will.
Okay.
We'll try and stick with it a little bit. We'll have him in a second. Okay, so they're getting him up any second now, but you saw in the backyard of that person's house. I don't know if it was Willard's. I've been to his house many times, but I can't remember if that's what his backyard looks like. Somebody's going to have a big landscaping bill because a lot of trees are bent over, a lot of stuff kind of broken up. But how can you complain about landscaping when we're going to miss the brunt of the storm except in the lower Keys?
That's right. That's right. Hey, do we have him yet? Is that okay? Willard Shepard. Hey, thank you for being with us.
All righty, good. And, we have to keep our sense of humor about this serious work. And, Trina, I really appreciate that about my landscaping bill because that is my backyard. And you have a good memory. So, yeah, we're going to have to get all of that cleaned up. The trees were falling out there, some into the canal and some onto my property when we were shooting that just a very short time ago. We've moved over to North Miami, the North Miami City Hall over on our left where they have our Emergency Operations Center. We always tell people who may see us out in these conditions that we have a plan, we execute this plan, so we always have a place of safety to be able to go. We have covering here and a lot of things back up in here so that we're able to do this and do this. Also, it hasn't gotten to this point, and this is a good thing, but we're all hooked up. This is my roofing harness that if the winds reach a certain in terms of their seriousness, we'll attach our hooking harness over here to our rope, and we're all ready to go in case that becomes necessary, so we can broadcast here live to you this morning, but do it safely and effectively, which is always the #1 priority. That having been said, we haven't gotten to the point in terms of the winds out here at this particular location at this point so that we've had to use all of our more serious gear. The winds gusting somewhere between 20 knots, 25 knots at their top. The wind right now is probably only steady between 5 and 10 knots out here. You see a lot of debris down in this area. If people live in this area of North Miami or transit from I-95 over to Biscayne Boulevard, this is 125th Street, very popular area here that's grown over the last couple of years. You see back here in Bruno, you can actually pan off on that. getting ripped off from that formal wear store there, and I see damage and along in there, those green awnings hanging down and things out here. Just some light rain. In our transit to this location, we did see lots of trees down. Of course, this area of our community, about 10 minutes north of downtown Miami, much older neighborhoods. A lot of those tall black olive trees that sometimes don't fare too well under these conditions. Down by the Miami Shores Country Club, tree fell through the fence. These are the kinds of things that we will see throughout the course of this morning. And in terms of those power outages, we were in this area last night. On some sides of the street, the power's still up and running. On the other side, people without power, and it's almost a block by block kind of thing. But that's what it looks like here so far this morning here in North Miami, Miami Shores, this area. We're about 10 minutes south of where Ari Aster is located and where we heard from him. And in terms of what could have happened, and we still have a long way to go, I haven't seen any significant structural damage to any buildings at this particular point. Okay, Trina, let me send it back to you.
All right, Willard, and that is such good news that you haven't seen that kind of damage. But again, we are early on in this process and have a ways to go before Irma leaves our vicinity. And again, it's such a huge storm, as John and our weather team have been reminding it. So we've got a whole lot more to get from Irma before this thing is over.
Yeah, a monster storm that we're talking about here. David Avalle, he is with the Miami Herald. He is actually one of the few in Key West right now sheltering in place. And we are very lucky to have you over the phone. David, how you doing, first of all?
Doing pretty well, actually. It's not, it hasn't been as bad as we were fearing, at least yet. Of course, I'm knocking on wood because I don't want that to be the case. But we are watching from the street level. We're in a secure building that's made of concrete, 3-story, in case the storm surge gets bad. But so far, we're just seeing really, really heavy winds. But the buildings we're looking at seem to be holding up pretty well. Amazingly, we just saw a gentleman on a bicycle walking past out on the street. I'll tweet out a picture later. But it was the winds are really kicking up now. But the buildings and the palm trees seem to be holding up pretty well.
And David, other than that gentleman that you saw walking around, are you seeing anybody else out there since, you know, they're supposed to be evacuated down there?
We saw somebody walking their dog a couple, maybe about 15, 20 minutes ago. But I think most people are pretty much hunkered down. I mean, this storm right now, it should be making landfall up at Big Coppic Key, which is just north of here. So we're going to be getting pretty nasty winds and rain for a while now. So, you know, some of the main concerns were for some of the homeless people that refused to go anywhere on Duval Street. And as another guy walking out here just as we're speaking in a poncho in the middle of the street. So anyway,
right?
Right.
Yeah, well, it's Key West. So.
Skirting the center, but still strong winds here we're talking about. And you say that everybody that you're with, you guys are hunkered down on the bottom floor. When you say everybody, how many people are you with and why are they there?
We're about maybe 16 people, about 7 dogs. They're all people from Key West that don't want to leave their homes, don't want to leave their businesses, are very attached to this place and think that they can make it survive just fine here and be here immediately after the storm to be able to help everybody. So we are hunkered down in the studios of Key West, which is a 3-story old Masonic lodge built like a tank, and it's really you don't feel it as much as you would if you were riding it out in an old conch cottage or something like that.
Sure.
And David, tell us this, that we've seen periodically that it's very dark in the Keys. Is it just our video or the photos we're getting out of the Keys, or are you kind of losing sunlight there? And is it very, very overcast and, you know, I don't know, kind of misty?
It's a lot lighter now. And right now we can see our visibility is pretty good. I mean, it is misty, of course, with all the rain and everything. But right now, at least the view, the vantage point, and if you look on my Twitter in just a few minutes at David Ovalle 305, you'll see the picture of the guy on the bike I'm going to send out when we're done here. But no, the visibility is pretty decent, at least where we are.
You've done a tremendous job tweeting, keeping people posted giving perspective from Key West, because that's not something that we're able to do because our crews are not there. So before we lose you here, David, quick question for you, because I know that you had sent us some video. Do we still have David?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Oh, great.
We have been showing some video of a bookstore that was shuttered, but the actual shutters are coming unloose. So what can you tell us about that video that we had been showing this morning, because you took that?
Yes, the video, it's still, the shutters are still kind of just flapping in the wind, but so far they're okay. It's held up, and miraculously we haven't had a single window break yet. So knock on wood, let's hope it stays that way.
So now as it makes landfall, are you getting any trepidation?
No, not at all. No, this is the 16th storm that I cover, most of those in the field. So, you know, I feel comfortable that I've taken all the right precautions. And if you could see this building, it is just a complete tank. So, you know, if we're going to survive storm, it's going to be here.
Very good. David,
Wow.
we so appreciate you and all the images you've been giving us and all of the perspective. Stay safe down there. And, of course, we're going to be checking back with you again and again.
And he is in a concrete tank of a building. He says a 3-story Masonic lodge. But there's actually somebody who is Facebook Living who is writing this out on a boat there in Key West.
And so it is not Angie Lastman.
It is not Angie Lastman. We wish them the best. Angie, what can you tell us about this area here?
I can tell you I would never be riding this out on a boat, that's for sure. And I can also tell you that here's where our current wind gusts stand. You can see 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts for Pembroke Pines, 63 for Opelika. So everybody's starting to get on the high end of those tropical storm force winds for Miami-Dade and Broward. Of course, these are current. These aren't the peaks. I'm going to show you those in a second. They've been quite impressive down through the Keys. We expect them to be higher. Of course, you'll notice Marathon and Key West not reporting at this time. Similar conditions for Kendall and Fort Lauderdale. So at this time, here's what our current gusts, where our current gusts stand. Let me switch you over if I can get my clicker to work. I want to show you where our current wind gust peaks are. Here, of course, behind me, you can see what looks like just a white image. That is our Royal Caribbean cruise camera, so you can see the winds really whipping up. You've seen our reporters in the field. Every single one of them throughout the day today telling us, you know, you heard Keith yesterday, the sand hurts, the wind hurts from Andrea, and we watched Michael Spears lose his hat, and all of that before really we started getting into those peak winds. So here's what it looks like for Dade and Broward so far since we started dealing with the wrath of Irma. You can see Fort Lauderdale, 83 miles per hour. Of course, that's what we mean when we say we will not be dealing with the hurricane force sustained winds in Miami-Dade and Broward, but we will see those gusts that are of hurricane force. And that's exactly what this is in Fort Lauderdale, right on the edge for Miami International, checking in at 75 miles per hour. And you can see Virginia Key not far off from that, 71 miles per hour with Homestead Park. Really none of these far off from each other. When you look at the difference between 68 and 83, not too much. So overall, very strong winds for Dade and Broward. Definitely nothing compared to what they are dealing with, of course, as we go through the next hour or two and we continue to get information in from the Florida Keys. So far, this is what we have, 94 miles per hour. This is Smith Shoal Lighthouse, 11 miles west-northwest of Key West. So, of course, it is a raised platform, so we take that into consideration, but 94 miles per hour, so starting to get up there into the triple digits. And again, these, just what we've seen so far, and we continue to be waiting for more of that information to come out. Molasses Reef, 85 miles per hour. Key West, you can see 84, Fort Jefferson as well, Big Copper Key as well into the 80s. So we continue to watch this wind field as we go through the next couple of days. You'll notice here's today just after 8:30, so we continue to watch it right over the Keys. They're dealing with the hurricane force winds. You heard the Miami Herald reporter telling you about those storm shutters and significant winds going through that area right now. And you'll notice, just like we said, hurricane force gusts in Miami and portions of Broward as well, and that sticks around for a while. Notice Sunday at 1:30, that's later today, still dealing with those tropical storm force winds. Hurricane force winds start to lift, but as we go into the evening hours, the Keys, who are getting hit really hard and really the hardest at this time, still watching for those tropical storm force winds for later this evening. Of course, we have plenty to talk about with Irma making landfall. We still have that tornado watch in effect for us. So we're going to break more of that down for you. John Morales will be back in just a bit with a couple of looks at our current radar conditions and what's going on out there with Irma. Guys, back over to you.
Angie, thank you for that.
All right, let's check in with Melissa Don. She's in Hollywood, and she's been in a tough situation with those winds and rain whipping in. Melissa, how are things there right now?
Okay, Trina, good news is that Margaritaville, there are 2 people inside, and they're going to let us inside, so that's very, very good. So I don't want anyone to worry. Now, this is just the other side of Margaritaville along Ocean. This is what we're looking at. Again, it's the same between 50 to almost 60 miles per hour of wind that we're seeing. Obviously, here it's a little tunnel, so the wind, you can almost catch the angle of it going as you see it blowing from the ocean. And if you look down, all that gray, that is the ocean. That is the ocean along Hollywood Beach right now. This is how the conditions are looking. Definitely here I hear it every now and then, things cracking and breaking. That's definitely the palm trees that are coming off and flying off. I mean, looking along the ground, that's obvious. That's been happening since before, since 20 plus mile per hour winds. We already got that. But then I know when we were actually, when Linda was getting video on the other side, I actually saw something. I heard it like slam on the ground, and then we see it now. It's right here. We're gonna walk in front, and again, the hotel is really blocking a lot of our wind. So right now, the wind pulls down because this amazing concrete building is blocking us. But you see, I can't even figure out that is there. But that was something that flew from not even sure where onto the middle of the street. Again, we've seen 2 cars, not police cars. I've seen 2 cars driving down here at this time. There's a mandatory curfew in Broward County. This is why. It's proof enough. Trina?
Thank you so much, dear. I tell you, it is pretty dicey out there, and she said that 2 workers at Margaritaville have come in and are going to let them in. But let me give you some advice, Melissa. Look at the cocktails. Don't take them. Don't drink them, because cocktails, hurricanes, winds, and rain are not a good mix.
We appreciate Margaritaville doing that for us, extending that offer to us.
Dry out a little bit.
Yeah, and 2 cars out. By the way, that Broward County curfew has been extended till 10 o'clock on Monday morning. That was announced to us just a few hours ago.
All right, let's check in with John Morales for the latest on this system. Irma, John.
Yeah, because landfall is imminent, we're trying to track this thing really every minute, and as we do that, you can see that the eye of the hurricane, the center of the eye, is very close to making landfall. We're talking probably within 5 miles of making landfall. It was 10 miles away from Summerlin Key about 30 minutes ago. So now it's probably about 5 miles away, maybe 6 from making landfall. Now, I do want to point out, as we're looking at this image from the National Weather Service in Key West, we've seen a significant degradation of the eye of this hurricane just over the last hour or so. You see this big gap down here? This is interesting to look at. And, I'm wondering if this system is going through an eye wall replacement cycle, something that was brought up maybe a couple of hours ago as we were discussing things live with the National Hurricane Center on the air. It's possible that it's trying to replace its eye. That's pretty normal, by the way. These hurricanes tend to go through these eye wall replacement cycles several times. But there's some dry air here on the southern side. The southern side of this eye is definitely much, much weaker than this horrible northern side that has been absolutely pounding the lower Florida Keys for the last hour or 2, as the hurricane has been painfully moving at only 8 miles an hour towards the north-northwest from the Florida Straits into the lower Florida Keys, where, again, landfall is imminent as the center is about to reach those lower Keys. So Big Pine Key, the Torch Keys here, down into all the way past Cudjoe Key, and we're talking about the eye of the hurricane being right here, well, again, surrounded by the eye wall, but the center of the eye being down here, and that's what we're looking for the possibility of landfall really in the next several minutes. It would be the first American landfall because this never made landfall in the U.S. Virgin Islands. It passed just north of the U.S. Virgin Islands, an American territory, and it passed well north of Puerto Rico, an American Commonwealth. So no American landfall so far. This would be the first, and again, it's going to happen very imminently here in the lower Florida Keys. Now I zoom out just a bit, put this in motion, because we've been wondering about what might happen in this 7 Mile Bridge area. You see this other band here. This might be part of that new eye wall trying to form, as it's possible that we've got the new eye wall trying to form outside of the small one that's making landfall. But this band is very strong. It's just clipping Marathon right now. It'll probably rotate into your area, so it's going to bring some strong gusty winds to you. But the real core of the horrible 130 mile an hour winds is this area you see in red over here, right near Big Pine Key as we speak right now. Now, shifting over to the mid and upper Florida Keys, you can see these bands moving in from the south. This brings torrential rainfall, sideways falling rain, and the wind gusts that are likely in the 90 mile per hour range as we speak right now. So while winds are in the 130 mile an hour range down in the lower Florida Keys, here in the upper Keys, more than likely the winds are up to 80, 90 miles per hour. Meanwhile, up in the metro area, and I'm switching here to the First Alert Doppler 6000, well, first another view of the eye, well within range of our radar right now, but we'll come up to the metro area and the upper Florida Keys, and many of these spots with the moderate to heavy rain, some of these bands for the metro, Angie just showed you, are gusting to 65, close to 70 miles per hour, and this will continue throughout the day today. Folks, this is not even the worst of it. We've got a long way to go. I think for Miami-Dade and Broward County, this will continue throughout the day with winds constantly in the 50, 60 to 70 mile per hour range, and then often gusting to 75, 80, 85 miles an hour. Again, it's 8:40 in the morning, 8:39. It's early in the game. This is going to continue throughout the day today. It's going to be a long, long day for the metro area. Certainly not the tragic situation going on in the lower Florida Keys right now, but definitely something where we need to take care, not be outside, and watch for that risk of tornadoes, which have spun up several times. 11 tornado warnings since last night. Back to you.
All righty. Well, thank you so much, John, for the latest on Irma as it moves through the Florida Keys. And as John said, landfall is imminent. It's only about 6 miles away from making landfall. So folks there, really, really hunker down and get ready and try and keep this thing at bay inside your house.
Yeah. At one point he said, hey, if you have a bicycle helmet, put that on.
Inside the house.
Inside the house.
Yeah, don't be outside of the house like Nate Rogers. I hate to call you out, Nate, but get in the house.
Or the guy who's riding the bicycle that we just tweeted about.
Yeah, so right now we're going to go to Ari Odzer. He's live in Haulover Beach. And Ari, what's the situation out there right now? See, you got your wind gauge.
Well, I'm not at Haulover Beach. I'm at Ari Odzer's house. So it's I don't have beachfront property, but hey, with the storm surge, you never know. Maybe I can hope for that. You know what's really weird out here, Trina? I'm standing here looking at my wind gauge, and it says 9.8, 10 miles an hour, and I'm looking down the street, and the trees are absolutely sideways, down the street over here. So it's just a really funky environment where houses and cars and things block the wind, perhaps where I'm standing right now, or where you might be standing, wherever you might be. And then just a few feet away, or 100 yards away, I can see the trees are literally sideways. So the wind has to be stronger than what I'm seeing on my wind meter right now, 10 miles an hour. But let me just give you a look around the neighborhood over here. Lots of this in South Florida, right? Royal palm fronds and things like this. There's a gumbo limbo tree in my backyard that a big branch snapped off. That happens, though. Gumbos tend to snap off branches in high winds. So this kind of mess is going around here. If I step out here onto the street, I reflexively looked for cars as if there's anybody driving by. Over here, I can see there's power lines over there that are still up behind that house over there. Looking down the street, now where my photographer John Lang is, being shielded by the garage, down the street over there, it looks like a hurricane's going through, a full-force hurricane. Where I'm standing, you can see I'm hardly getting any wind blowing me around. So it's just a really odd situation where you're shielded by a building, or you've got something to block the wind. You can safely do something like this, whereas if I was down there at the end of the street, I'd be getting pummeled by the wind. So this is the way it's been all morning. It's a very streaky environment. Obviously, it comes in spurts where you might have a major gust come through and it feels like a storm, and then you have other times when it feels like a regular Sunday afternoon rainstorm that we get in the summer. So this is the kind of day I suppose it's going to be all day. And like I said earlier, Shelley and Trina, we have to count our blessings if this is the worst that it gets. Now, let's put that in context, though. If we have a full day of this kind of weather, we're going to have lots of messes to clean up like this, but we'll take it, right? We'll take it compared to what they're probably going to get in the Keys and on the southwest coast of Florida, right?
You are so
Certainly
right.
so.
Yeah, I mean, we'll take it any day, any time, because this is a huge system, and thank goodness that we dodged a bullet, except in the Keys for us. And we are not going to take a direct hit. It's still going to be a nasty situation. We're going to have a lot of strong winds, rain, storm surge, all that kind of stuff, but not at the level that it could have been had a Category 4 storm the eye crossed right off over the urban centers of Miami and Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah, we just don't want people letting up, because I think there was some communication in Key West when we were talking to Cammie Clark with the EOC. She said the path seemed to just kind of was so fickle, going back and forth, that people are riding out that storm thinking, oh, okay, we're going to be fine, because for them it was more work to evacuate, to leave town, than just to ride it out, which is just baffling to hear.
But you know, our weather team has been reminding us, and a lot of the folks in the Keys and all over our area have been through these storms before. This system is so much bigger. It dwarfs Andrew. Andrew was a tiny little storm. It dwarfs Charlie when it barreled into Punta Gorda in some areas. It dwarfs all of the other systems. It's so big that it's going to take time for it to get out of here, and we're going to have messy weather until it decides to depart and go way north.
Moving 8 miles per hour.
It's slowed down some, but that's still a decent speed.